Volume 22. Chapter 2101, One Sword. Chapter 2101, One Sword. The fast sword of Qing Shan was a young man known to be the fastest sword cultivator of his generation. People didn't recall his name anymore, they just called him the fast sword of Qing Shan. When they saw him, they all felt oppressed. People looked at the members of the Feng clan with compassion. Unfortunately for them, the fast sword of Qing Shan was merciless and emotionless. He liked to kill. The fast sword of Qing Shan? Lin Feng looked interested when he heard that name. Unfortunately, Jian Mang wasn't there, or this guy would have seen an even faster sword. Of course, could Ruoxia's swords be slower? Who do you think will win? Yuxian asked when she saw Lin Feng's broad smile. The fast sword of Qing Shan will lose, Lin Feng declared firmly. Yuxian looked at him strangely, giggling, not believing him at all. The fast sword of Qing Shan was famous. In terms of basic cultivation, not deployment spells, he was even stronger than Yulin, and now Lin Feng was saying that the fast sword of Qing Shan was going to lose? The two fighters remained silent on the ground of the deployment mine. They were staring at one another. A cold wind brushed against them. Sword intent rose up, sharp and cold. The fast sword of Qing Shan started moving towards Ruoxia. He wasn't that fast, but he was stable. There was a seemingly ordinary sword in his hand. Real sword cultivators used rather plain swords. When he used his sword, there weren't dazzling lights, it didn't make the earth and sky shake either. Sword cultivators had just one thing in mind: to kill their opponent as fast as possible. Ruoxia was the same, and fought the same way. His sword attacks were fast and he wanted to kill his opponents as quickly as possible. The atmosphere became oppressive. People gulped down when they saw the two fighters start moving, staring at the two of them. The members of the Feng clan were very nervous. When the fast sword of Qing Shan appeared, they understood that the Jing clan was truly sly and evil. They didn't intend to take only the Yu clan's deployment mine, otherwise, the fast sword of Qing Shan wouldn't have appeared here. The Feng clan couldn't lose this battle. However, could Ruoxia win? The fast sword of Qing Shan finally attacked, dazzling lights appearing. He wasn't running fast, but his sword was quick. A light beam of cosmic energy appeared, people couldn't follow it with their eyes. Ruoxia's sword also appeared. It looked slower than his opponent's, especially at the time of unsheathing. The crowd could already imagine the fast sword of Qing Shan's cutting apart Ruoxia. Ruoxia's sword looked slower because the fast sword of Qing Shan released his really fast. In the blink of an eye, two light beams appeared between them. They were both standing there motionless. There was no blood. The crowd didn't even see the sword energies. Some people frowned. A cold wind soughed, a silhouette suddenly turned to dust and vanished. People's hearts suddenly started pounding. How was that possible? The fast sword of Qing Shan had lost. Not only had he lost, but he had also died. The opponent, who was wearing a simple gray cloak, slowly turned around and went back to the group of people from the Feng clan. The crowd came back to their senses and realized what had happened. Phew, the strong cultivators of the Feng clan all took deep breaths. Good, Ruoxia is extremely strong. Many strong cultivators from the Feng clan stood up, looking pleasantly surprised. They knew that Ruoxia was extremely strong, but they had not thought he was that strong. He had killed the fast sword of Qing Shan in the blink of an eye, and everybody knew how strong that guy was. If he hadn't died, then Ruoxia would have died. That was the normal result of a battle between two sword cultivators: death. Many people from the Jing clan had long faces. They had thought they'd definitely win, but in the end the fast sword of Qing Shan had been crushed. It meant that the Feng clan could now choose their fighters according to which fighter the Jing clan would choose. The fast sword of Qing Shan surprisingly lost. Who was that guy? Many people from the Yu clan were staring at Ruoxia. Surprisingly, the Feng clan had such a terrifying cultivator? Uxian looked at Lin Feng strangely. She couldn't believe her eyes. How did you know? Asked Uxian. I can't say it in front of everyone, said Lin Feng, smiling mysteriously. Uxian felt even more curious. Couldn't he tell her telepathically? Why did he need to be so vague? But she had no choice but to accept it. Lin Feng whispered in Uxian's ears, because he's my fellow disciple. Uxian was stupefied. She looked at Lin Feng meaningfully. This guy is so strong, how many secrets does he have? She remembered what Lin Feng had said. If Mu Qin showed up, he'd help the Jing clan. If Mu Qin didn't show up, he'd help the others take the Jing clan's deployment mines. Did he really mean it? Now, 4 battles are left. The Feng clan will be able to choose their fighter according to which fighter the Jing clan is going to choose. The Feng clan could possibly win this battle, Yu Kuan said calmly. Everybody nodded in agreement. The Feng clan wasn't as strong as the Jing clan or the Yu clan, but they were a powerful clan after all, and also had some terrifyingly strong young people. If the Jing clan didn't select their strongest fighters, the Feng clan could definitely win. Since they had won the first battle, they had an even better chance to win the second one. The Jing clan chose Jing Xiong. He is only inferior to Jing Xiaoyu. With his deployment spells, he's extremely strong, the crowd murmured when they saw the second fighter chosen by the Jing clan. When they saw the fighter chosen by the Feng clan, they all came to the same conclusion: the result of the battle was already sure. The Feng clan chose their strongest genius, Feng Yi. They had to win. As the crowd had expected, the Feng clan won the second battle. The Jing clan had already lost 2 battles. The Feng clan had been sure to win with Feng Yi. Since the Jing clan can't choose their fighters first anymore, they have lost the game, was the general consensus. Those who won the first battle gained the initiative in such battles, so the first battle was decisive. If the Jing clan had won the first battle, they would have been able to choose anyone for the second battle. Even if they lost, it wouldn't have mattered, they could have won the third one easily. But everything depended on the first battle. The Jing clan randomly selected a fighter for the third battle. They had already given up on the Feng clan's deployment mine. They needed to keep their strongest cultivators back. They'd try to get the Wen clan's mine. We won. The members of the Feng clan were relieved. The reason why they had chosen Feng Yi for the second battle was that they still had Ho Qinglin behind him, and he was Ruoxia's fellow disciple. It seemed that Ruoxia respected Ho Qinglin a lot, which meant that Ho Qinglin was probably as strong or even stronger than him. It seemed that they had already won, but they remained vigilant anyway. Brother Ho, Brother Ruoxia, thank you very much. In the future, if you need anything, please ask us. A strong Feng clan cultivator said to Ho Changlin and Ruoxia, bowing and smiling. When they had seen the fast sword of Qing Shan come out, they had felt great pressure. Luckily, Ruoxia had won. The Jing clan had lost 3 times in a row and had decided to give up on their territory. Now that the Feng clan had won, the Wen clan was under pressure. The Jing clan was also determined to take their territory. The Jing clan had chosen the fast sword of Qing Shan for their first battle and had lost, but it made them even more determined to win. The strongest cultivators they had kept for the Feng clan hadn't fought in the end, so they had kept those strong cultivators back for the Wen clan. The Wen clan was now under pressure. Many people looked at Tianqi and the others. They hoped they'd help, like Ruoxia had done for the Feng clan. The members of the Jing clan rose up into the air and headed towards the Wen clan. They hadn't managed to take the Feng clan's deployment mine. Would they manage to take the Wen clan's? The Jing clan had lost control. The Wen clan didn't control events anymore, either. Nobody knew that a mysterious young man who had spent time in the Yu clan had plotted against the Jing clan. From Tiantai, only Ruoxia had fought already. Ho Changlin hadn't even needed to fight. The Wen clan felt pressured, and Tiantai's disciples knew that the pressure was present, but they were also convinced that protecting the 3 deployment mines would be no problem at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2102, Desperation. Chapter 2102, Desperation. The place for the second round of battles was the Wen clan's deployment mine. Once again, many people were watching in the distance. The members of the Jing clan looked sullen and angry. They had lost the first round, they had to win this time around. Who is sure to win the first battle? A strong cultivator of the Jing clan asked the people behind him. Wait and see. The Wen clan will choose someone first, we'll choose accordingly, someone else responded. Alright, no matter what, we must obtain the Wen clan's deployment mine. As the members of the Jing clan were talking, the members of the Wen clan were also talking and planning. Finally, the first fighter they sent out was Wen Yi, one of the strongest young people of the Wen clan. However, when the members of the Jing clan saw him, they smiled. The first battle was going to be easy for them. The Wen clan was probably desperate, they were going to sacrifice one of their people to inspect how strong the Jing clan's cultivators were. The Jing clan chose someone wearing a plaited bamboo hat and a cloak. He jumped up onto the battle stage. People shivered, another mysterious strange cultivator. In the Feng clan, nobody cared, but now, the crowd understood that it was another cultivator the Jing clan had invited. It's Prince Lu. When he uses his hook, he easily beheads people. Wen Yi is doomed, thought the crowd. Wen Yi, if you can't win, get down off the battle stage, shouted some strong cultivator from the Wen clan. Wen Yi nodded. Prince Lu rose up into the air. A grinding vortex spun towards him. However, his hook spirit emerged from the vortex and shot towards Wen Yi's head. At the same time, a pair of eyes appeared at the hook spirit. Wen Yi retreated quickly. At the same time, he kept casting deployment spells to protect himself. He jumped off the battle stage very quickly, stopping the fight quickly. A defeat didn't matter, his life was more important. The Jing clan won this round. The Wen clan is under pressure, thought the crowd. The Jing clan had the initiative. The Jing clan had paid the price to win. They had invited some of the strongest cultivators available in the region. That way, they could keep back the strongest cultivators of the Jing clan to fight against the members of the Yu clan. Everybody knew that the Yu clan was the Jing clan's main target. They really wanted the Yu clan's deployment mine, which was the second best after their own. For the second battle, the Jing clan sent out a cultivator of their own clan. The Wen clan had to choose the second strongest cultivator of their clan. Even if they lost that battle, the Jing clan didn't mind. As long as they managed to win 3 battles, it was enough to gain control over the deployment mine. At that moment, they were waiting for the second fighter of the Wen clan. On the Wen clan side, a sadhu came out. He had a grounded and beneficent priestly demeanor about him. Who's that? Thought many people. They had never seen this cultivator in Qingshan City, and the Wen clan couldn't possibly have Buddhist or Taoist cultivators. Did they keep their strongest cultivators for the last 2 battles? The Jing clan hasn't used their trump cards yet. Even if the Wen clan kept their strongest cultivators for the last 2 battles, the Jing clan will still win. Do you think the Wen clan, like the Feng clan, could have some unexpectedly strong cultivators and win the battle? People were gossiping. The Jing clan was hesitant. Who was the best cultivator they could choose for this battle? We can choose Jing Nan, Jing Bei, or him. He can't fight before winning the second round, so Jing Bei and Jing Nan, get ready to fight, ordered a middle-aged man of the Jing clan. The strongest cultivator of the Wen clan hadn't fought yet. Therefore, they couldn't use their trump cards, otherwise nobody would be able to fight against the strongest cultivator of the Wen clan. They didn't know whether the Wen clan had some secret strong cultivators left or not. They had to keep their trump cards just in case. I'll go, said Jing Nan calmly. This fight is very important, I'll go. Alright, you go, agreed the Jing clan's strong cultivator with a nod. It's Jing Nan, can Ban Ruo win? Asked the strong cultivator of the Wen clan nervously. If they lost, the Wen clan would probably be in a difficult situation. He didn't know that Tianqi and Jian Mang could easily protect their deployment mine. Jing Nan and Ban Ruo were going to fight. Jing Nan controlled deployment spells and some special spells. He had terrifying fighting abilities. Ban Ruo hadn't changed, his Buddha's halo could illuminate all things, he could turn into a wrathful Buddha, and his body was as hard as diamond. At the same time, he also had a blue Uptala lotus which enabled him to purify the 10,000 things of creation, and he could punish people with his sword. He didn't even need to move to purify and punish evil cultivators. He also knew the Sapta Adibuddha Karasaniya Dharni mantra which resonated with the earth and sky. After a short time, Jing Nan couldn't handle him anymore, blood splashed and he was hurled away. He suffered a crushing defeat. Phew, how strong! The crowd was amazed. That Buddhist cultivator was extremely strong. Among people who didn't understand Tao, few people could defeat him. The Jing clan was a powerful clan of deployment spellcasters, but only a few people of their people understood Tao. Not many of their people could defeat someone like Ban Ruo. Good, Master Ban Ruo is extremely strong. The strong cultivators of the Wen clan were all smiling broadly. The Wen clan felt grateful and confident again with Ban Ruo's victory. The members of the Jing clan all had long faces again. Could it be that they would fail to gain control over the Wen clan's deployment mine also? I'll fight this one. A silhouette flickered and landed on the battle stage of the deployment mine. Qi pulsed around him. I'll go and defeat him, declared someone on the Wen clan side, releasing Qi which dashed to the skies. Everybody frowned. That was the first cultivator of the Wen clan, Wen Ting. Wen Ting, good. When the members of the Jing clan saw Wen Ting come out, their eyes glittered with cold lights. They had to defeat Wen Ting, otherwise, there would be no hope. Wen Ting. The members of the Wen clan looked nervous. They had the sensation the Jing clan had planned to send someone terrifyingly strong, but Wen Ting was already on the battle stage, and they could not change the fighter anymore. The Jing clan sent another cultivator wearing a plated bamboo hat and a cloak. When he took off his hat, the members of the Wen clan all grimaced. Xueqiu, he controlled blood strength. Wen Ting was in danger. If the Wen clan had known, they would have sent Wen Ting for the following battle. How stupid. But now, all they could do was hope that Wen Ting would defeat Xueqiu. Xueqiu and Wen Ting both understood Tao's strength. Xueqiu was more famous than the fast sword of Qing Shan. Wen Ting was the strongest cultivator of his generation in the Wen clan. Nobody could be sure of the end of the battle. As they started fighting, pieces of stone started exploding all around them. In terms of strength, Xueqiu was stronger than Wen Ting, but Wen Ting also controlled deployment spells, so the result of the battle was uncertain. Most people thought that Wen Ting would lose. You want to bring about your own destruction, whispered the members of the Jing clan, staring at Wen Ting and smiling icily. They had thought they'd lose these duels, but in the end, they had hope again. As expected, Xueqiu defeated Wen Ting. Wen Ting was driven off the battle stage and coughed up blood. At that moment, someone burst into laughter loudly. A strong cultivator of the Jing clan said indifferently, "Last battle. The Wen clan is going to choose someone." When the members of the Wen clan heard that, they all grit their teeth. Wen Ting felt guilty. He was bleeding and his face had turned deathly pale. Go back and heal, a strong Wen clan cultivator of the Wen clan told him. He was disappointed. At such a cultivation level, acting so impulsively was stupid. Who should we choose for this battle? Master Tianqi, we can only rely on you now. Wen Ting to Tianqi. Wen Ting had lost, they needed to win this one. Losing their deployment mine would likely result in their clan falling. He knew how strong Tianqi was. At this moment, the Wen clan could only put all their hopes on Tianqi. Nobody could compete with Tianqi in the Wen clan. Don't worry. Tianqi jumped forwards and landed on the deployment mine's battle stage. When the crowd saw yet another Buddhist cultivator, they frowned. The Jing clan was suddenly less excited as well. Another strong cultivator from the outside? After the previous fights, they weren't relaxed at all. Jing Bei, we also have to fight against the Yu clan after this, so this battle is for you, said the strong cultivators of the Jing clan to Jing Bei. He had to win this battle, and the deployment mine would be theirs. All right. Jing Bei took a deep breath and released his qi. He jumped forwards and threw himself at Tianqi, a cloud of qi pulsing around him. The wind roared and whipped the sky into a fury. Wind and clouds, cosmic energies. He controls both cosmic energies. When he's here, clouds appear and a strong wind starts blowing. A great pressure bore down on Tianqi. The members of the Jing clan were all nervous. They had to win this battle. Tianqi's body turned into golden lights which contained aspects of all things. He looked like an ancient Buddha, lofty like a mountain. Inside the golden lights, millions of ancient Buddhas appeared. Tianqi put his palms together and started chanting mantras which people could hear thousands of li away. Good. The Wen clan's strong cultivators' eyes started twinkling when they saw this. They had hope again. Clouds appeared and a strong wind started blowing. Cosmic energies roared out, yet millions of Buddha's hands appeared and drove towards Tianqi, grinding down on him. Their energies blotted out the sky. Tianqi looked majestic and lofty, wise and indestructible. Their energies collided, and the clouds broke apart. The wind stopped. Jing Bei was smashed away a few li. The members of the Jing clan were astonished and their hearts started pounding. It was like they had fallen from heaven to hell. They were desperate. They hadn't managed to take the Wen clan's deployment mine either. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2103, Admitting Their Defeat. Chapter 2103, Admitting Their Defeat. The strong cultivators of the Wen clan took deep breaths. They couldn't describe how they felt. They couldn't imagine what would have happened if Tianqi had failed. Apart from their own cultivators, the Jing clan had invited many other people, including some extremely strong cultivators. Unfortunately, the Wen clan had also invited some incredibly strong cultivators. When Tianqi had stepped on the battle stage, they had thought they still had a chance to win, but now they knew it was over. Tianqi went back to the group of people from the Wen clan. Many strong cultivators from the Wen clan stood up and bowed before Tianqi and Ban Ruo. They were so happy, they said, "Thank you very much for your help. If you need anything, we'll do our best to help you." The deployment mine was extremely important to them. The two had managed to protect it. The Jing clan's cultivators looked glum. They had lost again. They hadn't managed to take either of the lesser clan's deployment mines. They were also staring at Tianqi and Ban Ruo. Who were those strangers? Where were they from? Even people who weren't from the Jing clan were wondering who those people were. Everybody had noticed Ban Ruo and Tianqi in the last fight. They had seen Ruo set. These extremely strong cultivators had never been seen in Qingshan City before. With their strength, people would have definitely noticed them in Qingshan City. Everything was so mysterious. The members of the Yu clan were extremely happy. They had made an alliance with the Feng clan and the Wen clan, and those two clans had managed to protect their deployment mines. They were also worried at the same time. The Jing clan might do all they could, using their last trump cards to take their own deployment mine. If the Yu clan failed, the Jing clan would definitely suppress them. They couldn't fail either, just like the Yu clan and the Wen clan. "See you at the Yu clan's deployment mine," said the members of the Jing clan as they stood up. They rolled up their sleeves and left quickly. Everybody was watching them as they left, and they were under pressure. The Jing clan would definitely use their full strength to take this last deployment mine. It was their last and thus most important battle since they hadn't managed to take the others. Everybody knew that the Jing clan hadn't made their two strongest cultivators fight yet, people from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, Jing Ran and Jing Yan. Who were they going to fight against? Let's go. The members of the Yu clan looked nervous. Their silhouettes flickered, and everyone followed them. The next round of battles was going to happen at their deployment mine. Brother Ho, Brother Ruaxia, let's go and watch, the members of the Feng clan offered Ho Qinglin and Ruaxia politely. Ho Qinglin nodded. Of course he wanted to watch. The members of the Wen clan also asked Tianqi and Ban Rua to come with them and watch. Everybody was going to the Yu clan's deployment mine to watch the battles. The next round of battles was going to be amazing. There were many people at the Yu clan's deployment mine. The crowd noticed Jing Yan and the others arriving. They were all there, including Jing Xiaoyu. Everybody watched the members of the Yu clan as well. They noticed Yu Lin, who was also a member of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry and had come back. Yu Yi, who was quite talented, was there too, as well as some others. Apart from them, there were some strong cultivators from Qingshan City the Yu clan had invited. No need to talk too much. Yu clan, choose a fighter first, said the leader of the group of people from the Jing clan. They had lost the first two rounds of battles. They were wary, nervous, and on edge. Jing Xiaoyu gazed into the distance. She couldn't see Mu Chen. She looked disappointed. He wasn't going to show up? Xiaoyu, don't wait for him. If I see him in Qingshan City, I'll kill him personally. You almost wasted your life for him, said Jing Yan, who was standing next to Jing Xiaoyu. Indeed, Xiaoyu, Mu Chen will not show up. This time, it'll be a battle to death. If he shows up, we'll kill him, said someone else. Jing Xiaoyu remained silent. She looked at the members of the Yu clan and noticed Lin Feng. What had he been trying to tell her? Lin Feng sensed something. He gazed into the distance and noticed Jing Xiaoyu too. He nodded at her, which made her eyes twinkle. She had some kind of premonition that Lin Feng knew Mu Chen. Yu Lin, what do you think for the first battle? Yu Kuan asked Yu Lin. That round of battle was too important for them. They had to be vigilant, they had no choice. We'll have to choose people first for the first 3 battles. Sumu and I can definitely win 2 battles. If anyone else can win, that would be perfect, whispered Yu Lin. He looked solemn and serious because apart from Jing Yan and Jing Ran, he had noticed someone else on the Jing clan side. They had invited someone else from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. The Jing clan had 3 people from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. Apart from Sumu, they had also invited someone else who understood Dao strength. The main issue was that they had to pick their fighters first. Yu Yi, you go and try first, said a strong cultivator of the Yu clan to Yu Yi. Yu Yi is extremely strong. However, the Jing clan will do all they can. Yu Yi will definitely lose, everyone thought. A strong wind started blowing. Jing Ran landed on the battle stage. The crowd already considered he had won the battle when they saw him. Jing Ran was from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. Yu Yi couldn't possibly win. And that was how it ended up. Yu Yi lost really quickly. Jing clan relied on deployment strength to oppress her and then overwhelmed her, even injuring her. The Jing clan only had to win 3 battles with their cultivators from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. For the second battle, the Jing clan sent a strong cultivator they had invited. The Yu clan sent the only person they had invited from Qingshan City, who understood Dao strength. They won. 2 battles, 1 victory, 1 defeat. Everybody was tense and nervous. Third battle, who was the Yu clan going to choose? If we lose this battle, we'll have to win the 2 others. But nobody can oppress Jing Yan, was the opinion of the strong cultivators of the Yu clan. It wasn't about courage and determination anymore. Without strong cultivators and without the possibility to choose according to the opposite clan's fighter, it was extremely difficult. Lin Feng looked at the members of the Wen clan. He looked at Tianqi, they nodded at one another. A strong wind started blowing. A cultivator moved towards the Yu clan's members quickly. It was Xingzhan. A terrifying bestial qi invaded the atmosphere around him. He looked like a war beast. If the Yu clan trusts me, I am willing to help the Yu clan, said Xingzhan indifferently. Everybody frowned. Yu Kuan looked at the members of the Wen clan, and a strong cultivator of the Wen clan said, "Brother Yu, he's one of Master Tianqi's fellow disciples who came to help us. You can trust him." When Yu Kuan heard this, his eyes twinkled. He had seen how strong Tianqi was. "All right, since you're willing to help, we accept," and we're moved. "If you win, we'll be incredibly grateful." "Please go ahead then, Your Excellency," said the strong cultivators of the Yu clan. Xingzhan nodded and jumped onto the battle stage. The members of the Jing clan all had unsightly expressions. Tianqi's fellow disciple? He was from abroad too. Why were all these people plotting against the Jing clan? "Thanks for helping, brother," said Jing Yan, nodding at the strong cultivator next to him. It was his fellow disciple. He was extremely strong and also an excellent deployment spellcaster. He had to win. On the side of the Wen clan, a strong cultivator warned Tianqi, "That guy is from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, he understands Dao strength and his deployment spells are terrifying. He's extremely strong." Apart from him, is Jing Yan also from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry? Asked Tianqi. Indeed. The strong cultivator of the Wen clan nodding. He didn't know why Tianqi asked, but he replied anyway. "I understand," said Tianqi nodding. He looked at the battle stage and relayed that to Xingzhan telepathically. "Your Excellency, please," said the strong cultivator on the battle stage to Xingzhan. However, Xingzhan smiled and said, "I give up." Then, he jumped off the battle stage and went back to the group of people from the Wen clan. When the crowd saw that, they were all astonished. The members of the Wen clan, the Jing clan and the Yu clan were astonished. He just gave up? After that, the members of the Yu clan all looked quite pissed. "Brother Wen, what is this supposed to mean?" exclaimed a strong cultivator of the Yu clan to the members of the Wen clan. He looked furious. The members of the Wen clan looked at Tianqi and grimaced. Why had Tianqi done that? Tianqi looked calm as he looked back at the members of the Yu clan. He said, "There are 2 more battles. Don't get angry. The Jing clan only has 2 fighters left. Even if the Jing clan takes the Yu clan's deployment mine, we'll help the Yu clan get it back." When the members of the Jing clan heard that, their smiles stiffened. Indeed. They had no great fighters left. If they stole the Yu clan's deployment mine, those people would cause trouble and help their opponents get it back? At that time, how would they solve the situation? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2104, Mu Chen's Name. Chapter 2104, Mu Chen's Name. Who are those people and what do they want to do? Many people were asking. A short time before, they had helped the Wen clan keep their deployment mine. They were extremely strong. After that, they had come to the Yu clan, and when everybody thought they were going to help the Yu clan, surprisingly, one of them gave up. Were they plotting against the Yu clan? 3 duels had taken place, and the Jing clan had won 2 of them. 1 more, and they'd win and take the Yu clan's deployment mine. The strongest cultivator of the Jing clan, Jing Yan, hadn't fought yet. Who would be able to compete with him? Therefore, even if Tianqi said they'd take the Jing clan's deployment mine, the members of the Yu clan were still angry and all looked unsightly. If they didn't manage to keep their own deployment mine, how would they be able to take the Jing clans? What about the Wen clan and the Feng clan? If they didn't share a part of the profits, how would the Yu clan be able to keep the Jing clan under control? The Yu clan tried to think of a solution, but they felt desperate, as if they had already lost. They were almost certain they couldn't win both of the last two battles. Fourth battle, said a strong cultivator of the Jing clan at that moment. A strong cultivator jumped onto the battle stage. This time, the Jing clan didn't make Jing Yan fight because they still had hope. They hoped they would not need to make him fight. They hoped to take the deployment mine after the fourth duel. That way, they would still have some trump cards in case the three other clans join hands to take their deployment mine. However, the Yu clan couldn't give the Jing clan such an opportunity. They sent Sumu from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry for that battle and won it. They had both won 2 duels now. It was time for the last fight. For this battle, the Yu clan sent Yu Lin. The Jing clan sent Jing Yan. They were both terrifying deployment spellcasters. Their battle would determine who would get an extra deployment mine. Yu Lin, we can only rely on you now, said the strong cultivators of the Yu clan. Yu Lin was their last hope. This battle would be extremely difficult, but they couldn't afford to lose. Actually, Jing Yan was stronger than Yu Lin. He shouldn't lose, either. Therefore, the Yu clan had the impression they had already lost their deployment mine. Thinking about that, the members of the Yu clan all felt depressed. Were they going to lose a deployment mine they had owned for thousands of years? Yu Lin took a deep breath. He had to fight. He had no other choice. He had to use his full strength. Jing Yan was staring at him. Wait. When Yu Lin started heading to the battle stage, Tianqi spoke up from the group of people from the Wen clan. The Yu clan frowned and looked over at him icily. What did that guy want? A moment before, because of him, they had lost a battle. Tianqi ignored Yu Lin's expression and ran over to the people of the Jing clan. Will Mu Qin show up? Tianqi asked the members of the Jing clan. When Jing Xiaoyu heard him, she was stupefied. The situation was more complex than she had expected. Why had Lin Feng asked about Mu Chen? And now, why was this guy asking about him? Did they know something about Mu Chen? The strong cultivators of the Jing clan frowned. The Jing clan had publicly announced that Mu Chen had left and didn't dare show up, but actually he had been imprisoned by them. He was in their black tower. They couldn't say that, of course. It's Mu Chen's problem. What does that have to do with the Jing clan? Retorted a strong cultivator of the Jing clan icily. If Mu Chen shows up, we won't get involved in your deployment mine competition. If you are sure that Mu Chen won't show up, we'll use our full strength to help the Yu, Wen, and Feng clans take your deployment mine. Warned Tianqi. He sounded neither angry nor happy, quite calm and composed. When the members of the Jing clan heard him, they all frowned and looked unhappy. Insolent, said a strong cultivator of the Jing clan icily. Jing Yan shouted coldly, if you want to fight, I'll fight against you. Tianqi remained silent and nodded. Then, he turned around and looked back at the people from the Feng clan. Ho Changlin, Ruoset and the others came out of their group and rose up in the air. They said to the members of the Feng clan, we'll help the members of the Feng clan take the Jing clan's deployment mine. Does the Feng clan agree that they are together? When everyone saw that, they frowned. Those strangers who were extremely talented were a group. At that moment, everybody understood something abnormal was going on. The eyes of the Feng clan's members twinkled. Many people stood up and looked at Ho Qinglin and said, Brother Ho, do you know them? Ruoxie, Tianqi, and the others are my fellow disciples, said Ho Qinglin calmly. The eyes of the Feng clan's members glittered. Ruoxie and Tianqi were extremely strong, they had seen that with their own eyes. They were all Ho Qinglin's fellow disciples. If Ruoxia and the others respected Ho Changlin that much, it meant that Ho Changlin was even more terrifying than they were. When they thought about that, the members of the Feng clan were excited. If they agreed, they might be able to take the Feng clan's deployment mine. Alright, today is our deployment mine competition. Since you, Brother Ho, want to help us, we are naturally ready to use our full strength to take their deployment mine, replied the strong cultivators of the Feng clan happily. Ho Changlin nodded at Tianqi, and Tianqi looked at the members of the Wen clan. We all agree to help the Wen clan take the Jing clan's deployment mine too. What does the Wen clan think? Asked Tianqi as well. We agree, of course, replied the strong cultivators of the Wen clan, smiling broadly. How could they refuse? At that moment, the members of the Jing clan all looked very upset. Those people were plotting against them. Jing Yan, no matter what, you have to win this battle and obtain the Yu clan's deployment mine, said the strong cultivators of the Jing clan. They had the feeling that losing their deployment mine was suddenly a possibility. They hadn't thought these people would plot against them. Yes, agreed Jing Yan firmly. However, at that moment, Tianqi said to the members of the Yu clan, we agree to help the Yu clan obtain the Jing clan's deployment mine and to protect your own. Trust me. The strong cultivators of the Yu clan looked at Tianqi. Trust him once again? What do you intend to do? Asked a strong cultivator of the Yu clan. Leave this last battle to us, said Tianqi calmly. The strong cultivators of the Yu clan frowned. Could they gamble with their deployment mine at this stage? I've heard that Yulin wasn't as strong as Jingyan. If Yulin fights, you're almost certain to lose the deployment mine. If Yulin loses, you won't have any other strong cultivator to fight. If we take their mine, you'll get your share of the profits. If you trust me, even if we lose, you'll still be able to share the Jing clan's deployment mine, continued Tianqi. The members of the Yu clan remained silent for a few minutes, talking telepathically. After a few minutes, someone asked, who will you send? Me, said someone. Everybody turned around and saw a blind sword cultivator. He walked out slowly, his eyes all white. He was quite calm, and didn't look like a strong cultivator at all. When the Yu clan saw Jian Mang, they remained silent. Could they rely on a blind man to keep their deployment mine? I don't agree, said Yulin icily. You don't agree, that's your problem. We came to help. If your mine gets stolen, you won't be able to help us take the Jing clan's deployment mine afterwards, so, rebutted Tianqi icily. Alright, you can do it, said a strong cultivator of the Yu clan at that moment. Grandpa? Yulin was stupefied. They're right. The chances of you winning are low. Even if we lost, we'll still be able to take the Jing clan's deployment mine. Let them fight, said the old man calmly. All the other members of the Yu clan remained silent. Jian Mang slowly walked out and landed on the battle stage. He looked like an ordinary man, and on top of that a blind man. Jing Yan also jumped and landed on the battle stage, making the whole deployment mine area shake violently. He had an advanced understanding of deployment spells, and was extremely strong. The air he had was like he had one already. You'll die, promised Jing Yan icily. Then he started moving, and the air began to rumble with power. The whole deployment mine was trembling. Furious dragons roared, and energy surged towards Jian Mang. At that moment, Jian Mang also moved. He used his speed, and moved faster than almost anyone in the crowd could follow. Sword lights appeared and sliced through the air, slashed through the dragons. They couldn't even see his afterimages. So fast, like light, blurted out someone. Jing Yan was astonished, too. He frantically released as much chi as he could as he cast deployment spells. An incredible amount of strength tried to catch Jian Mang. However, at the same time, Jian Mang suddenly opened his eyes and brilliant lights emerged from them. When Jing Yan saw them, he was blinded. No! Jing Yan's heart twitched. What kind of strength was this? His soul was being oppressed. Light Dao. He had had no time to fully release his strength. At that moment, the members of the Jing clan were astonished and shaking. They stood up and shouted, Jing Yan. At that moment, they were all surprised and worried for Jing Yan. The sword lights just flickered and destroyed everything in their way. Blood splashed. The sword lights nearly cut Jing Yan's body in two. The strong cultivators of the Jing clan jumped out to catch him. They stopped the bleeding. People's hearts were pounding. How strong? Who were these people? Who are you? The strong cultivators of the Jing clan demanded of Jian Mang. This bunch of bastards, they had thoroughly ruined the Jing clan's plans, and now they wanted to take the Jing clan's deployment mine. Ho Changlin came out and stood in the air. He looked at the members of the Jing clan. My name is Ho Changlin. Mu Chen is my teacher. My name is Tian Qi. Mu Chen calls me Little Qi. Mu Chen is my teacher. My name is Ruo Xia. Mu Chen is my teacher. They all came out and stood in the air. Mu Chen's name was resonating everywhere and making Qingshan City shake. But if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2105, Postpone. Chapter 2105, Postpone. Those geniuses all shouted Mu Chen's name at the same time. Mu Chen is my teacher. Now they couldn't forget Mu Chen's name. These incredible geniuses were Mu Chen's disciples. They had come for Mu Chen. The Jing clan despised Mu Chen. They had thought he wasn't good enough to be engaged to Jing Xiaoyu. But now his disciples had come to Qingshan City for him, and they were furious. Everybody understood that they had come for Mu Chen. The members of the Jing clan understood that now, too. No wonder this group of people had come to ruin their plans. They even wanted to help the other clans take their deployment mine. Everything was for Mu Chen. However, Mu Chen wasn't really strong. Why were his disciples so strong? At that moment, Jing Xiaoyu's heart was pounding. These young people were at their prime. They were all Mu Chen's disciples. They had come for Mu Chen. If Mu Chen had seen that, he would have been so proud. But where was he? At that moment, the members of the Yu clan, the Wen clan and the Feng clan were all stupefied. They admired Mu Chen for having raised such great disciples. The terrifying blind sword cultivator had cut Jing Yan in two in one sword strike. His sword attacks were incredible. Were there stronger cultivators than him in this group of people? How strong was Ho Changlin? Yu Lin's heart was pounding. He was a genius from the Yu clan, the best of his generation in his clan. He had been accepted at the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. Everybody admired him in their clan. In Qingshan City, everybody knew who he was. It was the same for Jing Yan, who was just a bit more famous than him in Qingshan City, but he had been cut in two with one sword strike. If that sword had been aimed at him, what would have happened? Yu Lin didn't dare imagine. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Where were these people from? Why were they so strong? That sword had made Yu Lin shake. In Qingshan City, apart from Jing Yan, he looked down on everyone else. He had heard of Mu Chen, but he had never really cared about him. Now he wanted to know who he was. How had he raised such strong disciples? Mu Chen is my teacher. Those 5 words resonated in people's thoughts. Yu Clan, who was behind the whole crowd of people from the Yu Clan, was staring at Lin Feng. They're all your fellow disciples? Yu Xian asked Lin Feng telepathically. She remembered what Lin Feng had said, and now she understood. Lin Feng nodded once, barely. He looked at the cultivators of the Jing clan. Were they going to release Mu Chen? Uxin put her hand on her heart as she exhaled, it was pounding. This bunch of guys was terrifying. Ruoxia had killed the fast sword of Qingshan in one sword strike, and the blind sword cultivator had defeated Jingyan in one sword strike. She was curious to see how strong Lin Feng was. Ho Changlin and the others were standing there proudly. They all stared at the members of the Jing clan. 5 battles, the Yu clan won 3. The Yu clan's deployment mine remains theirs, said someone slowly. All the members of the Yu clan smiled broadly. Finally, it was over and they could keep their deployment mine. They had made the right decision. The members of the Jing clan were furious. Not only hadn't they managed to take the 3 other clans' deployment mines, but now they risked losing their own. According to the 4 clans' agreement, the Yu clan, Wen clan and Feng clan can challenge the Jing clan to take their deployment mine, continued Ho Qinglin slowly. The members of the Jing clan all grimaced, even more furious. They couldn't do anything about this. If they fought, they'd lose. Therefore, they all remained silent. Could they even fight? Even Jing Yan and Jing Ran stood no chance. The crowd was staring at Ho Qinglin and the others. Were they furious because of Mu Chen? My teacher Mu Chen fell in love with Jing Xiaoyu. You could have refused and that's all. Why deceive Jing Xiaoyu though? Why pretend you made an agreement when you actually imprisoned him in the Black Tower? You are such bastards, said someone else. The crowd was stupefied. Mu Chen was trapped in the Jing clan's Black Tower? What? Jing Xiaoyu looked desperate, her face turned deathly pale. She looked at a middle-aged man and shouted extremely loudly, "That's the agreement you told me about, that." The strong cultivators of the Jing clan all looked very unsightly. They were speechless. No wonder that you were so sure that Mu Chen wouldn't show up. You're so cruel. Jing Xiaoyu was petrified, furious, crushed. She had never thought her family members would lie to her like that. Xiaoyu, it was for your own good, whispered Jing Xiaoyu's father, walking up to her. For my own good? Jing Xiaoyu smiled mockingly, it's really for my own good. He. At that moment, the members of the Jing clan all looked at Ho Qinglin and the others icily and said, what do you want to do? Release our teacher and don't prevent Jing Xiaoyu from leaving if she wants to. That way, we won't take your deployment mine, stated Ho Qinglin icily. The members of the Jing clan felt uncomfortable. A group of young people was threatening them. They were extremely talented, but in the eyes of the Jing clan, they were just babies. The members of the Jing clan remained silent. How could they keep their deployment mine? If they accepted, they'd fight and probably lose their mine. They would also lose massive amounts of face. Everybody already thought they were shameless for what they'd done to Mu Chen. Everybody would make fun of the Jing clan in Qingshan City. Everybody was waiting for their reply. The Jing clan, the best clan of deployment spellcasters in Qingshan City, what were they going to do? Give us 3 days to think, said a strong cultivator of the Jing clan. Ho Qinglin and the others frowned and said icily, will you release him or not? Why would you need 3 days to think? We want to postpone the deployment mine competition for 3 days. If the Yu, Feng, and Wen clans don't agree, then we'll resort to war. Of course, we don't hope to go that far. We also propose to increase the limit of 3 people to 5, said the strong cultivators of the Jing clan. They didn't look at Ho Qinglin and the others anymore. They didn't fear Ho Qinglin, the deployment mines were more important. The Jing clan was sly. They changed the topic, not replying to Ho Qinglin's question. They just said they wanted to wait for 3 days. The members of the 3 clans looked at Ho Qinglin and the others. After all, they couldn't fight over the deployment mines anymore, they could only rely on those strong young people. Alright, we'll give you 3 days. If my teacher runs into trouble during those 3 days, we'll use our full strength to destroy the Jing clan, said Ho Qinglin icily. They were worried that the Jing clan would harm Mu Chen. They had come from the Dark Night region, nobody would support them in godly clouds. If they threatened the Jing clan, maybe they wouldn't harm Mu Chen. In 3 days, we'll answer your question, said the strong cultivators of the Jing clan evasively. They all stood up and left silently. Jing Xiaoyu left, too. She was going to the Black Tower. Tiantai's cultivators looked glum. However, in 3 days, the Jing clan wouldn't be able to avoid the issue. Brother Ho, 3 days will pass quickly. I'm sure that Mu Chen will come back safe and sound. Come with us to the Feng clan to rest for these 3 days. Master Tianqi, let's go back too. You'll have a good rest in the Wen clan. The Feng clan and Wen clan all invited these incredible young people to go with them. If their young people exchanged views on cultivation with these young people, it would be extremely beneficial. The strong cultivators of the Yu clan walked up to Ho Qinglin and the others, and Yu Kuan said, "You are all extraordinary geniuses. If you have time, please come to the Yu clan, we'll treat you well as a sign of gratitude for today." When Ho Qinglin and the others heard that, they looked at Lin Feng and the others in the distance. Lin Feng didn't say anything, which meant that they hadn't treated him that well, so they didn't need to go there. As long as Lin Feng stayed there, the Yu clan didn't need anyone else, just like before. No need. We're going back to the Feng clan and Wen clan. We'll see one another in 3 days, we hope the Yu clan will help us then. Yes, you helped us keep our deployment mine. We will do our best to save Mu Chen. It's a pity that you're not willing to come to the Yu clan though, Yu Kuan sighed. When we save Mu Chen, we'll come visit your clan, said Ho Qinglin politely. After a few sentences, they left. Everybody dispersed. The Yu clan also left. Yu Xian wanted to say something, but she didn't. She wanted to tell the Yu clan that Lin Feng was their friend, too, but since Lin Feng didn't say anything, she tried to control herself. Maybe that he had his own ideas. 3 days. Whispered Lin Feng. He sincerely hoped the Jing clan would release Mu Chen. At the same time, the members of the Yu clan were chatting. Yulin, if you have time, go to the Feng clan and Wen clan to spend some time with those geniuses and exchange views on cultivation. Indeed, those people are extremely strong. Sighed Yu Yi. As if Yu Kuan had thought of something, he gazed into the distance and looked at Lin Feng, who was still next to Yu Xian, and smiled. Lin Feng, did you learn anything from the battles today? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. The world of cultivation is vast, your teacher is a great scholar, he probably knows some great deployment spells. However, don't forget about cultivation itself, you probably learned a lot today, said Yu Kuan with a smile. Yu Xian's eyes twinkled, she wanted to say something, but she didn't. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2106, News. Chapter 2106, News. In the Yu clan. Lin Feng was in his spirit world, seated cross-legged. In front of him, someone was running around at lightning speed unceasingly. Suddenly, the silhouette exploded into fighting boons accompanying every movement. She rolled as the air shook. She condensed into a punch and turned into a vortex. Cosmic energies danced and blew apart. That punch was pure strength. Dancing windy clouds, said a giant next to Lin Feng. The silhouette changed. Energies pulsed continuously. A hand streaked across the sky, leaving a beautiful trail behind. Many silhouettes appeared, the wind moaned and condensed, energies continued pulsing. The energies didn't completely condense, they dispersed and the silhouette fell back to the ground. It's still not enough. When your 9 dancing windy clouds are better, you'll be able to control that body. But to control the full strength of that body, you'll need to study much more, said the giant. That silhouette looked at the giant and nodded. Lin Feng controlled the saint's body with his soul, it didn't have a consciousness so he could control it easily. He needed to drive it, though, and for that he needed to learn how to move it quickly and how to use its full strength. But his soul wasn't strong enough. He did his best, though, and tried to get more familiar with it. After all, a saint's punch was much more powerful than his own. "I'll continue practicing cultivation," said the saint, nodding. Then he continued running and getting familiar with that body. A thread of Lin Feng's soul came out of the body and moved back into his body. His real body opened his eyes. In the Jing clan, people were still furious. Jing Yan's injuries were much better. At his cultivation level, as long as someone's physical body wasn't completely destroyed, they could recover. However, they couldn't have the same strength as before for a long time when their injuries were too serious, especially in Jing Yan's case. After all, Zhen Mang's sword attack contained light Dao. "What should we do, master?" Many people were looking at an old man at that moment. He was one of the two saint emperors of the Jing clan. "Jing Yan, how many resources does your teacher have?" The old man asked Jing Yan. "He has a lot of resources. He wants to create a deployment spell clan. But first we have to give him 1/3 of the deployment mine," replied Jing Yan. When the crowd heard him, they were stupefied. 1/3 of the deployment mine? Did they want to destroy the Jing clan? That's too much. Hand Mu Chen over. Even if we lose face, at least we won't need to lose 1/3 of the deployment mine," said someone angrily. 1/3 was too much. "Uncle, you're wrong. He wants to create a clan." "He'll definitely make the Jing clan happy," replied Jing Yan carefully. His uncle frowned and said, "What you mean is that he'll destroy the 3 other clans?" "Of course. Then we'll share equally. The Jing clan won't lose anything that way," said Jing Yan icily. He had suffered a crushing defeat. He didn't want the Jing clan to give in and release Mu Chen. "Can we keep the situation under control? My teacher is greedy, but he won't go too far. Besides, he won't open a clan of deployment spellcasters in Qingshan City. He just needs resources," Jing Yan promised. "If your teacher gets involved, can he definitely defeat those people? After all, they are extremely strong." "Don't worry. All my fellow disciples are extremely strong. Those people won't be able to escape from them. Besides, many of their people have already fought. They must have, at most, 1 or 2 people who are strong as that blind sword cultivator. Regarding Yu Lin, none of my fellow disciples is weaker than him. One of my friends is even getting ready for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds," Jing Yan said calmly. He knew how strong his fellow disciples were. He couldn't invite his fellow disciples who were getting ready for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds even if they were good friends. Only his teacher could do that. When the members of the Jing clan heard Jing Yan, they all remained silent. One middle-aged man asked, "Jing Yan, what about your sister?" "After that, we'll kill Mu Chen. Prevent her from leaving for a while, then after some time she'll forget about him and we'll introduce a nice and outstanding man to her," said Jing Yan. Everybody remained silent again. They all looked at the old leader of the Jing clan. He was the only one who could make the final decisions. Finally, his eyes glittered and he said to Jing Yan, "Tell your teacher about this. If he promises he won't open a clan in Qingshan City, and if he accepts sharing the deployment mines with us, invite him to come." "All right." Jing Yan's eyes glittered and he nodded. "Leave it to me." The Yu, Wen, and Feng clans didn't know about this agreement. Lin Feng and Ho Cheng Lin didn't know, either. They were calmly waiting for the 3 days to pass. 1 day was left. Some news spread that the Jing clan accepted the challenge. Also, they wanted to change the place of the battles to the central battlefield of Qingshan City. They seemed to be conveying a hidden message: if we can't protect the deployment mine, it doesn't matter, nobody will be able to take it from us anyway. The news spread everywhere in Qingshan City. People in Qingshan City were talking about it everywhere. Everybody knew and took delight in talking about the battle which had taken place 2 days before. Everybody knew what had happened and who Mu Chen was. They also knew that Mu Chen's disciples were terrifying. Now the Jing clan had surprisingly accepted their challenge. Did they have other trump cards? Everybody was impatient and couldn't wait to see the battle. Some people had seen how strong Jian Mang and the others were, and they couldn't wait to see those who hadn't fought yet. Some of them had missed the battles, and they didn't want to miss them this time. Maybe this time the battles were going to be even better than 2 days before. In the Yu clan, Yu Xian saw Lin Feng and told him the news. Lin Feng frowned. He hoped to rescue Mu Chen without a fight. However, the Jing clan wouldn't give them such an opportunity. Does the Jing clan have other trump cards? Asked Lin Feng to Yu Xian. No. The Jing clan's strongest cultivator is Jing Yan and he suffered a crushing defeat. In any case, he can't fight again. The only trump card they have would cost them a lot. They'd need to ask someone outside for help. However, your friends are all so strong, asking for help would be useless. In Qingshan City, there aren't such terrifying cultivators, unless... Yu Xian looked pensive and frowned. Unless what? Asked Lin Feng. You know that Jing Yan and Yu Lin are from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. They have some contacts. Unless they ask the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry for help, they can't do much, and I don't think Jing Yan can get them to help. He needs some extremely strong cultivators for that, said Yu Xian. Lin Feng was suddenly a bit worried. It was indeed a resource the Jing clan could mine. That bunch of bastards, said Tantai icily. We should have destroyed them on that day and stolen their deployment mine. Things aren't that easy. The Jing clan said they needed time. Do you think the 3 clans could have started a war against them? Yu Xian said to Tantai. The answer was obvious. Humph. Even if they invite people from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, so what? I'll crush them with one punch, said Tantai. He hadn't fought the previous time. He was ready to fight now. Yu Xian's beautiful eyes twinkled and she smiled at Tantai. Big boy, how strong are you? I think I should be able to defeat Jing Yan easily, said Tantai, smiled and scratched his head. Yu Xian was stupefied and speechless. Jing Yan was the strongest cultivator of Qingshan City in his generation. This guy dared say he could defeat him easily? What about him? Asked Yu Xian, smiling at Tantai and pointing at Lin Feng. Tantai listened to Lin Feng all the time, so if he could defeat Jing Yan easily, what about Lin Feng? Tantai shook his head and smiled. I'm not sure either, to be honest. Silly boy, thought Yu Xian looking at Tantai. Lin Feng, Yu Xian, said someone at that moment. They turned around to see Yu Yi and Sumu arrived. Sister Yi, said Yu Xian politely. After all, Yu Yi had a high position in the clan, so she had to be polite. She couldn't act as naturally as she could when she was with Lin Feng and Tantai. Yu Yi nodded and didn't look at her, turning and saying to Lin Feng, the Jing clan doesn't intend to give up their deployment mine. It will be a deadly fight. It has nothing to do with you, however, there will be some dangerous fights. If you want, we can go and watch together. Alright, good, said Lin Feng, smiling and nodding. Of course he was going to go. The Jing clan will regret everything, said Tantai icily. When Sumu heard Tantai, he looked at him disdainfully and asked, You think the Jing clan will lose? Of course, said Tantai. Sumu shook his head and left with Yu Yi. He said indifferently, this time, the Jing clan accepted the challenge. It means that they will pay the full price and invite people from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry to come and help. With the strong cultivators of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, they can't lose. Sumu was also from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. He knew them quite well. If the Jing clan invited people from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, the Jing clan couldn't possibly lose. The Jing clan was able to oppress 3 clans alone before, and if Ho Chang Lin hadn't gotten involved, they could have taken all 3 mines themselves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2107, Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry's Strong Cultivators. Chapter 2107, Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry's Strong Cultivators. He thinks that the cultivators of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry are the strongest in the world. They got crushed 2 days ago, though, Tantai said icily, watching Sumu leave. The Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry isn't the best. Tantai talked loudly and Sumu heard him, suddenly turning around and looking at Tantai icily. Even though the Yu clan might be going to face some cultivators from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, Sumu was from there too, and he couldn't let anyone humiliate the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. People like you can't understand. You think everyone is as strong as that blind sword cultivator? Said Sumu smiling icily. Then he said to Yu Yi, little Yi, how can the Yu clan have guests like this? He left and disappeared into the distance. Yu Yi smiled wryly. She turned around and glanced at Lin Feng. He was a guest in the Yu clan, but she said nothing. She just left with Sumu. Even though Lin Feng's teacher was a great scholar, Lin Feng's social status wasn't as high as Sumu's. Sumu was a member of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, and he was also trying to get close to her. Empty words, said Tantai, watching Sumu leave. He was furious and explosive chi began to build around him. I really want to teach him a good lesson. No need, said Lin Feng calmly. At that moment, he was thinking about Mu Chen. If the Jing clan did that, what could he do on the day after? Even if he defeated the Jing clan and obtained their deployment mine, what could he do afterwards? Obtaining a deployment mine wouldn't make them release Mu Chen. And how would the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry get involved? He couldn't do anything but wait. Time seemed to pass so slowly. The morning of the next day, Lin Feng, Uxin, and Tantai gathered together with the other strong cultivators of the Yu clan. They were getting ready to depart for the fight. When the strong cultivators of the Yu clan arrived, they noticed that Lin Feng and Tantai had already arrived. They were surprised. Yu Koan smiled and said, Lin Feng, my boy, you're really determined. He's just very ignorant, said Sumu, who was standing next to Yu Koan. Yu Koan was surprised and looked at Yu Yi strangely. Yu Yi smiled wryly and used telepathy to explain to Yu Koan what had happened the day before. Yu Koan didn't say anything, and after that, he didn't say anything else to Lin Feng. The group of people rose up into the air and flew towards the fight's location. The members of the Wen clan and the Feng clan were also heading there. Apart from them, there were many other people gathered there who wanted to watch. The Yu clan is here. Only the Jing clan hasn't arrived yet, the crowd murmured when they saw the members of the Yu clan arrive. Their eyes were twinkling. Those who had helped the 3 clans defeat the Jing clan 3 days before were there too, Ho Chang Lin and the others. They had come for Mu Chen. What were they going to do? Brother Ho, have you already thought of the people for the 5 battles today? A strong Yu clan cultivator asked Ho Chang Lin, who was with the members of the Feng clan. Ho Chang Lin was a junior in comparison with him, but he respectfully called him brother. We'll see who can fight on the Jing clan side, said Ho Chang Lin calmly. He looked at Lin Feng, a little worried. What could they do if the Jing clan refused to release Mu Chen? Yes, I'm convinced your friends are all extremely strong, we'll win, said the Yu cultivator, smiling thinly. If the Jing clan had called people from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, it would be difficult for Ho Chang Lin and the others to do as they wished. People from the Jing clan are here. The crowd gazed into the distance. A group of strong cultivators arrived slowly. Even the elder of the Jing clan had come personally. Jing Yan and Jing Ran were there as well. They looked confident and at ease as they looked over the crowd. Many people had cold sweats. They had the impression there was something wrong. Jing clan, you came to battle, but are you going to release our teacher? Asked Ho Chang Lin calmly while walking forwards. However, he wasn't calm on the inside. Fight! Said a strong cultivator of the Jing clan indifferently. Ho Chang Lin took a deep breath and said, Tiantai's disciple will step onto the battle stage to kill today. A terrifying energy began to fill the air. The sun was shining and it was a warm day, but those energies felt ice cold. Ho Chang Lin was crazy. Kill people? The strong cultivators of the Jing clan smiled cruelly and said, You can try. When the crowd saw their cold smiles, they knew something strange was going on. In the distance, some chi began to surge, and the wind roared furiously. A powerful and ferocious chi swept over. What a powerful bestial chi! What kind of beast is that? Thought the crowd gazing into the distance. In front of the sun, there was a gigantic beast. It had the head of a lion and the body of a bird, with gigantic wings. It looked particularly ferocious, and made the whole crowd shiver. What a terrifying beast! It seems extremely strong. The crowd was astonished, especially when they saw a group of 5 people standing on that beast. On the edge of the wings, there were 2 people wearing deployment robes. Their chi looked extraordinary. They also glanced at the watching crowd disdainfully. On the head of the beast was a young man, his robe fluttering in the wind like an aloof king. It's him. Yu Lin frowned. His cheek twitched. The Jing clan had invited him too, and the 4 other people were strong, too. The 3 clans were definitely going to lose. Phew, he surprisingly came. What price did the Jing clan pay? Sumu took a deep breath when he saw that young man. His heart even started pounding. Even though the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry was a powerful group, there weren't many people who were at the very top of the Huang Qi layer there, and the young man on the head of the beast was one of them. He was initially getting ready for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, but today he had come to Qingshan City. When the Yu clan's members saw Yulin and Su Mu's expressions, they realized something was going on and asked Yulin, Who's that? Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, a cultivator of the top of the Huang Qi layer who has no enemy at the same cultivation level, Yulin said solemnly and respectfully. A cultivator of the top of the Huang Qi layer who had no enemy at the same level. Some people were more talented than some others. Some people broke through to the D Qi layer when they reached such a level, but some people needed more time to make their strength mature. Those people could easily kill ordinary great emperors. Some people who had no enemy at the same level were even stronger than some people who had already broken through. They were rare and powerful. When Lin Feng heard the words "who has no enemy at the same level," he remembered those cultivators of the very top of the Zun Qi layer who had no enemies at the same level either. Back then, those people understood cosmic energies already, or their force had already been multiplied by 1,000. However, at the level of the Huang Qi layer, it meant only one thing: fighting abilities. Nobody said that about themselves, not even geniuses. The continent was too big. There couldn't be one person who had no enemy at the same level in the whole world. Therefore, it referred to some people who were getting closer and closer to the literal meaning of that concept. In godly clouds, it probably meant that that person was qualified to participate to the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. A cultivator who has no enemy at the same level. All the members of the Yu clan were stupefied. Then they heard Sumu say, he's also an emperor. However, Yi Kei can kill ordinary emperors of the top of the Huang Qi layer. Yi Kei is very strong. In the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, he's like an overlord, said Yulin and Su Mu. The faces of the Yu clan's strong cultivators twitched. The Jing clan had surprisingly invited such terrifying people. They really wanted to protect their deployment mine. What about the 4 others? They're also extremely strong. I can't participate in that battle. Let them fight, Yu Lin said indifferently. He wanted to give up the Jing clan's deployment mine already. He was convinced that if Ho Qing Lin and the others fought, they were going to die. Lin Feng overheard Yu Lin and Su Mu. He frowned. Maybe they were afraid not because those people were too strong, but because those people's social status was too high in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. The Jing clan had surprisingly invited such people. Lin Feng thought about that, the members of the Yu clan also thought about that. At that moment, they looked pensive. What price had the Jing clan paid to bring these people here? I hope that Yu Lin and Su Mu will make friends with those people when they go back to the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. That way, they will never do anything against the Yu clan, thought some strong cultivators of the Yu clan. The beast landed in front of the members of the Jing clan. The members of the Jing clan greeted them politely. Many people from Qingshan City had now realized there was something wrong. Brother Ye Ke, I wouldn't have thought you would come to Qingshan City. If I had known that, I would have come to pick you up, said Su Mu politely, bowing before Ye Ke who was on that beast. Brother Ye Ke, since you came to Qingshan City, the Yu clan will do their best to welcome you warmly, said Yu Lin, waving at Ye Ke politely. Many people were speechless. Yu Lin and Su Mu were members of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry too, and they were so polite to that man who was of the same generation as them. It meant that they belonged to different worlds. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2108, Humiliation. Chapter 2108, Humiliation. When Ye Ke heard Yu Lin and Su Mu, he looked at the members of the Yu clan and said indifferently, since you are from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, you may not participate today. Understood, brother. Yu Lin and Su Mu nodded. When the members of the Feng and Wen clans heard that, they pulled long faces. Su Mu and Yu Lin were so respectful to him, they didn't even dare contradict him. Initially, they had thought Yu Lin would help, but now he didn't dare fight. The members of the Feng clan and the Wen clan looked at Ho Qing Lin, Tianqi, and the others. The battles were going to be difficult. Ho Qing Lin frowned. Then he turned to the strong cultivators of the Feng clan and said, the Jing clan asked to postpone the battles of 3 days, they should choose fighters first, right? Ye Ke and the others gave Ho Qing Lin some pressure. Jian Mang, Tianqi, and Ruoxia had already fought. Lin Feng and Ho Qing Lin could win a battle. But what about the 3 other ones? Jing Shou and Tantai might be able to win a battle too, but it wasn't sure. Therefore, if they could choose fighters according to the enemies, that would be better. Yes, they should, replied a strong cultivator of the Feng clan. He stood up and said, since we've been waiting for you, you should choose people first, right? Ye Ke looked at the strong cultivator of the Feng clan aloofly, and said disdainfully, you surprisingly care about who chooses their fighters first. They surprisingly dare talk to outstanding cultivators of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry that way. Agreed a strong cultivator of the Jing clan, sneering. This battle is not necessary. You should have made them surrender, but since our teacher told us to come, blood will flow now, Ye Ke said arrogantly. This bunch of little boys dares talk empty words, whispered Tantai icily. He came out of one of the Yu clan's palaces in the distance. Yu Lin frowned and looked at Tantai, whispering, you're ignorant, like a frog in a well. Ye Ke was extremely well known in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, so in Qingshan City, he was considered even stronger. He was an incredible cultivator. At the same cultivation level, almost nobody could compete with him. Even some great emperors couldn't compete with him. The Jing clan had surprisingly invited such people over. Hopelessly stupid, retorted Tantai icily, glancing at Yu Lin. Yu Lin looked back at him coldly. Lin Feng tapped Tantai's shoulder to tell him to calm down. Arguing with Yu Lin was useless. Now that the members of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry were there, what could they do? Lin Feng only thought of Mu Chen, nothing else. Ho Ching Lin brought the members of Tiantai to the front and looked at Yi Kei and the others calmly. He said indifferently, "Blood will flow? Since it's that way, if you fight today, you represent the Jing clan and we can kill you if we are able to?" "Yes." The members of Tiantai looked aloof and composed. The atmosphere was oppressive at that moment. People finally remembered that these people were talented, too. 3 days before, they had astonished the whole town because of their teacher. However, the 5 cultivators who had come from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry were beasts. Yulin and Jingyan looked like insects next to them, especially in front of Yi Quebec Yulin, Sumu, and the others all looked to him respectfully. "Ridiculous. Su Yu. First battle, you go," said Yi Quebec. A young man who was on the left wing of the beast instantly responded, "All right." He jumped forwards, moving quickly and landing instantly on the battle stage. He released chi towards Ho Ching Lin and the others, the air humming. His cosmic energies had fused together with force. Those energies mainly targeted Ho Ching Lin. "Who's coming to die?" asked Suyu calmly. His chi kept humming. His teacher had ordered him to come, now he wanted to kill. He didn't just want to protect the Jing clan's deployment mine, he wanted to take all the others. What a powerful chi! Apart from chi, Ho Ching Lin sensed something else, another kind of strength. Dao power. The Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry was very famous in godly clouds. They had many geniuses, especially since godly clouds was the central part of the continent. Suyu raised his hand and a gigantic black sword appeared. It looked heavy and endless because it was so long. He put it on the ground, there was a rumble as a cloud of dust appeared. The ground trembled. Marks appeared all around the sword as a thick strength surrounded his body. The atmosphere became oppressive. Back then, Suyu killed an arrogant high-level emperor in one sword strike. His strength is almost unmatched at the same cultivation level, Yulin sighed. This battle was going to be tragic for Mu Chen's disciples. "Powerful force, I'll go," said Ho Chang Lin calmly. He slowly walked out. His robe fluttered in the wind. He walked onto the battle stage and stretched out his hand. He grabbed the sword on his back. He was moving slowly and naturally. Both fighters' forces were incredible. That Ho Ching Lin is those people's second fellow disciple. He must be extremely strong, and now he's going to fight the first battle, analyzed the crowd. A heavy sword versus a swift sword. Suyu smiled mockingly. The air crackled as he charged towards Ho Ching Lin while brandishing his gigantic sword. Stars appeared all around the battle stage. Strident sounds pierced through people's eardrums. At the same time, a powerful, thick, and heavy force bore down on the whole battle stage. Ho Chang Lin's force and chi changed. A strong wind started blowing and the air began to buzz wildly. A vortex appeared around him, filled with reincarnation strength. Ho Chang Lin also started moving forwards. A hurricane roared furiously around him. Reincarnation strength filled the air and blotted out the sky. The energies weighed millions of Jin. Reincarnation, he controls reincarnation now. The aura was pressing down, people's hearts started pounding. How strong! It wasn't easy to tell who was going to win now. Suyu's expression slightly changed. However, his sword continued streaking across the sky. Marks kept intertwining on the battle stage. They turned into powerful dazzling deployment lights, making the gigantic sword even more powerful. "Die!" shouted Suyu explosively. The heavy sword hacked towards Ho Ching Lin. However, Ho Chang Lin was crazy when fighting, nothing could distract him. he had to bear the pressure. Reincarnation lights penetrated into his enemy's godly awareness and body. Who was going to suffer more? Suyu's arm descended, his sword moved towards Ho Qinglin. Ho Qinglin sensed the pressure, and had the impression his body was going to explode. However, his sword moved too. It absorbed reincarnation lights, and Suyu's body began to distort. He was falling into the wheel of reincarnation, thought. He's crazy. His attacks are so swift, but he looks extremely aggressive, thought Lin Feng when he saw that. He was still convinced that Ho Qinglin was going to win. Ho Qinglin couldn't be weaker than his opponent. The crowd was shaking. Even their souls were trembling. However, the atmosphere on the battle stage had already calmed down. Ho Qinglin looked crazy as he took a deep breath. He had the impression his body was going to be crushed. It felt like the earth and sky were about to collapse. However, he still looked confident and at ease, as he turned around and walked back to Tiantai's people. Everybody was staring at him. He had won. Regarding what was on the battle stage, only a gigantic and heavy sword was left. Suyu had already disappeared. There were still some intertwining marks left on the ground. However, they weren't enough, and hadn't protected him. Ye Kei felt humiliated. They had lost the first battle. He had the impression he had been slapped in the face. Ye Kei frowned and looked at Tiantai's people with murder in his eyes. He could look furious, but it wouldn't change the result of the battle. The members of the Jing clan were astonished. Suyu had been killed? He was a genius from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry and he had been killed because of the Jing clan? The members of the Yu clan were astonished too, especially Yulin and Su Mu. Their thoughts were shaking. They felt ridiculous for what they had said just before. Oh wow, the cultivators of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry are so strong, said Tiantai mockingly. Ho Qinglin had humiliated them, how awesome. Those two morons kept talking about how strong Suyu was before the battle. Su Mu and Yulin heard he was making fun of them and frowned, but what could they say? Suyu had been killed, it was a fact. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2109, Tantai's Explosive Temper. Chapter 2109, Tantai's Explosive Temper. The four cultivators on the beast's back looked furious and glared at Tiantai's people with murder in their eyes. Their chi began to vibrate, especially Ye Kei's. Many people couldn't handle his chi, so they moved further away. Even some young people of the Jing clan couldn't stand near him. How strong, the people from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry are furious now, chatted the crowd. These battles were going to be deadly. Ho Qinglin is those people's fellow disciple. He won the first battle, but the others aren't as strong as him. They won't be able to defeat the extremely strong cultivators of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. The crowd nodded to one another. 5 battles had to take place. Tiantai's strongest cultivator had won the first battle, so many people thought the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry would win the remaining battles. Second battle, I'll go, said Jingshou indifferently on Tiantai's side. No rush, said Ho Qinglin calmly. Jingshou was strong, he could win, and Lin Feng was going to win too. Tiantai's people didn't even wonder when they'd send Lin Feng, he was definitely going to win, so they didn't rush. Even though Tiantai's people had won only one battle so far, they considered they had already won 2, just like the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry considered they had already won 1 battle thanks to Yi Quebec. Tiantai's people were wondering who they could send for a third victory. Jingshou could probably win one, so Ho Qinglin didn't want him to rush. Mubei, they'll definitely try to kill you. When they release Qi, you leave and surrender. No need to fight to death, said Ho Qinglin to Mubei telepathically. The Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry would naturally win the second battle. All right. Mubei nodded and jumped forwards, landing immediately on the battle stage. Die! Shouted the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry's cultivator when he landed on the battle stage, attacking instantly. At that moment, his chi turned into a beam of light and shot towards Mubei. People around the battle stage were shaking. Mubei waved his hands, and stone plates descended from the sky and bombarded the chi. However, his expression slightly changed and he withdrew quickly. You think you can escape? The strong cultivator of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry chased him closely. However, many words appeared in the air and exploded one after another, slowing him down. By the time they were done, Mubei had already jumped off the battle stage and said, "I give up." Arg! That person shouted explosively. His chi turned into a dragon and charged Mubei. Ho Changlin smiled icily, releasing sword chi which snuffed out the dragon quickly. "You don't even dare fight, coward," said that person, glancing at Mubei icily. He returned to the beast's back. The crowd sighed. As they had thought, Mu Chen's disciples couldn't compete with these people. 3 days before, they had made the blind sword cultivator fight, as well as a few other extremely strong cultivators. Otherwise, they would have had a chance to fight against these people. They're smart at least, they are trying to avoid losses, Sumu said calmly from the middle of the Yu-clan. The one who had just fought was also a genius from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. Among those 5 people, apart from Yi Kei, he was the next strongest of the group. "Third battle, it's your turn," said Ho Changlin, not letting anyone distract him. A strong cultivator jumped forwards. He looked like a sharp weapon, his chi sharp. He resembled Wang Jian, whom Lin Feng had killed in the past. He probably practiced weapon cultivation. "Jingshou, this battle is yours," Ho Changlin said to Jingshou. Jingshou nodded. Back then, he had joined Champion University before Lin Feng and the others, and had already ended up second on the higher ranking list. Only Ji Wuyo was above him. After that, Lin Feng and the others had displayed incredible talent, and Jingshou had decided to help Lin Feng manage a secret force of Tiantai. At the same time, he had also obtained the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, so he wasn't any weaker than Ho Changlin and the others, and he progressed as quickly as they had. Being friends with many geniuses was a good environment to progress quickly as well. Geniuses could help one another. If one of them didn't progress quickly enough, the others could help them out. When Jingshou jumped onto the battle stage, the crowd couldn't see his hands because they were in his sleeves. The members of Tiantai knew why. He had the hands of an assassin, because back in the day, he was the first assassin from their homeworld. The strong cultivator of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry moved, and deployment lights filled the battle stage like a spider's web, turning into a pattern. At the same time, his body was surrounded by a sharp weapon chi. It was like he could destroy the sky. His chi seemed endless, and shot towards Jingshou. What a strong cultivator! The 5 members of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry are terrifying. None of them is weak. They're terrifyingly strong. The crowd chatted when they sensed that chi. "I wonder whether this guy is as strong as Ho Changlin, or whether he will surrender and escape," mused some wags. Jingshou started moving. His body turned into an illusion, and his silhouette became blurry. He was moving swiftly, but it seemed difficult to catch him. What a mysterious agility technique! It's an invisible and intangible illusion. Even the terrifying weapon strength can't reach him. That guy wants to fight, it seems. He's really strong. The watchers finally realized. His hands were still in their sleeves. "Die!" shouted the strong cultivator of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry loudly. He hopped around, his weapons emitting furious humming noises. Energies pulsed, driving thousands of long spears to impale everything. One mistake and those energies would pierce him through. At that moment, Jingshou finally moved his hands. illusions appeared, all silhouettes of Jing Shou. Were those clones? Cut. Spat the strong cultivator of the celestial remarkable deployment ministry icily. A hand streaked across the sky, and a gigantic blade chopped through a few silhouettes. However, there were still a great many of them. They didn't seem to be corporeal, and continued closing in on him. Ice-cold lights suddenly appeared next to the ministry cultivator. One of Jing Shou's silhouettes turned into a real body of Jing Shou. He suddenly raised his left hand and a gloomy dark light appeared. It was a dagger thrusting towards the man's head. The ministry cultivator was angered, his blood boiling. More weapons appeared, trying to hack apart that silhouette. However, danger came from the other side. Another illusion turned into a real body. The dark dagger was thrusting at him again. How dangerous! How can he hide with his arms? Wondered the audience. Which one was Jing Shou? His attacks weren't very aggressive. It was like the illusions could vanish any time. At that moment, blood splashed as one of the ministry cultivator's arms was cut, and he was driven backwards. The silhouettes followed. How savage! He looks like a beast. The crowd frowned. The cultivators on the back of the beast were shocked and looked unsightly. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. Ye Kei jumped off the creature and shot towards the battle stage. Move away! Shouted Ye Kei icily, explosions lashing in front of him. The battle stage started cracking. His friend was already behind him. Jing Shou's silhouettes all shattered and he was injured, driven away as blood splashed. Tiantai's people were shocked. How ridiculous! The Jing clan invited such people to come and fight? We lost this battle, said Ye Kei icily. Then, he added sounding indifferent, no matter what, there are 2 more battles, the last 2 ones, come together. What an asshole! Tiantai couldn't handle it anymore, he was losing it. He shouted explosively, he lost and you dare get involved, the celestial remarkable deployment ministry is a bunch of morons, how ridiculous. Sumu frowned, he turned to Tiantai and said, watch your words. You two are stupid assholes as well. We're fighting for your clan, the Yu clan, and you're hiding and putting your tongue in the enemy's asshole, you're ridiculous. Said Tiantai mockingly. Yulin moved towards him and said icily, you want to die? I want to die. Shouted Tiantai explosively. He jumped towards Yunli and released Qi to the skies. He was furious and threw himself at Yulin. At that moment, Yulin pulled a long face, as did the other members of the Yu clan. When they sensed his Dao power and strength, they shivered. He was this strong? There were 2 loud crashes of brutal impacts, and Yulin was smashed far away as blood sprayed out. He awkwardly came back on his feet and stared at Tiantai, his face turned deathly pale. You're a damn piece of shit. I'll crush you, asshole. We'll see if you continue acting arrogantly in front of me every day like you've been doing. Shouted Tiantai. He was furious now and kept swearing at the other man. Yulin felt extremely humiliated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2110, A Silhouette Stepping Onto the Battle Stage. Chapter 2110, A Silhouette Stepping Onto the Battle Stage. You're a damn piece of shit. I'll crush you, asshole. We'll see if you continue acting arrogantly in front of me every day like you've been doing. His voice resonated everywhere in the surroundings. The crowd was astonished and shaking, especially the members of the Yu clan. Their hearts were pounding violently. They were all staring at Tiantai. At that moment, Tiantai was furious and his strength kept exploding around him. A lion appeared around his fist. The first genius of the Yu clan, who also practiced cultivation in the celestial remarkable deployment ministry, had been smashed away and was bleeding. The worst thing was that the Yu clan had never taken Tiantai seriously before. Sumu and Yulin had made fun of him numerous times. The Yu clan's members' hearts kept pounding. Sumu and Yulin felt humiliated. They had humiliated Tantai a few times, and he had put down Yulin in one punch. Just before, Yulin had said he wanted to kill Tantai. Yuxian's eyes were wide. She had thought that Tantai was strong, but she had never thought he could be that strong. One punch and he had crushed Yulin. Yuxian thought of Yukoan, Yu Yi, and the others. They had never thought that Lin Feng's friend could be so strong, that such an amazingly strong cultivator could have been staying in their clan. They had just been cold to him. Yuxian was astonished. At that moment, Yulin released a terrifying chi towards Tantai. A little dog needs a good lesson to submit. Tantai was aggressive. The clash of their power erupted in the air. He jumped forwards, as lofty as a tower. The crowd had the impression they were looking at a lion king, wild and mighty. He shouted furiously but nobody heard him, his shout just resonated in Yulin's skull. It almost made his soul and body explode. The strength of a lion oppressed him. Yulin already had the impression he was going to be crushed even though Tantai was still running towards him. Yulin was the strongest emperor of the Yu clan. He was really terrifyingly strong. But when facing someone who had such a strength as explosive as Tantai, he felt weak. Yulin was smashed away again, the sounds of bones shattering accompanying him. He had the sensation his arms had been crushed, his right arm was hanging loose. His face was white as a sheet. That time, Tantai didn't say anything, he just acted and proved he was strong. Yulin was a proud man. Since he also practiced cultivation in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, he was considered a strong cultivator in the Yu clan. Amazingly, someone could oppress and humiliate him like this. Phew, the members of the Yu clan were astonished. The first genius of the Yu clan was being crushed by Tantai. Tantai was a guest of the Yu clan, they had all thought he wasn't strong, and he was Lin Feng's fellow disciple. Wait, there's something wrong. At that moment, Yukoan, Yu Yi, and the other members of the Yu clan realized something. They slowly turned around and looked at another young man. Lin Feng had brought Tantai to the Yu clan. Tantai kept listening to Lin Feng's orders. Tantai was extremely strong, so what about Lin Feng? When they realized that, the members of the Yu clan were astonished, especially Yu Yi who had met Lin Feng first. Her beautiful eyes glittered. Lin Feng, the Yu clan had ignored Lin Feng, but how strong was he? If Lin Feng was as strong as Tantai, then he could already be considered a genius. Tantai was furious, he kept swearing furiously, a bunch of morons. Stupid Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. You lost so you lost, why did that shameless bastard have to come? A bunch of shit. Yulin, Sumu, and the others, you are a bunch of shit. Then, Tantai looked at Ye Kei and said icily, you guys lost the third battle, you wanna fight the fourth battle? Ye Kei frowned. Even though Tantai was strong and had defeated Yulin, he wasn't strong enough to fight against Yi Quebec. The crowd was astonished. So initially the Yu clan also had some members of Tiantai, Mu Chen's disciples? The Yu clan understood something. Tantai and Lin Feng were also Mu Chen's disciples. They had invited Ho Ching Lin and the others to come to the Yu clan, but they had ignored Lin Feng and Tantai, so they hadn't come. Jing Xiaoyu wasn't too surprised. She looked at Tantai and Lin Feng. Lin Feng had talked to her before. After what had happened, she had guessed that Lin Feng was also one of Mu Chen's disciples. She was relieved. Those people were all geniuses. Even if he died, at least he had left a great legacy behind. His disciples were also outstanding, they could make the whole town tremble. I told you, the last two battles, two at the same time. You can come if you want, I will show you the power of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, said Ye Kei as his cold chi filled the air. If he didn't get involved in Tiantai sent someone like Jing Shou again, a fifth battle would be useless. Therefore, he wanted to change the rules and fight against two cultivators at the same time. The rules could be adapted to different people sometimes. The Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry could choose the rules here, not Qingshan City. This battle isn't important to us, said Ho Qinglin at that moment. When the crowd heard him, they looked over. Ho Qinglin wanted to give up? This battle should have ended 3 days ago. We gave the Jing clan an opportunity to release our teacher. Initially, I wanted to exchange a deployment mine for my teacher. But the Jing clan doesn't care about rules. I was wrong. I think the Jing clan lost today, and they proved it, said Ho Qinglin calmly. He continued slowly, today, we could have distinctly differentiated the winners and the losers, but the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry are like the Jing clan, a bunch of despicable and shameless people who never admit their defeats. You're proud and arrogant, you don't care about rules. You think you're just too amazing. I'd like to ask you, if you lost, would you do like the Jing clan? You wouldn't have handed over the deployment mine, right? When the crowd heard Ho Qinglin, they had the same thought. What if Ye Ke had lost? Would the Jing clan have handed over the deployment mine? Nobody could be sure. Since the Jing clan had gone against their word already and invited some geniuses from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, if they lost, maybe they would find another excuse. Would the Yu clan force the Jing clan to give them their deployment mine? But could Ye Ke lose? Nobody thought so. Ye Ke certainly didn't think so. The members of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry didn't think so. The Yu clan and the Jing clan both didn't think so. Ye Ke was an emperor who had no enemy at the same level. Even if you won some battles, you are not eligible to stand before Brother Ye Ke, sneered a young man standing behind Ye Ke on the beast. Ridiculous. You are stupid. You can't defeat Yi Quebec. That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard this year, said another one slowly. Ye Ke was an emperor who had no enemy at the same level. Before the battle, you thought nobody was going to lose these battles, and when you did lose a few ones you violated the rules, said Ruo Xie calmly. We humiliated you. And now nobody dares admit they've lost. Ridiculous, said someone else. The members of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry and Tiantai were verbally jabbing one another. The clans just watched. A strong wind started blowing. The atmosphere became oppressive. Just reply, will you fight or not? Said Ye Ke calmly. Of course we'll fight. 1-on-1. Replied Ho Qinglin. Tiantai's people looked at him nervously. Why was he so self-confident? Tiantai headed towards the battle stage. The crowd was stupefied. Tiantai? However, Tiantai stopped. If he didn't fight, who would? At that moment, the one they had ignored slowly walked out of the group of people from the Yu clan and headed towards Tiantai's people. Eh? Yu Yi frowned and stared at that silhouette. She was shocked. The Yu clan's people were stunned as they watched him. Yu Yi was staring at him. Tiantai's people watched him too. He was walking slowly. Everybody was staring at him as he walked ahead slowly. That person everybody had ignored. It's him. Jing Xiaoyu was stupefied. Ye Ke's people were also staring at him. Lin Feng. Yu Xian's heartbeat accelerated. Lin Feng walked up onto the battle stage. Tiantai's people watched him. Yu Xian remembered what Tiantai had told her, you will understand what kind of person he is. Yu Yi looked at Lin Feng. Yu Lin and Su Mu just stared. That calm and composed young man, it was the first time that they were going to see him fight. For some reason, he made their hearts beat faster. Finally, Lin Feng stood on the battle stage, facing Yi Quebec. However, Lin Feng didn't even look at Ye Kai. He looked at the people who were behind Ye Kai and said calmly, "You will see that the joke isn't very funny. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2111, Is that joke funny? Chapter 2111, Is that joke funny? The cultivator who was facing Ye Kai wasn't tall. He didn't release terrifying waves of energies. He looked quite calm and poised. Behind him, Tiantai's people looked totally confident as well. They didn't say anything. It was as if everything was as it should be. Is he the strongest cultivator of Tiantai? Thought Yu Yi. Her lips moved, but she remained speechless. She just looked calmly at that young man. He had never shown them how strong he was. He had always remained calm, even when the Yu clan despised him, because he didn't actually care. His main target was the Jing clan, and more precisely, Mu Chen. When Yu Koan saw that, he understood something. When he saw how Tiantai's people reacted, he understood immediately that Lin Feng was one of Tiantai's strongest cultivators. However, could he compete with Ye Kai? Yu Lin frowned. He looked like a sly and vicious snake. Tiantai had humiliated him. His cheeks still burned as if he had been slapped in the face. From now on, people in Chengshan City would make fun of him, but Tiantai was stronger than him, it was a fact. The members of the Jing clan all watched Lin Feng. The members of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry were also staring at Lin Feng. He looked very sure of himself. Maybe he was like Ye Kai and thought he couldn't lose? To the cultivators of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, he was just ridiculous. How could he possibly compete with Ye Kai? Ye Kai looked imposing and awe-inspiring. He looked at Lin Feng aloofly and arrogantly. He smiled disdainfully and said, "At the same cultivation level, very few people dare face me and look that self-confident. When they do, I usually crush their self-confidence." Lin Feng just looked at Ye Kai calmly. He said, "Just like my second fellow disciple said, we don't care about winning or losing. However, you want to prove how strong you are, what if you lose?" When Ye Kai heard Lin Feng, he was stunned. Then, he smiled mockingly and said, "You're still so self-confident." He jumped forwards and explosions sounded. Lin Feng had the sensation his muscles were going to explode. Smashing Dao? Lin Feng was startled. Ye Kai moved forwards and released his strength at the same time. It was getting more and more explosive. Ye Kai's chi was increasing rapidly. Lin Feng's soul also started shaking. "Consciousness smashing!" shouted Ye Kai icily. He released an endless amount of smashing Dao and oppressed Lin Feng's soul. Lin Feng could feel that his soul was meant to explode. However, he remained calm and steady. It was very difficult to crush Lin Feng's soul. At that moment, his chi increased and sword intent began to vibrate furiously. The sword energies converged on him. He raised his hand and absorbed them, and then used those sword energies to destroy the smashing Dao strength. A light flashed. With Lin Feng's sword attack, it felt like time and space had stopped. Sword lights moved towards Ye Quebec. Ye Kai released explosive intent. His chi kept pulsing and increasing. Smashing weapon. Ye Kai raised his finger and his intent fused together with his Dao power. Two light beams appeared and the air seemed to shatter before them. Everything turned to dust. How strong? Someone blurted out. The atmosphere had become quite oppressive, and they all felt under pressure. Lin Feng's sword lights were halted. However, Ye Kai's intent and the lights which emerged from his fingers also stopped. Both cultivators were extremely strong. Ye Kai was strong. Lin Feng was strong. That calm guy who had spent some days in the Yu clan was extremely strong. His sword attacks could easily kill cultivators at the top of the Huang Qi layer. And it was just the beginning. It was as if millions of swords had been humming. Sword holy spirits appeared around Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved forwards and his swords cut everything before him. People had the impression they were looking at a mirage. Ye Kei's chi was still increasing, and he was also moving forwards. The ground kept shaking. He attacked the sword energies in front of him, as if he could destroy anything on his path. The two cultivators were getting closer and closer to one another. Lin Feng's sword energies were moving faster and faster. Swords descended from the sky, shining and cutting through everything. Ye Kei was also in a rush. He kept punching out hard enough to make the heaven and earth tremble. The dazzling sword energies couldn't reach him. This cultivator from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry who had no enemy at the same level was really strong, without a doubt, but if you can only do that, then you're far from being able to compete with me, declared Ye Kei calmly. He was getting closer to Lin Feng and releasing smashing Dao intent. He moved and deadly lights moved with him. Deployment energy filled the air. A terrifying strength fused together with his attack as his energies surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the impression he could die any time if he was careless. He's a cultivator who has no enemy at the same level. People who will participate to the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds are really strong, thought Lin Feng. He raised his fist and punched out. With his other hand, he released ancient imprints. Words appeared in the sky. The words of his incantation appeared in the sky and floated around. They surrounded Lin Feng and resonated along with the earth and sky. Millions of sword threads condensed around Lin Feng, and his desolate cosmic energies condensed, too. Lin Feng transformed into a sword king. His cosmic energies were extremely powerful. His aura wanted his opponent to submit before the will of a sword god. What a terrifying chi! And this is the 9-syllable incantation. The crowd frowned. Ye Kei sensed that Lin Feng's chi was powerful, but he just smiled icily and sneered, "You know some good spells, but that's still not enough." Then, Ye Kei did some hand seals. His intent continued rising to the skies. Destruction of the earth and sky, the 10,000 things of creation can be destroyed, weapons and consciousness cannot resist. Everything must be smashed, shouted Ye Kei loudly. He condensed the strength of the 10,000 things of creation. It looked similar to some attacks Lin Feng knew, as he could also condense the strength of the 10,000 things of creation. Smashing Dao and a terrifying chi made the whole crowd shiver, and their hearts started pounding. These two cultivators were terrifyingly strong. They could easily destroy some common great emperors. Ye Kei moved again. Deployment lights condensed around him and turned into smashing strength. His strength kept increasing. Ye Kei is terrifying. His attacks are terrifying, but so are his deployment spells. You're not the only one who knows deployment spells, said Lin Feng calmly. He stretched his hands out and moved them a few times. Celestial stages appeared and turned into flights of stairs. Lin Feng's celestial stage deployment spell condensed. It looked quite imposing. Great celestial smashing hand, die! Shouted Ye Kei explosively. Strength surged out and destroyed everything in its path. At the same time, Lin Feng also condensed the strength of the 10,000 things of creation and the earth and sky. It turned into a sky-destroying sword. His 9-syllable incantation also became more powerful. A gigantic sword streaked across the sky and moved across the celestial stage deployment spell. His strength resonated at the same pace as the earth and sky. Around Lin Feng, millions of sword shadows appeared. People's hearts were pounding furiously, staring at the oncoming collision. Brilliant lights appeared around the two fighters. Only one of them could win. The lights faded away, and the winner appeared. Lin Feng was standing in the middle of the destructive chi, unharmed. Ye Kei was smashed off the battle stage, on his knees and kept coughing up blood. He raised his head and stared at Lin Feng, unable to believe what had just happened. He couldn't accept his defeat. Deployment spells, your deployment spells are extremely powerful, muttered Ye Quebec. If Lin Feng hadn't used deployment spells, he wouldn't have one. However, Lin Feng's deployment spells were terrifyingly powerful, and now Ye Ke had suffered a crushing defeat. The deployment spells of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry are just SOSO, Lin Feng said calmly. The air was eerily silent. The members of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, the Jing clan, and the Yu clan all remained silent. Ye Ke had lost. Ye Ke had unexpectedly lost. Ye Ke was an emperor who had no enemy at the same level, and he had lost. Lin Feng walked up to Ye Ke and looked down at him. The silhouettes of the members of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry flickered, charging towards Lin Feng. He glanced at them with his pitch-black pupils, cursing and death strength emerged from his eyes and intercepted them. At the same time, he punched out in their direction. The geniuses of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry couldn't compete with him. "Did you think that joke was funny?" said Lin Feng to those people indifferently. He sounded like a demon. Nobody said anything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2112, Cruel Punch. Chapter 2112, Cruel Punch. This unknown, proud, and arrogant young man was standing on the battle stage. He had attacked Ye Ke and made him bleed. Everybody remained silent, listening to their hearts beat. They were astonished. How strong! Ye Ke, a genius from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, hadn't been able to withstand a punch from this guy. Was that joke funny? Nobody laughed. Ye Ke was still coughing up blood. His injury was serious. Phew! How incredible! He clearly made that talisman himself, thought Yu Kuan, taking a deep breath. He was staring at Lin Feng. He had ignored such a strong cultivator, instead waiting for his teacher. He didn't know that Cultivator was such a beast. Their best cultivator of the Huang Qi layer, Yulin, couldn't compete with Yi Quebec. If Yulin and Lin Feng had fought, Lin Feng could have killed him easily. Yulin and Su Mu's faces had turned deathly pale. They realized they were nothing in comparison to Lin Feng. "What do you want to do?" Ye Ke's face was red and twitching. He was staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't look at him though, merely replied calmly, "You lost, don't you feel ridiculous? Do you think that joke was funny?" Ye Ke coughed uncontrollably again. He looked like he was in agony. He had never thought he'd lose like that. Lin Feng then turned to the members of the Jing clan and said, "Mu Chen's disciple, Lin Feng." They had already guessed that, but when they heard it they were still stunned. He wanted to dazzle for Mu Chen, to avenge his teacher. Lin Feng's goal wasn't just to be acknowledged as a strong cultivator, he wanted the Jing clan to release Mu Chen. At that moment, Jing Xiaoyu's eyes were red. Mu Chen's disciple, Lin Feng. It was a calm announcement, but it made everybody's heart pound, just like the previous time when Mu Chen's disciples had all said, "Mu Chen is my teacher." The Jing clan was now under great pressure. "He's a member of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry," said a strong cultivator of the Jing clan. He was staring at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. "You're still trying to play games." Lin Feng was furious. The members of the Jing clan had invited cultivators from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, which meant that they had contacted some strong cultivators of the ministry, otherwise people like Ye Ke and the others would have never shown up. If Lin Feng killed any of them, maybe the important people of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry wouldn't let him off. But since Lin Feng was backed up by 3 clans, would the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry say anything? Would the Jing clan keep their deployment mine? The Jing clan was thinking that they were going to keep their deployment mine and that they were backed up. If Lin Feng killed those people, Jing Yan's teacher would have a reason to kill him. He couldn't do much to them, he was just an outstanding young man. He couldn't kill Yi Quebec. As long as Ye Ke didn't die, the Jing clan didn't mind. Even Jing Yan's teacher wouldn't say anything. Therefore, the strong cultivators of the Jing clan protected Yi Quebec. They didn't dare let Lin Feng off, because they were worried he could kill Yi Ke. The geniuses of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry are pieces of trash. And the members of the Jing clan don't want to bear the consequences for their actions. Death intent emerged from Lin Feng's eyes. He raised his hands and suddenly death intent exploded out from them. Lin Feng instantly killed the ministry cultivator, his soul dispersed. The Jing clan wanted to play games? Then Lin Feng had to kill. When the crowd saw that cultivator of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry die, they were astonished. It was the second cultivator of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry to die. The Jing clan wasn't going to bear the responsibilities for their actions? When the members of the Jing clan heard Lin Feng, they were even more furious. Someone started advancing on him, and great imperial energies surged out towards him. His hand streaked across the sky, making a beam of light appear. However, Lin Feng waved his hand and disappeared. He reappeared above that cultivator. A dazzling column of light descended from the sky and moved towards that man. It was like time had stopped. That cultivator turned his head around and released all the chi he could in desperation. However, dozens of swords appeared and sliced him apart. Lin Feng landed back on the ground and glanced around. He said icily, "The Jing clan will pay the price for their actions." A silhouette jumped forwards, the earth and sky trembled. The powerful great imperial strength oppressed everything and shot towards Lin Feng. That kind of strength could easily destroy an emperor. Is that enough? The Jing clan is truly shameless, said a strong cultivator of the Feng clan icily at that moment. He slowly stood up. You lost several times and you keep being arrogant. Hand over your deployment mine now, said the strong cultivators of the Wen clan as well, releasing pulsing waves of qi. The strong cultivator who was oppressing Lin Feng was a celestial emperor. Initially, this battle was between the four clans of Qingshan City. The Jing clan would have lost the first time, but they had asked for 3 more days and then had invited people from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. Even with the desperate reinforcements, they had lost. But the Jing clan didn't want to admit they had lost. You people from Tiantai killed people from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, you think you'll get away with it? Sneered a strong cultivator of the Jing clan icily. The Celestial Emperor moved again. Lin Feng had the sensation he was stuck in a terrifying hurricane and going to collapse. He couldn't resist a Celestial Emperor. You're distorting the truth deliberately, said the strong cultivators of the Feng clan and the Wen clan. Only the Yu clan remained silent. They had some people who practiced cultivation in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, after all. They knew that the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry wouldn't forgive them if they got involved, so they had to shut up. It was better not to get involved and not to invite trouble. Even though they admired Lin Feng for his talent, they couldn't offend the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. The biggest clans of Qingshan City didn't dare offend them. Therefore, the members of the Yu clan remained silent, and that was the best they could do. Lin Feng had a sneering smile on his face. He had hoped to solve the situation using the simplest solution. After all, even though Tiantai's disciples were extremely talented, they needed time to become extremely strong, which is why they had decided to help the 3 clans. However, the Jing clan kept plotting against them, and it wasn't easy to solve the situation that way. Lin Feng slowly turned around and left the battle stage. At the same time, a dark shadow came out of the crowd, looking quite bestial. You think you can leave like that? Said the strong cultivator of the Jing clan. A strong wind started blowing. A gigantic hand swept out towards Lin Feng. However, at that moment, the dark silhouette moved like the wind across the battle stage. The dark silhouette grabbed Lin Feng and rose up into the air, at the same time releasing a punch which made the air tremble. Humph! The Celestial Emperor sensed the newcomer's strength. However, that person just had a powerful strength, but hadn't released chi, so the Celestial Emperor didn't fear him. He stretched out his hand. Explosions began to shake the atmosphere. A terrifying strength pounded out in the direction of the dark shadow. He could probably destroy the interloper easily. The terrifying strength smashed into the silhouette, and nothing happened. The newcomer continued moving towards the Gene Celestial Emperor, a mysterious strength emerging from his body as he punched out in the Gene Man's direction. Just a simple punch. The punch destroyed the Jin Celestial Emperor's attack, stunning him. His hand turned into claws, and he waved them several times, using spells against the interloper. However, nothing happened. It was like that dark silhouette couldn't sense pain. He punched out again, and everything dimmed around him. How is that possible? The Celestial Emperor's face turned deathly pale. His spells were extremely powerful. He could bring his hand down and kill endless amounts of people, but this person's physical strength was too terrifying. Even if they had been a top-level Celestial Emperor, he should have sensed something, or at least injured the other. Even Saint Emperors would have sensed something. However, that dark shadow gave him nothing. The Celestial Emperor retreated, but it was too late. The punch reached his throat. There was a rumbling explosion as a huge hole appeared in his body. The dark silhouette continued moving towards him. He desperately threw everything he could at the dark silhouette, but his target didn't even react. He just grabbed the Celestial Emperor's body and shook him, blood splashing as he ripped the Celestial Emperor's arms off. He didn't stop, moving faster than most people could see. He grabbed the Celestial Emperor by the waist and drove him into the ground before punching him. Terrifying sounds of impact jolted people's hearts. The Celestial Emperor was being ripped apart alive. Blood kept spraying everywhere. He was slowly turning into a bunch of crushed bones and flesh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2113, Rescue. Chapter 2113, Rescue. Cruel, explosive, emotionless, cold. The crowd was astonished and staring at the scene on the battle stage. Their faces kept twitching. It was yet another time they had been astonished today. Who is that? Everyone was staring at that cruelly brutal and violent person. They sensed no chi emerging from his body, but his strength was astonishing. He had ripped a Celestial Emperor's body apart with his bare hands. The Celestial Emperor had attacked him, but nothing had worked. Everybody was wondering what that person's cultivation level was. He didn't seem to have a cultivation level, he was just a body. However, even Qin Shan was astonished when he saw this. The Doomsday Auction House had many incredibly strong cultivators, but that body was useless to them. They knew it could be a saint's body, but even knowing that, they decided to sell it. It was perfect for Lin Feng. He had obtained it, and could use and control it. He had studied hard to control it properly. Lin Feng knew that even if he could not use the saint's spells, at least he could use his physical strength. A saint emperor couldn't destroy that body, only saints could. Physical strength was essential, that's why it was part of the tests on the Holy Way stage. The members of the Jing clan all looked astonished. Even though they were one of the foremost powerful clans of deployment spellcasters in Qingshan City, Celestial Emperors were considered as extremely strong cultivators in their clan. Losing a Celestial Emperor was a true tragedy for them. What was that person's cultivation level? At that moment, the body raised his head and suddenly moved at the speed of light towards Yi Quebec. Back! Shouted the strong cultivators of the Jing clan extremely loudly. A strong cultivator of the Jing clan grabbed Yi Ke and withdrew as quickly as he could. At the same time, a few people advanced, and gigantic walls appeared to block the man. There was an explosion as the man destroyed the wall and didn't stop, he punching out with both hands. The air thundered, two great emperors were struck and blew apart. The empty man continued moving incredibly fast. He looked like a god, his body indestructible. The crowd felt pressured, as if mountains were falling onto them. No cultivator of the Jing clan can stop him? Including celestial emperors? Who would dare try? Who was so insolent? Someone proclaimed at that moment. An overwhelming oppressive energy filled the air as another strong cultivator appeared. Master! The members of the Jing clan were delighted. The strong cultivator descended from the sky, condensing strength and attacking that empty man. The empty man was finally shaken and driven backwards. Finally, someone managed to make him move. The strong cultivators of the Jing clan were still in shock and staring at the empty man. However, when the man raised his head, he was safe and sound, totally uninjured. And there was still no chi around him. What the hell is that thing? The elder of the Jing clan was astonished. The empty man had no chi and the elder's attacks were useless against him. The elder of the Jing clan condensed strength, stretched out his hands, and the atmosphere completely changed as a globe of energy appeared. He bombarded the empty man, metallic sounds spreading and piercing through people's eardrums. However, the crowd saw that the empty man didn't fear that attack. He also punched out in the elder's direction. Feng wanted to try using the saint's body. Even Qin Shan was astonished when he saw this. That body was really impressive. The terrifying attack of the elder drove the empty man into the ground, a crater appearing around him. The crowd drew a deep breath, staring at the two fighters. After a short time, the body came out of the crater, still moving like the wind. The crowd couldn't believe it. What was that? Or who was that? An immortal body? The Saint Emperor's attacks drove him into the ground, but didn't destroy him. The crowd was staring at him. The Saint Emperor frowned and murmured, "Who are you?" His godly awareness reached out for the empty man. The empty man immediately punched out, the air distorted and the godly awareness lights broke apart. "Old buddy, what's going on?" asked someone in the distance, as more chi pulsed out. An old woman arrived at full speed. "That guy is so strange. I can't destroy him. He doesn't die," said the Saint Emperor icily. The old woman who had arrived looked at the saint's body. She focused on him and started attacking. There was a rumble as the empty man crashed into the ground again. However, after a short time, he simply came out of the crater again. So strange. Is it a puppet? Wondered the old woman. How could a puppet be so strong? I could destroy a puppet in 2 strikes, at most, said the old man indifferently. The old woman nodded. She looked at the empty man. She had doubts. After a short time, she gazed into the distance and looked at the members of Tiantai and Feng. "Old man, the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry lost?" "I think so," the old man nodded. The 2 old people frowned and stared at Feng icily. "The Jing clan wants to continue playing?" Feng asked those 2 people calmly. "You're quite arrogant, little boy," said the old woman icily. "You dare despise old people?" "He's talented, so being arrogant is normal," said the elder. "But that kind of people should die." The 2 old people were chatting, and the crowd sighed. The Jing clan didn't intend to give up their deployment mine. The Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry had gotten involved, so the Feng clan and the Wen clan didn't dare steal the Jing clan's deployment mine either. "You're more and more shameless as you get old. You lost, you're so angry that you vent out your anger on young people?" said someone icily in the distance. The Saint Emperors of the Wen clan and the Feng clan arrived and landed next to Feng and the others. Ho Changlin, Tianqi, and the others had already told the Wen clan and the Feng clan to get ready just in case. Tiantai's disciples were extremely strong, so the 2 clans had decided to help a little too. "What? You want to take the Jing clan's deployment mine?" demanded the two Saint Emperors of the Jing clan. Of course. You wanted to steal ours too, retorted the Saint Emperor of the Feng clan icily. Mind your own business, said the elder of the Jing clan icily. The Jing clan violates rules, the Yu clan doesn't care? Said the members of the Feng clan and the Wen clan, looking at the members of the Yu clan. The members of the Yu clan frowned. It wasn't as easy. At the same time as those people were talking, someone wearing a black robe arrived at the Black Tower. That person looked graceful, dainty, and delicate. She had a beautiful face, but she looked quite angry. Who? Two silhouettes at the top of the Black Tower jumped out, but the woman suddenly moved. A second later, she grabbed those two people's throats and their faces turned deathly pale in fear. Master, said the two guards, begging for their lives. Open the Black Tower, said Tang Yu icily. Those two people grimaced. More people arrived. Among them was a celestial emperor. The Jing clan kept their prisoners in that tower, so the guards had to be strong. Nobody could release them easily. Tang Yu suddenly threw those people away and released her chi. 3,000 shadows appeared and moved in all directions while releasing strength. In only a short time, the celestial emperor attacked by Tang Yu was injured. Tang Yu had his life in her hands. He had to open the deployment spell of the Black Tower. Release everyone who's inside, said Tang Yu, glancing at those people. They all frowned at the 3,000 silhouettes around them. Their faces went deathly pale. They didn't dare go against her orders, they could only release the prisoners. Ha, who came to save me, said someone happily at that moment. Many people came out of the Black Tower. In the tower, the Jing clan kept people who they couldn't just kill. Mu Chen was injured. When he came out and saw Tang Yu's beautiful face, he was stunned. Naturally, he recognized her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2114, Oppressing. Chapter 2114, Oppressing. Tang Yu was delighted to see Mu Chen. She knew that Lin Feng cared about Mu Chen a lot, and Mu Chen had been gravely tortured in the Black Tower. She was furious at his condition. She looked at the people who came out of the Black Tower. Thank you very much for saving us, Master, said those people. Many of them were extremely strong, but they couldn't break the Jing clan's deployment spells. When they came out and sensed Tang Yu's chi, they were very grateful. Today, the two ancestors of the Jing clan are out. If you want to get your revenge, you have to move fast, said Tang Yu icily. People's eyes twinkled. Of course they wanted their revenge. Die. Destroy the Jing clan. The prisoners released chi. They knew they had to act fast. They didn't waste time talking and entered the Jing clan's territory. Tang Yu's silhouette flickered, moving to grab Mu Chen. Teacher, what is the state of your injuries? Tang Yu asked Mu Chen. She looked worried. I'm not too badly injured. However, I am astonished by how strong you are, and you still call me teacher? I remember when you became Lin Feng's watcher, back then you didn't even call me teacher, replied Mu Chen, smiling gently. He would have never thought such a thing would happen. He was stunned. It was just too unbelievable. Back in the days, Tang Yu had been a watcher. She was a half-disciple to Mu Chen, but now she had become way too strong. It's different today, teacher, said Tang Yu smiling as she grasped Mu Chen's arm. Mu Chen was stunned and said, Why, are you and Lin Feng that little boy? Yes, said Tang Yu, smiling shyly. She said, Teacher, I became so strong because an extremely strong cultivator sacrificed his life for me. I didn't become strong relying solely on myself. It's impossible to progress so fast. I came to save you because Lin Feng asked me to. Lin Feng is here, too? Mu Chen frowned. Yes, we're all here. Many of Tiantai's disciples are here. They are preventing the Jing clan's strong cultivators from coming here. They even managed to lure the Saint Emperors of the Jing clan to them. When those two arrived, the others informed me I could act and break the Black Tower. But the members of the Jing clan are now getting attacked. They will quickly notice this. Tang Yuyu smiled significantly. Mu Chen remained silent and overwhelmed for a long time. He finally smiled and said, I'm proud of my disciples. You're also like my disciple. Just like Tang Yuyu said, when the Jing clan's Black Tower was destroyed, some people of the Jing clan quickly learned about it. The two Saint Emperors pulled long faces when the news was sent to them. I wouldn't have thought you'd resort to sly methods and attack our Jing clan by surprise, said the elder, staring at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. You're so shameless, I admire you. If the Jing clan hadn't been sly and shameless, I wouldn't have needed to do that, retorted Lin Feng icily. Lin Feng had used the saint's body, and the Saint Emperors of the Wen clan and the Feng clan had arrived as well. The two Saint Emperors of the Jing clan had to retreat and bring their people back with them. Otherwise, these insane young people would kill them all. I'm off. You stay here, said the old woman icily. Someone had just informed her that the Jing clan was under attack, that their prisoners wanted to get their revenge. She had to return. The strong cultivators of the Jing clan knew that there were some terrifying cultivators in the Black Tower who had been imprisoned many years before. The members of the Feng clan and the Wen clan were startled. They wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would be so smart. He had decided to take drastic measures to deal with the emergency, and had so many trump cards. When the crowd saw how the two Saint Emperors of the Jing clan reacted, the crowd realized how resourceful Tiantai's people really were. They knew Lin Feng was extremely talented. These young people were all geniuses. You will pay the price for your actions, said the elder of the Jing clan icily. He couldn't attack him there though, it was too risky. Pay the price? Lin Feng smiled in a strange way. It seems that you still don't understand what will happen. The elder of the Jing clan frowned. Could Lin Feng do anything else to them? Masters, you want the deployment mines? Asked Lin Feng. Of course, said the two masters. The Jing clan wanted to steal theirs, why wouldn't they take the Jing clan's deployment mine then? However, they were still a bit worried. Unless they became one clan, could they resist the Jing clan? If the Yu clan didn't get involved, the Jing clan wouldn't let them off. Yu clan, do you want it? Asked Lin Feng the members of the Yu clan directly. The members of the Yu clan remained silent for a few seconds, and someone finally said, the Yu clan is not getting involved. Alright, then don't get involved. You won't get your share of the Jing clan's deployment mine, said Lin Feng calmly. Brothers of Tiantai, protect me and summon our teacher. What? The crowd was stupefied. Lin Feng wanted to summon his teacher back? Did have an incredibly strong teacher? Alright, said Ho Qing Lin and the others. They understood what Lin Feng meant. Lights twinkled around Lin Feng as he disappeared. Is that how he summons his teacher? The crowd was stupefied. The elder of the Jing clan frowned too. What was Lin Feng doing? Everybody looked around calmly. The crowd didn't realize how quickly Lin Feng had become the center of attention. An eerie silence came over everything. Then they heard a sound, like a great bell had been rung, which made their hearts pound. It sounded again, and a terrifying qi emerged and filled the air. It comes from under the ground? The crowd was astonished and looked at the ground. Something was moving down there, an earthquake? Everybody started shaking along with the ground. He's purposely making a mystery of a simple thing, said the Saint Emperor of the Jing clan icily. He moved and released a terrifying power. Millions of marks and fissures appeared on the ground. However, at that moment, the earth cracked and gave way as two hands slowly appeared under the Saint Emperor's feet. The hearts of the crowd pounded even faster. Such gigantic hands! The ground cracked fully open, and a man slowly came out of the ground. He was tall and sturdy, a true giant. The Saint Emperor of the Jing clan was shocked, looking like an insect in front of him. The giant could bury him underfoot. His chi wasn't terrifying, but the Saint Emperor of the Jing clan had never sensed this saint's strength. Saint, this was the power of a saint. The giant opened his eyes, they were dazzling as he stared at the elder of the Jing clan. "You're the one who bullies my disciple?" said the voice, every word like thunder. The Saint Emperor stepped back, his face deathly pale as he stared at the giant. "Impossible, you're not a saint. No saint has come here. You're just a thread of a consciousness," exclaimed the elder of the Jing clan, icily releasing a terrifying strength. He was getting ready to attack. "Indeed. I gave 2 puppets to my disciple. The body he used just before is one, and this one is one, too. I also transmitted a thread of soul strength to him. He can summon me anytime. You want to try and see how strong I am?" said the giant, calmly slowly walking forwards. The emperor couldn't help but retreat. However, at that moment, the empty man also arrived, and the Saint Emperor pulled a long face. If the old woman had been there, she could have helped him, but now he was alone. "Lin Feng!" someone shouted at the same time in the distance. Tang Yu and Mu Chen arrived, and saw Tiantai's disciples and the giant. They understood what was going on. Tiantai's disciples were excited when they saw Mu Chen. "Brother!" Ho Cheng Lin looked extremely happy when he saw Mu Chen. He almost had tears in his eyes. Mu Chen kept nodding at him. "All right, little boy, you're a big boy now." "Brother, Emperor, you found us. When he sensed you were injured, he didn't want us to come, so we came without telling him," said Ho Cheng Lin. Mu Chen was gratified at the news. His old friend was safe and his disciples were strong, they even had an imposing appearance. He hadn't wasted his time raising them. They were all outstanding. They were talented, but also loving and caring. When the elder of the Jing clan sensed Tang Yuyu's chi, his paling face twisted yet further. If he had only been facing the giant, he would have tried to see how strong he really was. However, there were so many strong cultivators, he couldn't take the risk. The giant didn't attack either. At that moment, Lin Feng was controlling 2 bodies. He had wasted too much energy with Qin Shan's body the previous time, he couldn't do it again. He just wanted to scare the Saint Emperor to death. Lin Feng still hoped he would be able to find a godly medicine to help Qin Shan recover someday. That way, he would have someone to protect him all the time. He wouldn't need to pretend to scare his opponents. But now he had no choice, and it was still enough to scare the Jing clan. At the very least, the Saint Emperor of the Jing clan was scared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2115, Jing Clan's Weakening. Chapter 2115, Jing Clan's Weakening. Mu Chen looked at the giant and that terrifying chi which made him shiver. How strong! He was truly astonished. Who had brought such a strong cultivator come to confront the Jing clan? Mu Chen didn't think the other clans had helped him, they were all strangers to him. Mu Chen! Jing Xiaoyu called out softly when she saw Mu Chen. Her heart twitched. She started crying and said, "I'm sorry." Mu Chen looked at her and smiled. "Xiaoyu, it has nothing to do with you, but I didn't know the Jing clan had imprisoned you in the Black Tower," said Jing Xiaoyu. She was extremely sad. Her clan had deceived her. "Yes, I know," Mu Chen nodded, smiling softly. At that moment, the giant took another step towards the elder of the Jing clan. "I want some people, if anyone dares stop me, I'll kill them." The empty man also walked forwards. Tang Yu joined them, 3 terrifying cultivators. The elder of the Jing clan felt the pressure, his face stiffened. He said icily, "Whom do you want? If you ask anything again, it won't be as simple as wanting a few people. You deceived my disciple, we'll definitely settle accounts," said the giant, releasing an overwhelming oppressive energy. His energies were as dauntless as the sky. The other saint and Tang Yu walked towards Yi Quebec. "You can't touch him," shouted the Jing clan's strong cultivator extremely loudly. "Don't worry, we won't kill him. We'll just teach the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry a good lesson," replied the giant icily. The empty man and Tang Yu pushed the people who were protecting Yi K away, then grabbed Yi Quebec. It wasn't over with just that. Tang Yu took Yi K back and the other saint walked over to the 2 remaining cultivators of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. The beast they were riding roared defiantly, trying to protect them. However, the empty man punched it and simply blew it apart with a single blow. Nobody dared stop him anymore. He grabbed the 2 other strong cultivators of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, 1 in each hand. They couldn't even struggle with him. "What's this supposed to mean?" asked the elder of the Jing clan, his face truly unsightly now. The Jing clan had invited 5 geniuses of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry to come and fight. 2 had been killed, 3 had been captured. If Jing Yan's teacher came to know that, the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry would be furious at the Jing clan, especially since among those 5 people was Yi K. The giant glanced at the elder of the Jing clan icily, but remained silent. Tang Yu spoke to Jing Xiaoyu directly, "Master, leave the Jing clan and follow our teacher." Jing Xiaoyu was stupefied. This was, without a doubt, the best time to leave the Jing clan. Nobody would dare stop her. "Master," said Ho Qing Lin, and the others greeted Jing Xiaoyu. Jing Xiaoyu shivered. She saw all those people smiling and finally smiled back, the release of her cares beautiful to behold. She looked at Mu Chen and said, "My man, your disciples are amazing." As she walked over to him, the members of the Jing clan were furious. This battle had turned into a tragedy. They had lost face and people, and it wasn't even over. The giant turned around. The other saint was looking at the strong cultivators of the Jing clan and he said, "Some things must be sorted. Today, the Jing clan lost. From today on, the Jing clan's deployment mine is no longer theirs. As the Yu clan has refused their share of the profits, the Jing clan's deployment mine is now the one in the Feng clan's. They each get half of it. If the Jing clan attacks them in the future, I'll kill Yi K and the 2 others. This thing with the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry has nothing to do with the Feng clan and the Wen clan. If the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry wants to get their revenge and attacks them, same thing, we'll kill Yi K and the 2 others." The members of the Jing clan were furious. They had lost face, people, and now their deployment mine. "Alright, it's over for today. I'm sure the Jing clan will keep their promises now." "It's enough for today," said the giant dismissively. His massive form receded into the ground. After a short time, Tiantai's people surrounded Lin Feng, who had reappeared. "Brother!" Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Mu Chen, smiling broadly. "Little boy," smiled Mu Chen. He was speechless. He didn't need to talk much, anyway. "It's over now." "Let's go," said Lin Feng. They all had it out. After a short time, the members of the Wen clan and the Feng clan also left. Only the members of the Jing clan were left, as well as some members of the Yu clan. Yuxian watched those people heading off. She had seen Lin Feng and his friend every day on her clan's territory, yet her clan wasn't having a good time. Lin Feng and Tiantai were very honest. They were similar to her. "Yuxian, take care," said a voice in the distance. It was Tantai. He turned around, waved, and smiled at Uxin. Uxin's heart twitched. She suddenly felt so sad. "Little girl, sometimes in life you have to take initiative," said a voice to Uxin telepathically. Uxin turned around and met her father's eyes. She was startled, but replied the same way, "Thank you very much, father. I will definitely come back and see you." Uxin said, "I'm going for a walk," and began to leave. Yulin and the others frowned when they saw that. Yulin shouted, "Stop, where are you going?" "I'm going for a walk to relax," replied Uxin, glancing carelessly back at Yulin. "Come back," said Yulin, frowning coldly. He knew that Uxin wanted to go with Lin Feng and Tantai. "I can go wherever I want without your permission," shot back Uxin. Yulin looked at her icily and said, "If you dare leave, we'll expel you from the U clan." "That damn piece of shit dares act arrogantly again. You want me to teach you a lesson again?" shouted Tantai furiously in the distance when he heard Yulin. Yulin's face stiffened up and he shut up. "Big boy, I want to come with you, will you take me or not?" Uxin asked Tantai. "All right, come with us," answered Tantai with a broad grin. He didn't mind at all. "All right." Uxin nodded. She turned around and looked at Yulin and the other members of the U clan. She said, "I'm leaving the U clan. If I die, it has nothing to do with the U clan. I've made up my mind. See you." Then, she left with Tantai, Lin Feng, and the others. The members of the U clan were astonished. Lin Feng and the others gradually disappeared in the distance. 3 days prior, the Jing clan had thought they'd steal 3 deployment mines, and now their plans were completely ruined. The Jing clan had invited cultivators of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry to protect their deployment mine and they had failed. The 5 geniuses of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry had either been killed or captured. Now the prisoners of the Black Tower had been released, and had slaughtered many of the members of the Jing clan as they took their revenge. Many of the prisoners were also from powerful clans, so their clans would want to get their revenge, too. The crowd all understood something. Because of a few young people, the first clan of Qingshan City was going to fall. The next day, the Feng clan and the Wen clan made a formal alliance and invaded the Jing clan's deployment mine. The Jing clan had no choice but to accept. They couldn't let Ye die. 3 days later, many people arrived at Qingshan City. They wanted to attack the Jing clan, and some of them had good relations with the Feng clan and the Wen clan. They were getting ready to teach the Jing clan a good lesson. A Saint Emperor of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry landed on the Jing clan's territory. When he learned the result of the battle, he slapped Jingyan so violently he flew far away. Jingyan's cultivation was crippled, and was now a good-for-nothing. He couldn't practice cultivation anymore. In the Saint Emperor's eyes, 100 Jingyans were worthless in comparison to a Yi Quebec. Ye was supposed to participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, but he had been captured. He wasn't dead, but he was useless. That Saint Emperor decided not to take a part of the deployment mine in Qingshan City. He was in a rush. He wanted to find Ye. Ye was one of the geniuses of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. He had disappeared, and it was a very big problem. They didn't care about Qingshan City. He arrived at the territory of the Feng and Wen clans, wanting to find Lin Feng and the others, but they had already disappeared from Qingshan City. They had Ye with them, so they obviously couldn't stay in Qingshan City. Besides, the Wen clan and the Feng clan had nothing to do with that matter. The members of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry had willingly come to Qingshan City to fight. Jingyan's teacher also had to bear a part of the responsibility, so he was even more furious. He was also furious that Ye had lost a battle. And most amazingly, that a saint had appeared in such a trivial town as Qingshan City. The Jing clan had fallen. The Wen clan and the Feng clan had joined hands and were starting to rise. They became extremely close. They knew that it was the only way for them to strive forwards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21:16, Going to the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. Chapter 21:16, Going to the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. Lin Feng and the others had left the city almost immediately. Their only goal for going to Qingshan City was to save Mu Chen. Now they had saved Mu Chen and captured some people. They couldn't stay there. Lin Feng was convinced that many people weren't going to let the Jing clan off easily. Even if nobody destroyed them completely, they were going to become nobodies. That was the price for having imprisoned Mu Chen. In a mountainous area, a terrifying demon cloud rose up into the air. Culpa strength pierced through the sky and bombarded someone on the mountainside. Everybody was staring at that silhouette. Lin Feng, that little boy, has he obtained something? Mu Chen's heart kept pounding. He had the sensation that Culpa strength could kill him, but it didn't do anything to Lin Feng. He was just standing there proudly. Brother, no need to be surprised, Ho Chang Lin smiled. Mu Chen nodded. I would have never thought that our people would become so incredible, and it's even more surprising that all the disciples went to study at Champion University and recreated Tiantai there. Of course, we want to make Tiantai even more powerful and stand at the top in the continent of the 9 clouds. Ho Chang Lin with quiet determination. He continued softly, Teacher, Emperor Yu and you are the real leaders of Tiantai. You must recover and take the lead again. It will be a flourishing period for Tiantai. No, I can't, said Mu Chen smiling and shaking his head, I'm old now. You are all stronger and more talented than me. You have all surpassed me, and will become even stronger in the future. You can now take care of Tiantai. I will travel and enjoy my life with Xiaoyu. You and your wife can enjoy life even if you take care of Tiantai, said Tianqi smiled. Mu Chen clapped Tianqi's shoulders and said, Little Qi, you're an adult now. Time passes too fast. Indeed. Lin Feng even has kids. Brother, when will you have a child? We'll have a new fellow disciple, said Ruo Xia. Everybody was chatting happily. Mu Chen was recovering slowly. His soul was injured, and he needed a good soul pellet to recover. The demon clouds dispersed. Lin Feng took a deep breath, as if he were absorbing the demon lights of the earth and sky. Then his silhouette flickered and he landed next to the others. Brother! How do you feel? Mu Chen smiled. Awesome! My whole body is filled with strength, said Lin Feng. He stretched out his hands, and his bones crackled. The strength radiating off him felt dangerous and explosive. Mu Chen calmly punched Lin Feng and hurt his own hand. He couldn't even make Lin Feng move. He smiled and said, with your physical strength, even a cultivator of the top of the Huang Qi layer can't pose a threat to you. Brother, people call Yi Ke an emperor who has no enemy at the same level. Actually, Lin Feng is a cultivator who has no enemy at the same level, a real one. And it'll become even more true when he reaches the very top of the Huang Qi layer, Tiantai grinned. He didn't know Mu Chen, but he knew he was one of Tiantai's founders, and so respected him. The continent of the 9 clouds is extremely vast. I don't know how big it is, and I don't know what it means to be a cultivator who has no enemy at the same level. Back then, Ji Chang thought he was one, and then Chu Chunqiu started rising. Then I met Wang Jian in Zhuoqing. And then I met Wu Ju and the 13 young beast masters of the animal district. They're all stronger than the next one. Nobody has no enemy at the same cultivation level in the continent of the 9 clouds. The most important thing is to become stronger and stronger. As you break through, you have fewer and fewer enemies, said Lin Feng calmly. Even though talent and cultivation level were interconnected, the higher the cultivation level, the better. You're right, breathed Mu Chen. Lin Feng, without mentioning the continent of the 9 clouds, there are many geniuses in godly clouds already. Qingshan City is a small town, but there are many strong cultivators there already. The Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry has other people like Yi Quebec. Yes, the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry is powerful. I captured those 3 and interrogated them about the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. It's a mysterious place indeed. They practiced cultivation and studied deployment spells there. They also have many mysterious worlds. They're famous in godly clouds, so they must be extremely strong. Where are we going? Said Mu Chen. Godly Cloud's capital city, Godly Cloud City, the place where the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds will take place. Said Ho Ching Lin, his eyes twinkling. They had come to Godly Clouds and they wanted to participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. It would be a magnificent sight. Even if they couldn't join, they could watch and learn. According to legends, there are 12 mysterious towns within Godly Clouds. They all have a celestial flight of stairs which leads to the real city center of Godly Cloud City, and that place is supposed to be the real location of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Many strong cultivators are heading there. Climbing up the celestial flights of stairs won't be easy, Mu Chen informed. Uxian nodded and added, each of the 12 towns do lead to the place of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Strong cultivators will appear like a gathering storm. The shrines support the event, and they're the only ones who can open the passages, I believe. Godly Cloud City was a mysterious place even to people from Godly Clouds, especially the inner part of the city where the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds was supposed to take place. There is still some time before the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. However, people are already excited about it. Many people are rushing to Godly Clouds from abroad. Yes, we still have time. We need to think, said Mu Chen with a smile. Tiantai's people couldn't go straight to Godly Cloud City. They could gather some experience first. You're right, brother. I think so, too. Maybe that we'll have some opportunities on the way. We can travel and we'll see where we want to go, replied Ho Ching Lin with approval. He looked at Lin Feng. What do you think, Lin Feng? I want to go to the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, said Lin Feng. Ho Ching Lin was startled. This guy wanted to go there? Lin Feng wanted to spend a few days turning Yi Ke and the others into puppets. With Yi Ke's talent, turning him into a demon puppet and teaching him the celestial evolution holy scriptures would make him incredibly strong. It would be much better than using the Holy Jade Princess. He had also learned a few things about the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, so he had some plans. You have already planned something it seems, said Ho Ching Lin smiled. All right. We're so many people, we can separate anyway. We'll meet and gather in Godly Cloud City again. That's exactly what I was thinking. We're so many people, traveling together is inconvenient. We can divide into 4 groups. Brother, you want to spend time recovering, or do you want to travel with the others? Asked Lin Feng to Mu Chen. We'll see. I can travel with Xiaoyu, we can travel and see the country, Mu Chen smiled broadly. No, you can't. I'll make the puppet protect you from a distance, said Lin Feng. Mu Chen and Jing Xiaoyu glanced at one another, smiled and nodded together. All right. We'll meet in Godly Cloud City, replied Mu Chen. Lin Feng was relieved. With a saint close by, nothing could happen. He didn't need to worry about his fellow disciples, they were wise and strong. They would also reach the top of the Huang Qi layer at some point. In the end, they divided into 5 groups. Lin Feng stayed with Tang Yuyu. Mu Chen and Jing Xiaoyu stayed together. Ho Cheng Lin and Tian Qi took some people with them. Jing Shou and Jin Mang departed with some others. Ruoxia, Tan Tai, and Uxian traveled with some others. After having spending some time together for a few days, they had divided once again. Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu traveled, looking confident and at ease. Once in a while, Lin Feng bathed in the demon pond and his Devamara body grew stronger, his physical strength ever increasing. He didn't know how terrifying the cultivators were going to be at the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. In the Dark Night region, there were the 13 Beast Masters and Saint Tianhun. He knew how strong they were. There was also the first master of the Dark Night region. Saint Tianhun was a true saint. He was going to progress extremely quickly. Therefore, Lin Feng had to become as strong as he could as quickly as possible. The Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry would be a good place to become stronger. He would also learn about deployment spells there, possibly by studying the 10,000 deployment walls pattern. Lin Feng had studied small and great deployment spells, but the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry probably had many things to teach him. The Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry was situated in the middle of a mountain range. It was far from any city, in the middle of nowhere. Lin Feng walked around slowly and looked at the magnificent landscapes. He sighed. This place was amazing. It was exactly in the middle of 8 cities, which were still some distance away. The Celestial Deployment Plate is there. Lin Feng looked at a gigantic stone plate, which formed the entrance of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. Lin Feng arrived in front of the Celestial Deployment Plate and put his hand on it. Lights surrounded his body, and Lin Feng was teleported away. Lin Feng smiled as he reappeared in a place with many marks on the ground. He put his hands on them, there was a rumble of power, and the deployment spell broke apart. The Celestial Deployment Plate opened, and Lin Feng crossed the door. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2117, Beautiful Women's Bet. Chapter 2117, Beautiful Women's Bet. Lin Feng crossed the door and appeared in an empty space with intertwining marks. There was a deployment spell pattern in front of him. The Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry is an interesting place. If you want to enter, you first need to activate the Celestial Deployment Plate, and then you need to break the 999 deployment spells. It is the only way to become a real member of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, mused Lin Feng to himself. His prisoners had told him this. The Celestial Deployment Plate was to test deployment spell casters' comprehension. If they didn't have at least a basic ability to analyze deployment spells, they couldn't enter. After the Celestial Deployment Plate, there were 999 deployment spells on doors, and all cultivators had to use a deployment spell to break them. It was difficult, but it was also a good test for people who didn't have an advanced knowledge of deployment spells, as they could at least practice on them. Those were the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry's requirements. If a cultivator couldn't break the door, and if they failed to do it even after a long time, then it meant they were not skilled enough and could leave. Of course, many people who joined the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry were already strong deployment spellcasters. Many people didn't even need to make great efforts to break the door. Therefore, most people who joined the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry were extremely talented. There were deployment marks under Lin Feng's feet. After a short time, the deployment marks turned into an authentic door which he opened. Lin Feng crossed the second door. It was easy for him, and he progressed quickly. After an hour, he had crossed 600 deployment doors. He was extremely fast. He could destroy the spells in the blink of an eye. However, the doors finally became quite complex. There were millions of marks before him. Lin Feng had the feeling he was in a maze. Even if I need some time to cross the doors, someone ordinary wouldn't even have made it here, Lin Feng reassured himself. He continued onwards, and after 4 hours, he had crossed 800 doors. Inside the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, there was a gigantic peak, with 999 lights on it. More than 800 were twinkling right now, which meant someone had managed to break over 800 doors. The members of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry could all see that mountain and those stars. Many people were staring at it. "It's been a long time since someone has passed the test of the doors," said someone at that moment. "I wonder whether anyone paid attention when the first light twinkled, a dot. It's been 4 hours, I noticed it the lights 3 hours after he started," said some people in the ministry. "What? 4 hours to cross over 800 doors? Yaqing Shan, are you sure you saw that right?" asked someone who had doubts. "Yes, 4 hours to cross over 800 doors. He could break the record. I'm sure the first light hadn't appeared 5 hours ago. When I saw the first light, there were only 9 lights or something, so initially I didn't really care," said someone else. Everybody was amazed. This cultivator was extremely strong. Those people couldn't be lying, it proved this guy was really strong. Crossing over 8 doors in 4 hours is incredible, he might finish the test in less than 10 hours. Only 500 people in the history of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry have managed to finish it in less than 10 hours. "Ha, a new monstrously strong cultivator will join us," said someone loudly. In the history of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, such things happened extremely rarely. "Yes, he must be extremely strong. Even now I couldn't finish it in less than 10 hours, admitted a strong cultivator. Many people nodded agreement with him. Sometimes, people who had just joined the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry could be stronger than them. 830 lights. Less than 10 hours. Said someone. Everybody looked at the peak and frowned. "How fast?" "Interesting," said a strong cultivator landing at the top of the peak. Only one person could stand at the top of the peak. "It's Qianmo," he noticed. Someone reported, surprised. "Gu Shanqiu, how long do you think he will need?" Qianmo asked someone who was also coming, more slowly than he had arrived. "Around 10 hours. He already knows deployment spells, that's why it's easy for him. But in the end it gets complicated. Maybe he will need more than 10 hours. Maybe 8 hours will be enough." Women's voices rose, 2 more people had arrived. Yuqing Sha and Shui Luo. "That guy must be a terrifying deployment spellcaster. Many people are watching him already," murmured some of the watchers below. Those people were all strong cultivators of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. It took Ye 10 hours to finish the test. He's been the best performer in recent history. Before Ye, among the people who are still in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, only 2 managed to do it. "If that guy wants to finish in less than 10 hours, it won't be easy for him," said Shui Luo. "Nothing is impossible. He could be a new talented cultivator. We'll see." Yuqing Sha smiled. "I am convinced this guy will only need 8 hours to finish it." "Ha, the 2 beautiful women are starting to fight," said Qianmo, smiling happily. Shui Luo and Yuqing Sha were both beautiful women, and they liked to argue. They were both extremely strong, both in terms of cultivation and deployment spells, true geniuses of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. "Mind your own business," said Yuqing Sha disdainfully. "Let's bet. What do you think?" "If you're right and he finishes within 8 hours, you win, otherwise I win," said Shui Luo. "All right, but how can we know when he started?" replied Yuqing Sha. "Let's say he started 4 hours ago. If you lose, you kiss Qianmo," said Shui Luo icily. Chen Mo's eyes twinkled at those words. The others were furious. She knew that Qianmo was pursuing Yuqing Sha, but she didn't like him. Yuqing Sha's eyes glittered. She looked at the gigantic peak. "If you lose, you kiss the one who comes out. No matter who he is." Yuqing Sha, it could be an old man, especially if he's super talented. People could join the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry at any age. Except and if he really manages to do it, then I'll help you and kill him. Xianmo said to Shueluo telepathically. Shueluo's eyes glittered and she burst into laughter. Xianmo had a high position in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. If he killed a newcomer, nobody would say anything. He was too strong and too talented, but he was cruel too. No wonder Yu Qingsha hated him. I agree, said Shueluo. Just wait then. Everybody gazed into the distance, the bet the two beautiful women had made attracting more and more people. They were all staring at the gigantic peak. 8 hours was too complicated. Only 100 people had managed to do that in the whole history of the ministry. Lin Feng didn't know he had drawn so many people's attention, as he didn't know people could see when someone took the test. He just crossed doors, one after another calmly. He wasn't even trying to go fast. What's going on? He's going so fast. The crowd murmured. 930 doors. Only 6 hours had passed and less than 70 doors were left. He was way too fast. 10 hours are way too much for him. Even 8 hours are too much, thought the crowd, looking at the two beautiful women. Xianmo was also staring at Yu Qingsha. He would be so happy to kiss her. More time passed. People surprisingly felt nervous. More and more lights were twinkling now. 980 doors. The crowd gulped. Less than 6.5 hours had passed, but the last doors were a bit more difficult. The two beautiful women were nervous and staring at the lights. We bet on a kiss, you better do your best, said Yu Qingsha indifferently. Shueluo looked furious. She didn't want him to succeed so quickly. When Lin Feng crossed the 990th door, people felt like their hearts were about to explode from excitement. This person was an extremely strong deployment spellcaster, maybe even a great scholar. Last 2 doors. Almost 8 hours. But if he hurries, it shouldn't be a problem. Soon, we'll know who will win the bet. 998, the last door. People's hearts were pounding. Last minutes, said Shueluo indifferently. Yu Qingsha nodded. No problem. Their hearts pounded faster and faster. Who was going to win? Who was this extraordinary person? It twinkled, proclaimed Shueluo. Xianmo was furious. Less than 8 hours. Yu Qingsha smiled indifferently and said, You lost. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2118, Power. Chapter 2118, Power. Shueluo knew she had lost, and looked furious. She looked at the gigantic peak as a door opened. Everybody was staring at the door. Who was going to join the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry? Who had passed the test with merit? Everybody wanted to see him. None of them could do what he had done. To the members of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, their time was important, and 8 hours was just an unbelievable time. Finally, the door slowly opened itself, and someone appeared. He was wearing a white robe, and looked handsome and clean. Lin Feng didn't try to hide his face too much. Even though the battle in Qingshan City had drawn the attention of some people of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, even if he hadn't disguised himself too much, the members of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry probably wouldn't recognize him. They couldn't have paid attention to someone else's disciple. However, when Lin Feng came out, he was stupefied to see that so many people were staring at him. He felt like an animal in a cage at the zoo. So many people Lin Feng found he was annoyed. Why so many people? How handsome. You're lucky. Yu Qingsha looked at Shui Luo and giggled. You're lucky, he's such a handsome boy, kissing him will be a pleasure. Ask him if he accepts first, said Shui Luo icily. Yu Qingsha smiled and retorted, don't go against your promise. Who said I promised? Replied Shui Luo. Xian Mo stepped forward, staring at Lin Feng and asked indifferently, Miss Shui Luo wants to kiss you, do you want to accept or not? When Lin Feng heard that, he was surprised. Had they bet on his result? What's going on? Replied Lin Feng with equal indifference. It only took you less than 8 hours to finish the 999 deployment doors test. In the history of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, few people have managed to do that. Therefore, Shui Luo and I bet on your result. Less than 8 hours, Shui Luo had to kiss you, more than 8 hours, I had to kiss someone I hate, said Yu Qingsha, smiling thinly. Lin Feng looked amused and said to Yu Qingsha, I see. So you weren't afraid of taking that risk? I won, right? Yu Qingsha smiled. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. Those people were a bit whimsical. I asked you something. Xian Mo said coldly to Lin Feng, releasing qi to surround him. Lin Feng frowned. These people had bet on him, and he was almost lucky. A beautiful girl had to kiss him, but the best play was to refuse. He walked forwards and didn't look at Xian Mo. He hadn't come to the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry to do stupid things. However, now, it was difficult to escape from the situation. Xian Mo looked at him and smiled icily. He moved and a deadly strength moved towards Lin Feng. So you had agreed secretly. Shui Luo, you can't even kiss someone, you're disappointing, said Yu Qingsha when she saw that. Lin Feng sensed a dark arm moving towards him, explosive and ice-cold lights appeared in his eyes. He suddenly turned around and punched out explosively, qi turning into a vortex. Lin Feng's physical strength was terrifying. Even great emperors couldn't compete with him in terms of physical strength. His punches could kill great emperors. The terrifying punch moved towards Qian Mo's attack and collided with it, crackling sounds spread in the air. Dark lights invaded Lin Feng's arm, but he waved his arm and the corrosive strength instantly disappeared. Qian Mo grunted with pain. He retreated quickly, but his bones felt extremely sore. His arm was now hanging limply. What powerful strength! The crowd murmured when they saw that, staring at Lin Feng. This guy was an incredible deployment spellcaster, but he was also extremely strong and young. Even though Qian Mo wasn't weak, that attack was terrifying. Surprisingly, that guy crushed his arm. How strong, dot. What was that? Lin Feng said dismissively, as if he'd felt a raindrop. Everybody was stunned as he continued walking over to Shui Luo. Shui Luo frowned and stared at Lin Feng. He chose to do that, or you asked him? Lin Feng asked calmly. When Shui Luo heard that, she felt a sudden pressure. This young man was extremely strong, she had seen his punch. I asked him. What do you want to do about it? Shui Luo couldn't handle the pressure. She was facing this powerful man, she had to bear the responsibility. Lin Feng raised his hand. Shui Luo looked astonished and retreated quickly. However, Lin Feng followed her as fast as lightning. He tore apart the power in front of him. Shui Luo raised her arms to stop him, but the nature of the explosive clash of their auras showed her defense was being overwhelmed. Her arm was crushed. People's faces stiffened. This guy was crazy. He had just joined the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, was he going to destroy Qian Mo and Shui Luo? Nothing could stop Lin Feng's punches. He raised his other hand and slapped her face, without his full strength, and even then she was sent spinning away. Blood even spilled out of her mouth. Everybody remained silent. This guy was crazy. Shui Luo had been slapped by this guy. What a humiliation. Yu Qingsha was astonished, too. She hadn't anticipated this guy would be so strong and aggressive. Lin Feng stared at her and said icily, "You bet on me, you lost and tried to fight me? I would have never kissed you anyway. You're cheap and dirty." Lin Feng slowly turned around and walked towards Yu Qingsha, smiling at her. Yu Qingsha was surprised. Did he want to fight with her? The crowd was watching him closely. Lin Feng smiled thinly and said, "Since you bet with her and she lied to you, you can come along." He reached her and smiled. Kissing a beauty is a pleasure. Yu Qingsha was startled, but she smiled and said, "Since you don't want to kiss Shueluo, you won't like my kiss, either." "Wrong, I like you," said Lin Feng, giving her a knowing smile. Yu Qingsha's heart started pounding. If she refused, would he punch and slap her, too? Not only did that guy humiliate Shueluo, but now he also wants to kiss Yu Qingsha. The crowd was speechless. Yu Qingsha looked at Lin Feng, smiled and giggled. "Since it's that way, I'll kiss you." Then, she walked forwards and put her lips on Lin Feng's. They kissed in a gentle and soft way. It even looked passionate. Many of the men watching were stunned, envious, and jealous. After kissing, Yu Qingsha turned around and left, smiling as she said, "I'll remember that kiss." Lin Feng watched her go calmly. There were 81 buildings in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. It was extremely vast. Lin Feng walked away. That guy is strong, however, people won't let him off here. He humiliated Qian Mo and Shui Luo, some people muttered. And Yu Qingsha, he forced her to kiss him. He offended many people already, he's audacious. Many people expressed their opinions about Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't care. He was there already, he couldn't help but sigh, wondering how many geniuses came from this place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2119, 10,000 Deployment Walls Pattern. Chapter 2119, 10,000 Deployment Walls Pattern. Lin Feng's eyes glittered as he gazed into the distance. He thought to himself, the 10,000 Deployment Walls Pattern is one of the treasures of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, and there are only two ways to get in. One is to rely on one's own strength to enter the 81 ministry buildings under the jurisdiction of the 9 ministry sects and become a direct disciple. The second one is to survive a 10,000 killings great deployment spell and then you can immediately enter it. Those were the rules of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. To see the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry's treasure, there was no quick and easy solution. A cultivator had to be a strong deployment spell caster to gain the right. If they were strong enough, they could pass the 999 Doors challenge and join the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, but accessing the rest of the resources wasn't that easy. The 10,000 Deployment Walls Pattern was one of the treasures of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. In order to access it, the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry had to either acknowledge a disciple's strength, or the disciple had to risk their life. Yi Ke had told Lin Feng that the 10,000 Killings Great Deployment spell contained 10,000 deployment spells. They were all deadly. No matter what the cultivator's cultivation level was, passing that test was extremely difficult, especially that the higher one's cultivation level was, the more difficult the 10,000 Killings Great Deployment spell challenge was. In the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, people who managed to pass the challenge were extremely rare. Lin Feng arrived in a vast place. He slowly rose up into the air and punched the sky, hand imprints appearing. He kept rising higher in the air. Finally, the sky shook and golden lights filled the sky, as if a door had been opened. Inside the 81 ministry buildings, many people looked at the sky and frowned. Someone wants to take the 10,000 Killings Great Deployment Spell Challenge. The 10,000 Killings Great Deployment Spell of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry is a fusion of 10,000 deadly deployment spells. It's been a long time since anyone has managed to pass the test. People rose up into the air and surrounded Lin Feng, staring at him. Yu Qingsha was there too, and when she saw him, she was stupefied. This guy wanted to sit the 10,000 Killings Great Deployment Spell Challenge? No wonder his deployment spells were so powerful. What a terrifying guy. He had just joined the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry and he already wanted to sit that test. Lin Feng entered the empty space and lights surrounded him. The golden lights turned into a cloud and condensed into a deadly strength. How formidable! Lin Feng followed the deadly golden path into the empty space and quickly disappeared. The 10,000 Killings Great Deployment spell closed itself after he entered. After a short time, more silhouettes gathered. It's him! He just passed the 999 doors test in less than 8 hours. He broke one of Qianmo's arms, slapped Shui Luo's face, and now he wants to sit the 10,000 Killings Great Deployment spell test. How strong! He even humiliated Shui Luo. Qianmo and Shui Luo are members of the 9 main ministry buildings. They won't let him off. Fought many people. Qianmo and Shui Luo were fellow disciples, members of one of the 9 main ministry buildings. There were many strong cultivators there, and the strongest ones were extremely strong. They would probably help Shui Luo and Qianmo deal with Lin Feng. Many people didn't know what Lin Feng wanted to do. He was in the deployment lights and millions of lights were surrounding him. A terrifying deadly chi surrounded him. Deadly deployment spell. Lin Feng raised his head and saw millions of arrows move towards him. Those arrows could easily pose a threat to a high-level emperor. However, Lin Feng was quite calm as he walked forwards unhurriedly. The arrows crashed onto his body, but his physical body was too solid and resistant. Lin Feng continued walking forwards. After the arrows, a rain of fireballs started. They were scorching hot. Around Lin Feng's body, an armor made of demon and earth cosmic energies appeared. A terrifying strength moved towards him, golden deployment lights in the form of a sword. Lin Feng punched it and destroyed it. However, as he continued walking forwards, a dagger made of lights descended from the sky towards him. Lin Feng calmly punched it as well, and instantly destroyed it. Lin Feng was walking slowly. None of the attacks posed a threat to him. However, he was more and more intrigued as time passed. How enigmatic. Each time he took a step, a deadly attack was awaiting him. Those deadly deployment spells were all kinds of strange things. There was no pattern to them. All this was the 10,000 Killings Great Deployment spell. The strong cultivator who had cast it was probably a great deployment master. He could cast probably mighty deployment spells in the blink of an eye. Even though Lin Feng was particularly relaxed and didn't feel any pressure at all, it was precisely because his physical strength had reached the strength of the top of the Huang Qi layer. Ordinary cultivators of the top of the Huang Qi layer couldn't do anything against him. Otherwise, if an ordinary emperor had come in, they would have died almost instantly, especially to those attacks which blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It was basically impossible to dodge them. Of course, there was another possibility. If a cultivator's deployment spells were extremely powerful, they could use them to resist the 10,000 Killings Great Deployment spell. Lin Feng continued walking forwards and noticed some impressive deployment marks shooting towards him. Deployment spells fell from the sky one after another. Lin Feng didn't stop at all, though. Those deployment spells couldn't make Lin Feng stop for even a second. He was just a passenger there. At his back were 80 ancient swords. A terrifying sword intent filled the air around him. When Lin Feng had the impression an attack could threaten his physical body, he used them. If the members of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry had known that he was walking in such a calm way, they would have been astonished and speechless. In millions of years, only one person like him had appeared, precisely because of his physical strength. Most of the deployment spells couldn't affect him at all. He didn't even need to block them. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't waste his energy. People from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry thought that the 10,000 Killings Great Deployment Spell Challenge was extremely difficult, but Lin Feng finished it easily. When he finished, he appeared in a mountain dwelling, the room calm and dark. There were 10 passages in there. 9 of them led to the 9 main ministry buildings. Lin Feng used the 10th one, the one leading to the 10,000 deployment walls pattern. A wall appeared in front of him, the 10,000 deployment walls pattern. That wall looked alive. It contained an endless amount of deployment spells. Each mark was mysterious and evolved differently. One of the celestial remarkable deployment ministry's treasures, the 10,000 deployment walls pattern. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. An imprint appeared in Lin Feng's third eye, the word Earth appeared, 9 Supreme Ministries, Earth Ministry imprint. Outsiders, even if they passed the 10,000 Killings Great Deployment Spell Challenge, could only watch that wall, but only disciples of the 9 Supreme Ministries could use that imprint to enter the wall. Therefore, Lin Feng used that imprint to enter the wall, and let it surround him. It was an empty space inside the wall. In front of him, an old man was carving deployment marks. His deployment spell was changing. One of them turned into a firebird, moving as fast as lightning. The next one moved slower, a great rock appeared and also flew away, accompanied by whistling sounds. It looked neither real nor fake. How strong! His animal deployment spells are great. That old man is an incredible great scholar, thought Lin Feng. He sat down cross-legged there and studied the old man's movements. He forgot about everything else in the world, solely focusing on the old man. As Lin Feng studied the old man's movements, he didn't forget to apply the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures to the deployment spells. He had to understand and adapt things to his own condition. He couldn't learn stupidly by heart without thinking about what he was doing, including in terms of deployment spells. The great deployment spells kept transforming. With the power of the mind, Lin Feng realized he understood some things he had never understood before. He now understood deployment spell strength in a different way. It was a new territory. Lin Feng spent 7 days there before leaving. He went to another empty space. There was a middle-aged man there carving deployment marks. His deployment marks were weapons, destructive and deadly. His hand looked like a sword and he kept condensing deployment swords made of cosmic energies. At the same time, he created weapons using deployment spells. Lin Feng continued studying. All sorts of cosmic energies used to carve different deployment marks. Lin Feng spent some time there. Many people were talking about him in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. Some people guessed he had died during the 10,000 Killings Great Deployment Spell Challenge because many people came to the 10,000 Killings Great Deployment Spell Challenge place and didn't find Lin Feng. He still hadn't come out after so many days, so many people guessed he had died in there. Nobody could imagine that he had stolen Yike's memories, had passed the 10,000 Killings Great Deployment Spell Challenge, and was now studying deployment spells there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2120, Trying Deployment Spells. Chapter 2120, Trying Deployment Spells. The 10,000 deployment walls pattern had 10,000 deployment spells, all different from the 3,000 great deployment spells Lin Feng had obtained long ago. It was like another territory. Lin Feng focused on deployment spells during those days. Lin Feng was seated cross-legged, there was no strong cultivator in front of him, he was alone. He was studying the modified version of the 10,000 deployment walls pattern. The 10,000 deployment walls pattern has 10,000 deployment spells. There are all sorts of deployment spells. I've been here for more than 40 days, I can't study all of them. If I controlled the 10,000 deployment walls pattern, it would be much better, thought Lin Feng with a sigh. Unfortunately, the 10,000 deployment walls pattern was one of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry's treasures, and with his current strength, he couldn't understand them. Lin Feng wanted to study more, but he needed to go to Godly Cloud City. Even though there was still time before the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, it was some distance away. He didn't know what would happen on the way, either. He couldn't miss this chance. He preferred being early and having enough time to get prepared. Therefore, he stopped studying. He had already learned a great deal. He already understood 2 kinds of deployment spells. He hoped he could get them to fuse together to make his deployment spells even stronger. Lin Feng had spent many days in the 10,000 killings great deployment spell and hadn't come out yet. People from the 9 supreme ministries hadn't seen him. A potentially famous disciple of the celestial remarkable deployment ministry had vanished without trace. Everybody thought it was a pity. Someone came out of the 10,000 deployment walls pattern. When he saw nobody was there, he left, merging with the wind. He opened the door and departed. In the central part of the 81 normal ministries, a silhouette fell from the sky. People frowned, especially when they saw the person zipping away. Who is that person? Someone turned around and saw Lin Feng leaving swiftly. Let's go and see, said someone, chasing after him. Yi Ke was imprisoned in Lin Feng's small world. He had learned a lot from him and could already travel freely in the celestial remarkable deployment ministry. He moved at eye-blurring speed without stopping. After a short time, he arrived in a place with a mysterious deployment area. It was extremely vast with many deployment stones. It was a famous place for the ministries, who practiced deployment spells there. There were over 100 deployment spell testing places there. Many people were trying different deployment spells. Many people from the celestial remarkable deployment ministry came there often to practice. The strongest deployment spellcasters rarely came there, because the other disciples of the celestial remarkable deployment ministry wouldn't have dared come if the strongest ones were there, since their deployment spells were too powerful. After Lin Feng arrived, many marks appeared under his feet. At the same time, he released a hurricane of cosmic energies. Lin Feng had an advantage over many people in terms of deployment spells because he controlled many cosmic energies. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cosmic energies hummed about him and formed swiftly. Illusion intent filled the air. It was made of empty space strength which Lin Feng turned into golden illusions. They were dimly discernible and yet dazzling at the same time. Many people noticed that. Golden cosmic energy which turns into illusion deployment spells. Those already present frowned, they were stupefied. Which supreme ministry was this guy from? In the illusion deployment spell, Lin Feng chopped down, and music spread in the air, turning into a sword halberd and disappearing into an empty space. Whistling wind. Lin Feng moved his hand again. The wind roared out with hollow thunder. There were many marks in the air, as the hurricane condensed. However, Lin Feng attacked the empty space, and the hurricane became invisible and intangible. Deployment spells can mean anything. I just understand the basics. So-called great deployment masters must be as strong as saints, thought Lin Feng. He wasn't proud that he had been in the 10,000 deployment walls pattern, he had just learned that he didn't know enough. He realized his deployment spell knowledge was extremely low. Lin Feng kept moving his hands. Deployment marks kept intertwining. On the deployment spell testing site, many people noticed him and heard the sounds emitted by his attacks. Some people frowned and looked at him sharply. Who's that deployment spell caster? Asked someone, looking at Lin Feng. I don't know. Surprisingly, he's disturbing everyone. Interesting. Let's go and see how people will deal with him. Thought some people excitedly, and flew towards Lin Feng. Be careful. That guy dares interrupt everyone, he must be extremely strong. He condenses cosmic energies to create his deployment spells, we can't see inside. He's a very skilled deployment spell caster. Yes, let's stay together and see, agreed 3 people, entering the deployment spell. Are you here? After entering the golden empty space, they couldn't see one another anymore. How come you're so far away? Replied one of them at that moment. Oh no! Whispered the third one at that moment. Some powerful force filled the air, the sounds painfully piercing through their ears. They were having auditory hallucinations. A strong wind started blowing. That person pulled a long face. He waved his hands and his eyes lit up with light. He looked around at the empty space deployment marks. There were a great number of deployment marks. He condensed the strength of the earth and sky to react. If he could see the marks, he could destroy the deployment spell. However, when he saw the deployment marks, he had the sensation he was being paralyzed. What kind of deployment marks were those? They kept changing. He could only see them for a few seconds before they changed. What a powerful, deadly wind strength! The man's face turned deathly pale. He was hurled away with rolling thunder as it struck him. The marks on the ground kept intertwining and turned into walls. "I lost." "Stop," said a voice in Lin Feng's mind. The 3 cultivators were expelled from the deployment spell and crashed onto the ground. Their clothes were ripped apart, their bodies riddled with bleeding wounds. "How do you feel?" The cultivators glanced at one another. They were all shocked. What a powerful deployment spell! How dangerous! In the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, only around 30 people can cast such formidable deployment spells. I think not more 20, actually. I didn't even understand those deployment marks. There were so many colors and patterns. Who's the deployment spell caster? I don't know. I didn't see clearly. Many people started to make fun of them, they didn't believe them. They immediately entered the deployment spell and very quickly, they realized those 3 people were right. They were also hurled ignominiously out of the spell. Indeed, this guy was a very powerful deployment spellcaster. More and more people tried, and in the end, they were all forced out. It drew many people's attention. Lin Feng was calmly studying deployment spells and modifying them according to his needs. Deployment spells represented extensive knowledge and profound scholarship. He just had to think of something and he could make it. Nothing was impossible. Therefore, Lin Feng had completely changed. He didn't adhere strictly to formalities anymore. He made the deployment spells change constantly. He had the sensation that he was evolving on the path of deployment spells. After this, he intended to leave the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. He had studied the 10,000 deployment walls pattern, and it had been really helpful. 3 more days passed, and during those 3 days, nobody dared attack the deployment spell. Lin Feng kept on changing it. Qian Mo and Shui Luo are here, too? Someone saw 2 people arrive, Qian Mo and Shui Luo from the Li Ministry. They were both extremely strong. However, they didn't intervene. They just stayed in the distance and observed. It's Xia Mao. Someone frowned when they saw that person. Xia Mao had surprisingly come personally. His eyes looked strange and evil. Everybody knew how dangerous he was in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. He was one of the strongest disciples of the whole ministry. Just like Yi Kei, some people considered him an emperor who had no enemy at the same level. So many people are here. The people looked around and realized there were many strong cultivators from the 81 normal ministries, and even from the 9 supreme ministries, including Xia Mao from the Li Ministry. The news that an incredible deployment spellcaster had appeared had already spread through the whole ministry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2121, Nobody Can Break It. Chapter 2121, Nobody Can Break It. Who's the one trying deployment spells? Xia Mao gazed into the distance with his strange and evil eyes. He looked indifferent, calm and aloof, yet dignified and majestic. I'm not sure, but his deployment spells are extremely powerful, replied someone. Xia Mao frowned. Someone has been testing out deployment spells for a few days, and nobody knows who it is? What makes his deployment spells so powerful? Asked Xia Mao. The deployment marks intertwine perfectly. Xia Mao nodded and smiled at the crowd. People from all the ministries are here. Who wants to go and see who that guy is? Brother Xia Mao, the Li ministry is the most powerful. You should go into the deployment spell and see, someone urged him. If I go into it and destroy it, you won't see what makes that deployment spell so powerful, replied Xia Mao calmly. Everybody shivered. Many people had tried to go into that deployment spell, and they had all been thrown out of it. They hadn't even understood what was happening. It contained all sorts of energies. If the deployment spell caster hadn't been merciful, they would have died. Therefore, people who weren't extremely strong didn't want to go into it. Weaker people didn't want to lose face, but they still wanted to see how the 9 supreme ministries would take care of the issue. The supreme ministries can send 2 people each. What do you think? Said Xia Mao to some strong cultivators from supreme ministries calmly. The competition between the supreme ministries was ongoing, as always. I don't mind, answered someone neutrally. I agree too, responded other members of the supreme ministries. Xia Mao looked at Qian Mo and said, Qian Mo, Shui Luo, your deployment spells are extremely powerful. You can probably break it. Xia Mao knew that Qian Mo had been humiliated by someone who had crushed his arm. Everybody made fun of him in the supreme ministries. Now, he was being given an opportunity to regain face. If he managed to break the deployment spell, people would stop making fun of him. Xia Mao had been humiliated even more. She had been slapped in the face and driven away. Everybody knew what Xia Mao meant. Yu Qingsha was in the same position. Even though she hadn't gone through something too bad, that guy had forced her to kiss him. It was nothing glorious. 8 people from 4 different ministries entered the deployment spell. Qian Mo and Shui Luo immediately attacked when they entered, deployment lights intertwining and surrounding them. Powerful cosmic energies condensed and absorbed everything around them. Qian Mo and Shui Luo were nervous, nearly paralyzed with sudden fear as their faces turned deathly pale. They sensed the danger coming from all around them, but they couldn't see anything, so they didn't know where to attack. Everybody, attack at the same time and mess up the deployment marks, shouted Qian Mo extremely loudly. Terrifying sounds spread in the air and pierced through their eardrums painfully. The sounds were distorted and sharp. The sounds grew sharper and sharper. Qian Mo had the impression he was going to die. He didn't feel safe at all, and the strength kept increasing. Drops of cold sweats fell onto the ground. The ground started shaking. Qian Mo was overwhelmed by the fear. He couldn't stand it anymore and shouted furiously, I surrender, take me out of the deployment spell. Piss off, answered a voice icily. Qian Mo sensed a strong wind brush against him. He furiously condensed strength to block it, but an explosive strength hurled him away. The terrifying deadly energies were getting closer and closer to him. Qian Mo had the impression he was going to die. He ran away, but he couldn't see the outside world when he was in the illusion. It felt like the earth and sky were about to collapse on him. Piss off. More strength condensed as thunder rumbled. 2 more people were hurled away. A hurricane surrounded them and smashed down. Qian Mo crashed weakly to the ground. It's you. You just attacked me. Qian Mo and Shui Luo looked at each other, stupefied. They were speechless. They looked back at the deployment spell. A short time after, Yu Qingsha and another man were hurled outside of the deployment spell as well. They also looked stupefied. What's going on? Xia Mao asked Qian Mo and Xia Mao, frowning unhappily. This guy's deployment spell is too powerful, we can't break it, stated Qian Mo, ashamed. He couldn't break it and he couldn't stay inside. He wasn't defiant at all. It's a great scholar, he's terrifyingly strong, Xia Mao declared. People who had been in the deployment spell before and had failed just smiled icily. They knew how strong that deployment spell was. They hadn't managed to break it, either. If Xia Mao and his friends couldn't break it, nobody could. Could it be Yi Ke? Maybe he's back? Wondered Xia Mao aloud. He had heard that Yi Ke had been traveling. Maybe he had come back and was trying out deployment spells. Maybe he was deliberately mystifying? That deployment spell doesn't look like a deployment spell Yi Ke could cast, disagreed Qian Mo. Xia Mao nodded. He walked forwards and entered the deployment spell. Many people were startled. Xia Mao was a great scholar. He had an advanced understanding of deployment spells. People who weren't great scholars couldn't understand his deployment spells. Besides, he also had a special kind of strength. He was definitely able to destroy this deployment spell. After Xia Mao entered the deployment spell, the same thing which had happened to Qian Mo and Shui Luo happened to him. His eyes turned black and white, and grew larger and larger. A vortex appeared before him. He could see through everything. Everything in front of him turned black and white. Empty deployment spell, interesting, said Xia Mao passively. The qi was extremely powerful, but it was just an empty deployment spell. Qian Mo had probably not even noticed that. He had just been terrified. Xia Mao slowly walked forwards, looking relaxed. He didn't attack at all. After a short time, he laughed to himself. The illusion deployment spell is the basic foundation, and inside there are many invisible and intangible deadly deployment spells. What a powerful deployment spell. Whistling sounds spread in the air. Xia Mao jumped away as some strength moved towards him. He punched out in the direction of the invisible and intangible strength. Chaos! Shouted Xia Mao icily. The whole deployment spell was filled with a terrifying qi. Wind, fire, thunder, and all kinds of strength moved towards Xia Mao. He smiled coldly. His qi pulsed around him. He waved his hands. Deployment marks started intertwining and turned into an invisible and intangible curtain which moved towards the incoming strength. He wanted to destroy the deployment spell using a deployment spell. There was an explosion at the collision. Xia Mao sensed that a new kind of strength was condensing again. It was even more terrifying than the previous strength. The strength kept increasing in power. Xia Mao looked surprised and frowned. However, the endless strength forced him to be more defensive. His attacks were very powerful, so he didn't fear the attacks from the deployment spell, but his defense wasn't as terrifying as Lin Feng's. He couldn't endure the attacks with his physical body. It would have been too risky. Outside, the crowd watching the deployment spell saw a gigantic dark dragon appear, a dragon of death. It could absorb any kind of strength. The death intent it contained shook them to their cores. The whole deployment spell turned black. They hadn't thought that the deployment spell would change this much because of Xia Mao. The gigantic dragon spat out strength, and death qi filled the air. After a short time, the crowd saw a silhouette appear. He was hurled violently out of the deployment spell, his body all black. He looked dead. People's faces stiffened. They were staring at the deployment spell, and gulped down. They only realized how terrifying the deployment spell was and how it had changed after this. Phew, Xia Mao took a deep breath. He slowly stood up and used life qi to recover. His face was still black, and one could see he was still scared speechless. Xia Mao almost got killed in the deployment spell. It's extremely powerful. Someone in the crowd whispered. Who are you? Please show yourself, said Xia Mao. He couldn't think of anyone who could cast such terrifying deployment spells. Was it one of his fellow disciples of the D Qi layer? But his fellow disciples of the D Qi layer hadn't come to the testing area. Xia Mao. In the distance, someone came up slowly. He was tall and composed. When he showed up, everybody was astonished. A great emperor of the Li ministry. Brother Z, replied Xia Mao politely, nodding at the new arrival. It was a very strong cultivator of the Li ministry, a great emperor. It's been a long time since the 9 supreme ministries of the celestial remarkable deployment ministry have seen such a terrifying deployment spellcaster. Please show yourself, Your Excellency, said Great Emperor Z solemnly, looking at the deployment spell. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2122, Great Emperor Z. Chapter 2122, Great Emperor Z. When the crowd heard Great Emperor Z, they stared at the deployment spell. Xia Mao had almost died in there. How powerful was this spell? Who had cast it? Everybody wanted to know. At that moment, the illusion slowly dispersed. Very quickly, a silhouette appeared. It was Lin Feng. When Lin Feng appeared, many people frowned in astonishment. It's him. Surprisingly, that guy isn't dead. Qian Mo and Shui Luo's faces paled. They had hoped brother Xia Mao would be able to help them fight against Lin Feng, but later they had thought he had died in the 10,000 killings great deployment spell, so they had slowly started to forget about him. However, Lin Feng wasn't dead, he was standing in front of them. Not only hadn't he died, but his deployment spell had almost killed Xia Mao. Qian Mo and Shui Luo felt ashamed. They had bet on Lin Feng. In their eyes, Lin Feng was just a new member of the celestial remarkable deployment ministry. They hadn't thought he'd be so strong. They could just look down upon him. Even Xia Mao couldn't compete with him. Yu Qingsha was astonished too and pulled a long face. This guy was so strong. His deployment spells were powerful. He hadn't just become a great scholar, he was an experienced great scholar. Who is he? Xia Mao asked Qian Mo coldly when he saw that so many people looked shocked. He's the one who passed the doors test in less than 8 hours. I thought he died in the 10,000 killings great deployment spell, Qian Mo replied telepathically. His face stiffened. Xia Mao frowned and stepped forwards. He said to Lin Feng icily, You didn't die in the 10,000 killings great deployment spell? Why would have I died in the 10,000 killings great deployment spell? Replied Lin Feng. Great Emperor Z said indifferently, Xia Mao, this guy's deployment spells are formidable. You think the 10,000 killings great deployment spell could kill him? Be respectful. Xia Mao was startled at the rebuke and looked ashamed. Indeed, with the power of his deployment spells, how could he have died in the 10,000 killings great deployment spell? But Xia Mao just couldn't believe his eyes. I went to the 10,000 deployment walls pattern a few times, but I didn't see you. Where were you? I am not a direct disciple of the Supreme Ministries, so I can't go into the 10,000 deployment walls pattern. Staying outside would have been useless. So I just stayed in the 10,000 killings great deployment spell and studied there. Is that surprising? Replied Lin Feng. He had already anticipated someone would ask him that question, so he had an answer ready. His answer was, after all, the truth. If someone couldn't enter the pattern, not bad. But with your talent, you should go into the 10,000 deployment walls pattern. If you wish, I can inform the teachers and they'll recruit you as a disciple. They'll give you a memory imprint which will prove your social status and you will be able to go to the 10,000 deployment walls pattern anytime. It will help you a lot. What do you think? Great Emperor Z smiled. Those crowd were astonished at the offer. Great Emperor Z was a genius and a great emperor of the Li ministry. When he saw geniuses, he hoped they could join the Li ministry. He wanted to help Lin Feng. He didn't feel jealous or envious at all. Xia Mao's eyes glittered. Lin Feng hadn't been in the 10,000 deployment walls pattern? If he had, he would have been even more fearsome. If Lin Feng joined the Li ministry, it would have a negative impact on Xia Mao's social position within the Li ministry. He had a different position from Great Emperor Z. He was still an emperor. He was the strongest and most talented emperor of the Li ministry, and always obtained the best resources. People admired him. If Lin Feng joined the Li ministry, that would change. But since Great Emperor Z was saying this, Xia Mao couldn't intervene. "We'll see," replied Lin Feng calmly. Great Emperor Z was startled, but smiled oddly. "Does that mean you refuse?" Lin Feng looked at the man. A great emperor, a genius, ambitious and proud, personally inviting him to join the Li ministry, but Lin Feng refused and didn't give him face. Even though Great Emperor Z didn't release any qi, the atmosphere became oppressive around him. "Kind of," answered Lin Feng indifferently. The atmosphere grew particularly silent. This guy is talented, but he's also ambitious and proud. Great Emperor Z invited him personally and he refused. He could have joined a supreme ministry without taking any test and surprisingly, he refused. No wonder Great Emperor Z is furious, thought the crowd. Great Emperor Z is a nice person and cares for the Li ministry. However, he's not nice to his enemies. Even the members of the other supreme ministries fear him. "He hates evil people and evil things," murmured someone. Great Emperor Z smiled casually and looked at Lin Feng. "Do you think you're too talented for the Li ministry?" "I'm just not used to it," said Lin Feng indifferently. He didn't want to stay in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, or become one of their disciples. Inside his spirit world, he had some cultivators from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry whom he was going to transform into demon puppets. "I see. I won't force you then, but your deployment spells are incredible. Please show me how strong your deployment spells are for you to refuse the Li ministry's invitation," said Great Emperor Z, his smile now cold. He stepped forwards, deployment marks glittered all around him. The crowd hastily retreated. They didn't wait to see anything anymore, they all ran away. Only Lin Feng and Great Emperor Z remained. Those people knew how terrifyingly strong Great Emperor Z was, not. At that moment, the ground under Great Emperor Z grew dark and fissures appeared. It became scorching hot. No fire had appeared yet, but the temperature was increasing. Great Emperor Z is incredibly strong. Even though that guy's deployment spells are powerful, Great Emperor Z will teach him a good lesson. People murmured. Lin Feng moved away, marks appearing under his feet. They seemed to be made of earth strength, and looked indestructible. Great Emperor Z grunted icily and stepped forwards again, fire suddenly appearing in the air starting to burn. Lin Feng was surrounded by fire. What a powerful fire chi, thought Lin Feng. His opponent was strong, with powerful cosmic energies. He also understood Tao strength, or his social position couldn't have been that high within the Li ministry. The difference between great emperors who understood Tao strength and the others was gigantic. Lin Feng condensed cosmic energies around himself, marks filled the air. Demon and earth strength condensed and surrounded his body like his clothes. Great Emperor Z stretched out his hands and his terrifying fire strength turned into 9 fire dragons, charging towards Lin Feng to devour him. Embers kept exploding and fiery lights appeared. Lin Feng jumped away and waved his hands. Lights glittered. Lin Feng released Sword Intent, fusing it together with his strength and turning it into gigantic swords. They shot towards the 9 dragons. Great Emperor Z just smiled icily and continued stepping forwards, the firestorm around him getting more and more ferocious as he kept forming hand seals. The fire blotted out the sky and swooped towards Lin Feng. It was like he had ended up in a volcano, a world with flames everywhere. Purple lights also appeared, they looked like spiritual beings within the flames. Lin Feng's armor shook. He drifted backwards, trying to leave the fire world deployment spell, but Great Emperor Z shouted furiously, his silhouette flickering as he turned into many illusions. A hand smashed towards Lin Feng's armored chest. People's hearts were twitching. Was Lin Feng going to die? Crackling sounds spread in the air. Lin Feng flew away, his armor was broken, fire marks appeared on it and finally they moved onto Lin Feng's skin. Lin Feng lowered his head, everybody was staring at him. Could Lin Feng still move normally after that attack? Lin Feng raised his head and smiled at Great Emperor Z icily. Your Excellency, your Tao is the Tao of fire. Everybody frowned. This guy was extremely strong. After Great Emperor Zi's attack, he could still act normally, as if nothing had happened. Great Emperor Z stared at him strangely, then he smiled and said, "You're acting as if nothing had happened even though my attack was powerful. That's rare. Unfortunately, you don't want to join the Li Ministry. I won't force you, then." The deployment spells faded away as Great Emperor Z left. A short time later, Great Emperor Z landed on a mountain just before reaching the Li Ministry. There were some people around him, all looking at Lin Feng in the distance. That guy is an incredible genius. His deployment spells are truly impressive. If he wants to stay in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, but doesn't want to join the Li Ministry, it would be a pity. However, if he doesn't want to stay in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry and doesn't join one of the 81 ministries, kill him," said Great Emperor Z calmly. The people around him frowned in astonishment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21-23, Gone Ministries Paradise. Chapter 21-23, Gone Ministries Paradise. When Lin Feng saw Great Emperor Z leave, his silhouette also flickered as he left. After a short time, Lin Feng landed on a mountain and coughed up some scorching hot qi. His face was red. Great Emperor Z is a great emperor, and a scary one. He's not an ordinary cultivator, he understands Tao. His deployment spells are also terrifying, and so is his fire Tao. How formidable, thought Lin Feng. He sat down cross-legged and gradually got rid of the fire in his organs. That punch had been deadly, and its explosive fire strength had penetrated into his body. Luckily, his physical body was extremely powerful. Any other emperor at the top of the Huang Qi layer would have burned to death. After a short time, a silhouette flickered and landed next to Lin Feng. They said nothing though, simply gazing into the distance and calmly waiting there. Lin Feng rid himself of the fire strength in his body and looked at the man. He asked calmly, "What do you want?" "You refused Great Emperor Z's invitation?" The man turned around and asked calmly. "So what?" replied Lin Feng. "You don't know about Great Emperor Z's temper. He cares a lot about the Li Ministry. When he has enemies, he tries to get rid of them. You humiliated Shui Luo and Qian Mo, and you nearly killed Xia Mao with your deployment spell. If you had joined the Li Ministry, he would have taken care of you, but you refused, and if you don't become a disciple of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, Great Emperor Z will." "You mean that I must join the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry?" "No, I'm just telling you. The Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry doesn't force people to become disciples. They don't lack geniuses. However, you are extremely powerful. The Gone Ministry is one of the 9 supreme ministries. If you join us, Great Emperor Z will act as if nothing had happened," said that young man calmly. He had indeed come in peace. "Aren't you worried that I could obtain resources and then leave?" Lin Feng smiled. The other man smiled calmly. "That's your own business, I will think about it," Lin Feng offered. "I hope so." The other replied calmly. His silhouette flickered and he was gone. Lin Feng closed his eyes and thought. That man didn't seem to want to deceive him. Lin Feng had the sensation some people seemed to be watching him. I wonder if Great Emperor Z has sent people to watch me. It seems that if I want to leave the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, it won't be easy, thought Lin Feng calmly. He started using the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures to modify deployment spells. Cosmic energies appeared, wind and empty space cosmic energies fused together and deployment marks appeared. This deployment spell looked special, it was a pair of wings. I made wings using a deployment spell, thought Lin Feng. The wings had appeared on his back. He opened them up, and a strong wind started blowing, blowing furiously past him with a long howling. Empty space strength filled the air as Lin Feng kept modifying his wings. Deployment spells represented extensive knowledge and profound scholarship. Nothing was impossible, it was always possible to modify them. Before, Lin Feng had practiced the 3,000 great deployment spells and countless small deployment spells. Even though they were powerful, they lacked something: vigor and vitality. The Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry's deployment spells were powerful, and could be used like strength. As long as someone was persevering and talented, nothing was impossible. Lin Feng's ideas of deployment spells were fixed at the beginning. He had learned more about them thanks to the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. He started modifying them as he wished, adapting them to his needs. They made him intrinsically stronger. Those who were watching Lin Feng had a strange feeling. He was extremely strong and talented and had joined the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, but he wasn't in a hurry to join one of the 81 ministries. He wasn't even interested in the 9 supreme ministries. He had come purely for deployment spells, it seemed. Great Emperor Z's methods were cruel, but one had to admit what he was doing wasn't groundless. Since such a powerful deployment spell caster had appeared, if they couldn't use him, then they had to eliminate him. It was cruel and straightforward, but that was the sad truth of the cultivation world. They were convinced that a few great emperors could easily kill Lin Feng. Of course, they also hoped that Lin Feng would be interested in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry and would join a supreme ministry. Any of them was acceptable. At that moment, the sky distorted. People raised their heads and gazed into the distance. Clouds appeared and a strong wind started blowing. Qi filled the air. All the disciples of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, "Get ready to go into the Gone Ministry's paradise," proclaimed a loud voice, heard everywhere in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. They're going to open the Gone Ministry's paradise for everybody. What's going on? The Gone Ministry wants to open the Gone Ministry's paradise and wants everyone to go in there? I guess they want to get ready for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Imagine, we are ordinary disciples of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. Even if we go to the Gone Ministry's paradise and we're lucky, we'd never be able to participate. The geniuses will participate, not us. But some people will be lucky and will go to Godly Cloud City and participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. They'll make the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry famous. You're right. It's probably because of that, for those geniuses to get ready to go and participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. After that voice resonated everywhere in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, many people started talking as they headed towards the Gone Ministry's paradise. The Gone Ministry was the first of the 81 ministries. The Gone Ministry's paradise was an ancient paradise small world created by the ancestors of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. It was said that it was a place where great deployment masters could practice cultivation. Even the Gone Ministry's disciples rarely had occasion to go there. Today, it was open to all, a rare opportunity, something that might happen only once every 100 years. Lin Feng, who had spent some time in his spirit's world, opened his eyes. He knew the ministry was calling them to the Gone Ministry's paradise. Since everyone from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry was told to go there, could he go or not? He wasn't a member of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, after all. When Lin Feng thought about that, his silhouette flickered and he followed the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry's disciples regardless. The Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry had existed for so many years, it was like a university, there were millions of disciples here. Lin Feng was in the crowd, nobody really cared about him in the ocean of people. The members of the 81 ministries could hardly all know one another. There was what seemed like an endless number of low-level emperors. There was no limit of strength to be recruited by the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. They cared about deployment spells, and those who could pass the 999 Doors Challenge could become disciples of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. Of course, apart from emperors, there were also many great emperors. All the ministries had disciples who were great emperors. In front of the crowd was a valley and a mountain peak. The peak was like a wall with a door inside. That was the Gone Ministry's paradise. At that moment, the door opened, some empty space energy emerged, and everybody heard a voice. You may enter the Gone Ministry's paradise. Everybody's silhouette flickered and they moved towards the door. Lin Feng followed, but remained discreet. Many people were watching for him, but nobody noticed him as he crossed the door. When Lin Feng crossed the deployment door, he reappeared in another world, an ancient realm. A strong cultivator had created this small world. If there hadn't been a door, it would have been impossible to notice that there was a small world there. After entering the small world, Lin Feng saw people moving in different directions. He picked a random direction for himself, but heard the wind sigh behind him. He frowned as he turned around and saw some familiar faces. There was the young man who had warned him about Great Emperor Z. He looked quite ordinary. When people saw him, they ignored him, but Lin Feng could sense that he was quite extraordinary. He had invited Lin Feng to join the Gone Ministry, which meant he was probably the first disciple of the Gone Ministry. We were meant to meet. My name is Yang Xiao. How should I call you, Your Excellency? Asked that person with a friendly smile. We were meant to meet, thought Lin Feng, but he smiled back and said, Mu Feng. Brother Mu Feng, I know the Gone Ministry's paradise, I'd been here before. Would you like to travel with me? Yang Xiao asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart twitched. People who could freely travel to the Gone Ministry's paradise definitely had a special social status. This man could come to the Gone Ministry's paradise as he wished, which meant he had an extraordinary social status within the Gone Ministry. Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds and then he heard Yang Xiao say, Many great emperors will come here. If you bump into them, things will get complicated for you. If you stay with me, nobody will cause you trouble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2024, Deployment Spells Are Alive? Chapter 2024, Deployment Spells Are Alive? Lin Feng studied Yang Xiao. He couldn't easily trust the other, especially in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. He was a stranger and a guest in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. He couldn't do as he wished here, therefore, Lin Feng refused. No need. I can stay alone. When Yang Xiao heard Lin Feng, he wasn't surprised. He simply smiled and said, Even if you refuse, I will follow you. If you encounter great emperors of the Supreme Ministries, I will do my best to help you. Thank you very much, you're too kind. But it's really unnecessary, said Lin Feng, and then he suddenly left. Behind him, Yang Xiao smiled indifferently. This Mu Feng wanted to get rid of him? Deployment marks appeared under Yang Xiao's feet, and he moved extremely quickly. Emperors just had to study some holy mark strength and they could move like this. They could also move using cosmic energies to improve their speed. However, really strong deployment spellcasters could make one step and appear in another empty space. Each of their steps was composed of a full deployment spell. Lin Feng sensed that Yang Xiao was following him. He was startled at the man's speed. However, Lin Feng didn't stop. Since Yang Xiao wanted to follow him, he could hardly stop him. The Gone Ministry's first paradise was vast, with many deployment mines. However, those deployment mines didn't belong to anyone. The 81 ministries had 100 paradises, just like the 10,000 deployment walls pattern. Deployment mines were precious treasures for the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. Nobody could monopolize them, not even a powerful ministry, and only disciples could go to the paradises to study. The Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry had existed for many years, and had become an extremely influential group. The 10,000 deployment walls pattern and the paradises were precious treasures, every generation could benefit from them. The Gone Ministry's paradise was the first one ever made, and it helped them remain powerful. They didn't want to waste their resources. So many deployment mines, but many of them are small, noted Lin Feng. He continued on. What kind of treasures did the Gone Ministry's paradise contain for the leaders to open it once every 100 years? Beasts? Lin Feng saw a beast in the distance. It was black and had two gloomy ice-cold eyes. Its chi was ice-cold as well. When the beast saw Lin Feng, it moved towards him and brandished claws. The gigantic beast seemed like it could destroy Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. Many black shadows appeared and streaked across the sky. What a powerful strength! Lin Feng was impressed. That beast's claws were sharp and contained destructive dark energies that seemed able to tear apart anything. Lin Feng sensed how powerful it was. He raised his fist and punched out in its direction. A hole appeared in the beast's body. However, in an instant, the beast turned into demon lights and dispersed. It had no physical body. Lin Feng frowned and stared at the demon lights. They condensed before him again and the beast stared at him. Lin Feng felt cold. What the hell is this thing? Murmured Lin Feng. The beast started moving towards Lin Feng again. However, this time, he didn't directly punch it. He stretched out his hand, trying to grab that beast. He grabbed it and then a fearsome absorbing strength emerged from Lin Feng's body. A dark head emerged from Lin Feng's body and absorbed the beast before retreating back into Lin Feng's body. It's not really a beast. Lin Feng absorbed the beast and sharp lights appeared in his eyes. That ferocious beast had no physical body, and wasn't a real beast. Of course it's not a real beast. It's a deployment beast, said a familiar voice. It was Yang Xiao. Lin Feng looked at him as Yang Xiao continued, Mu Feng, the paradise is a small world which was created by ancestors of the celestial remarkable deployment ministry. The ancestor was a celestial being, a wise man, and extremely talented. He wasn't entirely satisfied with deployment spells, he wanted them to have a life, so he created deployment spells as spiritual beings, granting them a powerful strength and creating deployment spell holy spirits. That was the beast you saw. How ambitious. He was an incredible cultivator and he created an incredible place. Lin Feng was impressed. That ancestor must have been a great deployment master, like a saint. He had been wise and created his own school of thought. But that beast didn't have powerful innate powers, it acquired its powers later. Deployment spells with souls are extremely strong, but they're also rare. There are many deployment mines in here, and some of them are incredible. In some of them, you can see innate deployment spiritual beings. There are so many branches in deployment spell cultivation, mused Lin Feng. There were deployment spirits which had innate powers, some of them had even acquired them later. Deployment spells were incredible. If Lin Feng hadn't come to the celestial remarkable deployment ministry, he would have never known about these things, that living spiritual beings could be born out of nothing? Maybe the ancestor had lied to the ancestors of the celestial remarkable deployment ministry? After all, those were just legends. Thank you very much for those pieces of information, Lin Feng smiled, before continuing on his way. Yang Xiao watched Lin Feng's disappearing silhouette coolly. There was a beast in the sky, a deployment eagle. It suddenly dove towards Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao waved his hand, deployment lights appeared, flashed red and moved to the eagle. At the same time, a beam of light emerged from his third eye and crashed into the eagle's head. With a flash, the eagle vanished. How strong! Someone spoke up. Yang Xiao turned around and saw Great Emperor Z. What do you want? Yang Xiao asked him indifferently. Yang Xiao, you told Lin Feng I was going to take care of him and that he should stay with you. Unfortunately, he doesn't care. He refused to travel with you, and he doesn't want you to tell you anything about himself. You can't recruit him as easily. In the end, he's enigmatic and unfathomable. My punch didn't even injure him, Great Emperor Z mused aloud. Yang Shao frowned and said icily, so what? Mind your own business, will you? Yang Shao, people fear and respect you in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. Even the elders tell their disciples they have to respect you. You have a good position in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. You are also extremely talented. But now we're in a paradise. If you want to deal with him, I can help you, Great Emperor Z smiled coolly. Yang Shao was surprised. Great Emperor Z continued, I know that no matter what you do, with your talent, the elders of the Gone Ministry will support you, but they won't help you. We can join hands, we'll benefit from it. What do you want to obtain? Yang Shao asked icily. We can share all he has, said Great Emperor Z indifferently, which made Yang Shao smile grimly. Ridiculous. Great Emperor Z, you're a great emperor, you would dare cast greedy eyes on an emperor? You're wrong. You can learn from anyone, no matter what their cultivation level is. That guy is talented and extremely strong. His deployment spells are impressive. If we join hands, it will be a win-win cooperation. You could obtain great things, which might be crucial before the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. You would become much stronger really quickly. Great Emperor Z, you're truly evil, spat Yang Shao coldly. We're both in the same boat, Great Emperor Z smiled placidly. They had possibly found a common ground. Lin Feng didn't know about their little chat. He had landed in a deployment mine. Everything in front of him seemed to be moving. He saw a gigantic stone appear and begin to shatter. It then exploded, and its pieces fell down to the ground. A gigantic spider appeared, it had golden eyes and its body was dark gold. It's a deployment beast again. Lin Feng was curious. The spider scuttled towards him. Lin Feng was surrounded by dazzling marks, which turned into a gigantic golden web around him. It looked indestructible, and seemed extremely difficult to escape from, as it kept changing. This deployment beast can use deployment spells, thought Lin Feng, astonished. How could a deployment spell turn into a spiritual being? Lin Feng really wanted to know. Even though Lin Feng understood deployment spells better and could already carve deployment beasts, they were still just deployment spells, they couldn't be real beasts, but the creature in front of him was a mystery. To become alive, they must have a soul, so that deployment spell has a soul? Lin Feng's eyes glittered and he released his sword strength. The web started crackling and strands severed like wires being cut. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2125, Animal Guardian Spirits. Chapter 2125, Animal Guardian Spirits. Lin Feng had already sensed Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword's life and vitality. However, it had a sword soul, and a sword soul was made out of the cultivator's soul. How could a deployment spell have a soul if a cultivator didn't grant it with a thread of his own soul? Lin Feng didn't understand. Lin Feng destroyed the spider web, despite its strength. He walked towards the spider, however, the spider opened its mandibles, and lights filled the air around him again. The energies looked sharp and deadly. They could easily cut a cultivator apart. But at his cultivation level, blades couldn't even stab him anymore. Lin Feng's hand was sharp, it seemed able to cut anything. It moved forwards, the wind whistled as the lights were cut apart. Lin Feng landed on the spider's back, driving it down to the ground with a crunch. At the same time, Lin Feng's soul strength penetrated into the spider's third eye. As expected, in the spider's brain, there was a thread of light, a spider soul. As expected, deployment beasts also have a soul. However, where does that soul come from? Is it really natural? Lin Feng doubted what the ancestor of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry had said. Of course, it was his own impression, there was no precise reason for thinking Yang Shao was lying. There were many strong cultivators in the celestial remarkable deployment ministry. Many people had also noticed this, but they didn't question what the ancestors said. After all, in the world of cultivation, there were many things which couldn't be explained. These deployment beasts which were alive were a perfect example. Lin Feng released qi into the air. In an instant, it surrounded the spider and the spider disappeared. Since it had a soul, it could probably be controlled. Lin Feng continued walking forwards. He encountered many deployment beasts. Some of them were very strong and could also cast deployment spells, just like the spider. Those beasts' ability to cast deployment spells seemed to be innate. Lin Feng took all of them without exception. He put them all in his spirit world. He wanted to see if he'd be able to control them. 2. Lin Feng looked at the ground from the sky and saw a grave. There was even a gravestone. In front of it, there were deployment beasts protecting it. That's why it drew Lin Feng's attention: Cyan Dragon of the East, White Tiger of the West, Vermilion Bird of the South, Tortoise of the North, he murmured. That place was in the middle of the creatures. For guardian spirits protecting a gravestone, who was buried there? At this time, the four beasts were staring at some people ferociously. Those people were from the celestial remarkable deployment ministry and had come to the small world to practice. They wanted to see what was on that gravestone. Finally, someone moved towards the gravestone, but the white tiger moved to intercept and glared at that person icily. It also released a formidable power. It looked just like a guardian spirit. We're disciples of the celestial remarkable deployment ministry. We came to pray for our ancestor. Let us pass, said that strong cultivator. However, the white tiger just looked at him icily. That strong cultivator grunted icily and stretched out his hands. There was a rumble of moving energy and imprints shot towards the white tiger. The white tiger roared angrily and spat out golden lights. Explosions erupted as they met the imprints, and everything exploded. The strong cultivator grunted again and struck out with punches at the white tiger. Energy filled the air. The one who had attacked the white tiger was a great emperor who controlled Tao power, as were the others with him. They were all extremely strong. The white tiger roared, more golden lights materialized. Everything became golden around him. He looked like a king. His golden light shot in all directions. The earth and sky trembled. Those people's hearts started pounding. They were great scholars, but they couldn't cast deployment spells so quickly. However, that white tiger who was a guardian spirit with innate abilities and extremely strong. It's a great imperial deployment beast, thought the astonished Lin Feng. The white tiger was furious. The golden lights flared and turned into a curtain of light. The great emperor pulled a long face. He kept attacking, but the white tiger was still roaring furiously. Deployment lights filled the air around him, the turning into a vortex and moving towards his enemy. How terrifying! The great emperor isn't as strong as the tiger, observed Lin Feng. The great emperor also thought of casting a deployment spell, but even as deployment lights started intertwining around him, the white tiger was too fast. He roared furiously and continuously. Deployment lights were everywhere. The other great emperors all withdrew, grimacing. They had heard about these powerful guardian spirits before. Everybody had told them to never offend them, but they had always had doubts. Now they could see them with their own eyes. Should we help him? Asked one of them, as their faces stiffened. That great emperor was stuck in a deployment cage now. Haven't you seen that the three other guardian spirits are eyeing us covetously? Answered one of them, watching the cyan dragon, the tortoise, and the vermilion bird carefully. The three guardian spirits were all extremely strong, watching the three as if they wanted to devour them. Help me! Shouted the great emperor desperately. To his despair, nobody was helping him. The deployment spell was getting more and more terrifying. The great emperor's hope was evaporating. Finally, the white tiger devoured him alive. The sight was quite fearsome, especially when the white tiger with blood dripping from his jaws raised his head and looked at them. Phew, Lin Feng took a deep breath. How strong! What would have happened if I had been the great emperor? For guardian spirits, Saint Imperial marks, inherited from the great deployment master, you dared try? Said Yang Shao, looking at those people indifferently. Even though we're in the Gone Ministry's paradise, there are no rules saying we can't do certain things. If we're able to do something, does anything prevent us from doing so? Someone else replied to Yang Shao. If they hadn't found the grave, never mind, but they did, and it was protected by terrifying guardian spirits. Few people could compete with them. The problem is, can you defeat them? Yang Shao smiled coldly, which made those people pull long faces. Their friend had just been killed, it proved everything. Hee, Yang Shao, no need to tell us those things. If you had had the opportunity, you would have done the same. Everybody knows what kind of person you were in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, returned that person with a knowing smile. Everybody agreed. Even the 9 supreme ministries had told their direct disciples not to touch him. Ha, you understand me. Yang Shao burst into laughter and said, you're right, if I have the opportunity, I'll kill the guardian spirits, and now I do have that opportunity. Eh? When they heard him, they frowned. Yang Shao, what do you mean? I can deal with them if you all help me, replied Yang Shao. And then? Asked the crowd. They had always wanted to see what was hidden in that grave. Before, you must help me do something, said Yang Shao. What? Asked the cultivators, frowning. That guy was shameless. Help me capture that guy, said Yang Shao, pointing at Lin Feng. Everybody looked at Lin Feng, not understanding. Wasting so much energy to capture an emperor? And he needed help for that? Lin Feng frowned and his eyes twinkled icily. Yang Shao was definitely treacherous. He wanted to capture Lin Feng now. Yang Shao, there are no tensions between you and me, and you even invited me to join the Gone Ministry. Is that how you treat your friends? Replied Lin Feng icily, staring at Yang Shao. He opened his hand and deployment marks appeared. Your Excellency, I think you won't accept my invitation, so I'll capture you first and then we can talk. Yang Shao smiled. Lin Feng suddenly turned into a beam of light and shot off into the distance. Die! Shouted Great Emperor Z icily. He released Fire Dao power, which struck Lin Feng and penetrated into his body. Lin Feng was furious when he sensed the Qi latch hold of him. If you want to go into the grave, capture him. Shouted Yang Shao explosively as he started chasing Lin Feng. The crowd frowned. Their silhouettes flickered. They all chased after Lin Feng like madmen. Since Yang Shao had told them to, they obeyed. He might even keep his promise. Lin Feng released empty space and wind cosmic energies and modified them. At the same time, his spirit world chi filled the air and gigantic wings appeared on his back. He beat them and streaked across the sky. He was moving at an incredible speed. How fast? Yang Shao remains vigilant. He joined hands with me, but surprisingly he asked some great emperors to help him. He hadn't thought the sky would be so fast, thought Great Emperor Z when he saw that. However, deployment marks appeared under his feet and he started moving through empty spaces. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21-26, Killing God. Chapter 21-26, Killing God. Yang Shao was extremely fast. Deployment lights appeared under his feet and he started moving. He caught up with Great Emperor Z and they continued chasing Lin Feng. When Great Emperor Z heard the whistling sounds next to him, he fumed. People from the Gone Ministry are good to Yang Shao. They know he always resorts to evil methods, so they gave him a precious treasure to escape. Yang Shao was one of the 2 emperors who had the highest social status in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. His social status was higher than Yi Kei's or Xiamao's. Of course, he was stronger than them, too. He had an extensive knowledge and profound scholarship. He wasn't greedy, quite even-tempered, and he also remained discreet most of the time. He obtained things all the time from all the ministries because he was talented. He could steal people's memories and use them for himself. When he took someone's memories, the victim became amnesic and stupid. In the past, there had been many cases in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. Some extremely strong people had lost memories. Yang Xiao didn't care about weak people's memories. At the beginning, nobody knew who had done it. Eventually people had found out that it was Yang Xiao, but the Gone Ministry protected him. They had given him a treasure which protected his life, so nobody could do anything to him. However, similar things continued happening and the Supreme Ministries were infuriated and wanted to punish him. They even threatened to kill him if he touched their disciples' memories. Yang Xiao had finally stopped hunting the disciples of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. When Yang Xiao saw Lin Feng, he had immediately thought of him as a prey. He wanted to steal Lin Feng's memories. It was a terrifying skill, especially since Lin Feng was extremely strong. Stealing such people's memories had made Yang Xiao extremely strong. Because of his special power, it was difficult for people of the same cultivation level to resist him, even though he wasn't very talented. Only one person who had an innate spiritual deployment-type body could compete with him. That person's power was similar to the legendary Cultivator's power who had created the deployment mines with deployment spiritual beings. It was an innate power. It was difficult to find such people in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, and his deployment spells were awesome. That person was the first emperor of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. Many great emperors were weaker than him. Lin Feng's speed was terrifying. However, Yang Xiao was catching up with him. Red lights shot towards Lin Feng. He frowned and turned around suddenly. World of the Living imprints flashed towards Yang Xiao. It was like heaven and earth were surrounding him. Yang Xiao had nowhere to escape. Yang Xiao released deployment lights around himself and disappeared. He reappeared above Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes became pitch black and deathly cold. His death intent was intense. Holy spirits filled with cursing strength moved towards Yang Xiao, pulsing with power. At the same time, Lin Feng shouted furiously, sound waves and cursing strength invaded Yang Xiao's mind. At the same time, Lin Feng raised his hands and blocked the red lights. Lin Feng released explosive deployment marks and appeared in front of Yang Xiao. Terrifying cosmic energies emitted furious whistling sounds and oppressed Yang Xiao. Sword light streaked across the sky and a dazzling sword trail appeared, able to cut and destroy anything. Block! Yang Xiao suddenly turned into a void, a strong wind started blowing and energies rolled out around him. He disappeared and reappeared in front of Lin Feng again. Terrifying lights emerged from his third eye and shot towards Lin Feng's brain, accompanied by a dangerous qi. Lin Feng felt his thoughts start to unsettle. He suddenly had a headache and the impression his brain was going to explode. His soul also started to shake chaotically. Die! Death strength moved towards his enemy's brain, both of them had terrifying attacks, and both controlled deployment spells. Their attacks were cruel and brutal. Anyone else could have been easily killed by their attacks. A terrifying strength moved towards Lin Feng. He raised his hands to block, and Yang Xiao had the impression a mountain had fallen onto his back. He could barely breathe, and felt he was going to explode. Deployment lights emerged from his body and he retreated. He was thinking that he was right, Lin Feng was indeed extremely talented, a real genius. In the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, there weren't many people like him. He might be as strong as the one who had a spiritual deployment body. Yang Xiao wanted to steal his memories even more, but Great Emperor Z and the others finally caught up with him. Great Emperor Z stretched his hands and a terrifying fire surrounded Lin Feng. It felt like his entire body was going to burn. Stop! Behind him, deployment lights started intertwining. A cage appeared and imprisoned him. Everybody smiled coldly. He wanted to escape from them, but it wasn't that easy. However, they saw Lin Feng jump up. He raised his shining fist, smashed the cage, and blew it apart instantly. Then he took out a deployment talisman and he disappeared, reappearing far in the distance. What kind of materials did he use to carve such a deployment talisman? He can surprisingly teleport so far. Yang Xiao and the others were astonished and all pulled long faces. Surprisingly, he had escaped. Chase him! Shouted Yang Xiao icily. He was extremely fast. Deployment lights surrounded him again. He disappeared once more. Lin Feng's speed was terrifying. He used deployment talismans, knowing he wasn't strong enough to deal with so many great emperors. Yang Xiao had asked them to chase him, not the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, but the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry couldn't say anything to protect him. Lin Feng had come to the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry willing to take risks. Now it was even worse, he was in the Gone Ministry's paradise. He had anticipated he would run into danger, he just hadn't thought it would happen so fast. Lin Feng realized that he couldn't escape from Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao shouted extremely loudly, "Help me stop that guy, I'll be infinitely grateful." Many people heard him clearly far away in the distance and rushed over. Lin Feng saw someone rush over to him. He welcomed the man with a sword attack. The sword lights were dazzling and hurt the guy's eyes as it turned into a gigantic beam of light. Lin Feng then used another deployment talisman and disappeared. However, some people were still blocking him. A strong cultivator released ancient imprints onwards him. At the same time, Dao power moved into his body. He grunted with pain, infuriated. "Anyone who tries to stop me will die," shouted Lin Feng explosively, the earth and sky trembling. 9 dragons roared. At the same time, a violent chi exploded out from him. It was a weapon king chi, terrifying and indestructible. Lin Feng seemed to be able to conquer every obstacle. He flapped his gigantic deployment wings unceasingly and streaked across the sky. Someone was staring at him as he tried to block Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked back at him icily. He used his Nihility Sword Scriptures attack and released an empty space death sword, simultaneously releasing other sword energies. His enemy didn't have time to be stupefied, he instantly disappeared, dead and gone. Ordinary emperors of the top of the Huang Qi layer couldn't withstand a single attack from him. Lin Feng didn't stop moving. Someone in front of him released ice-cold lights. His death strength turned into a long river. At the same time, millions of black death swords appeared. His world of the living imprints blotted out the sky. Lin Feng's enemy had the impression he was going to drown. He tried to escape from Lin Feng, but those death energies absorbed him completely. When the crowd in the distance saw that, they were astonished. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had already killed 5 or 6 people, everyone who had tried to stop him. "How insolent!" swore a great emperor, darting forwards and releasing his chi. He threw himself at Lin Feng, condensing endless strength. The terrifying chi blotted out the sky. In Lin Feng's eyes there was only coldness and death. People chased him to kill him? Then he had to kill them. If his soul and physical body hadn't been strong enough, he would have been dead long ago. Die! Lin Feng looked like a death god. Nothing could distract him. He threw himself at the chi which the great emperor was condensing and released chi himself. He looked like a sharp sword. "Stay here!" shouted the great emperor, stepping forwards. The ground was shaking. A strong wind was blowing, strong enough to kill people. However, when he released that explosive chi, Lin Feng disappeared and released his shadow spirit. His whole body turned into a blurry shadow and he moved even faster. The wind was still moaning, something moved through it with a whistle of doom. The terrifying chi made the earth and sky tremble. The great emperor stopped running forwards, his face stiffening. Yang Shao streaked across the sky, a hurricane appearing around him. He frowned because he saw the great emperor turn into blood and ashes suddenly. Yang Zhao's heart started pounding, but he wanted Lin Feng's memories even more. The more dangerous Lin Feng was, the more interesting he was. He wanted to obtain Lin Feng's powers. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2127, Cauldron Modifying a Human Being. Chapter 2127, Cauldron Modifying a Human Being. In the sky, Yang Shao and Lin Feng kept streaking across the sky. Huge waves of energies surged around them. Lin Feng kept flapping his wings, his chi terrifying. Yang Shao had treasures which made him even faster. He was faster than Lin Feng and chased him closely. Even though Yang Shao was really close, he preferred being vigilant, as he could sense that Lin Feng was dangerous. Lin Feng had just destroyed a great emperor. Besides, if he didn't have a special treasure and some special abilities, Lin Feng could have killed him already. Of course, he wasn't ready to give up. He was determined to obtain Lin Feng's memories. Therefore, as he chased Lin Feng, on the way, he kept shouting and asking people to help him capture and kill Lin Feng. People kept getting killed by Lin Feng. Yang Shao didn't care about sacrificing them to slow Lin Feng down. Lin Feng was furious. He wanted to capture Yang Shao and turn him into a demon puppet. But many people were staring at him. If he captured Yang Shao, he would probably never be able to leave the celestial remarkable deployment ministry alive. At that moment, sharp lights glittered in Lin Feng's eyes. In front of him, there was a deployment mine with a tombstone. Around it, as before, there were deployment beasts protecting it. The guardian spirits were a legendary beast like Swan and Eye. There was also a mythical beast which had the head of a dragon, a lion's body, hoofs, wings and a tail, and some other terrifying beasts. They looked ferocious and didn't seem ready to let anyone in. When Lin Feng saw that, he suddenly turned around and looked at Yang Shao, who was closely chasing him. Yang Shao was moving very quickly, but when he saw Lin Feng stop, he was surprised, so he also stopped. He didn't start a great battle against Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng had stopped, it was better to wait for the great emperors behind to arrive. Yang Shao didn't want Lin Feng to escape, he wanted to steal his memories. He was willing to chase Lin Feng all over the small world to capture him. A strong wind started blowing. Great imperial strength invaded the atmosphere. The great emperors arrived. When they saw Lin Feng was getting near the guardian spirits, they frowned. What was this guy going to do? Divide. Lin Feng turned into 2, then 3, and very quickly, there were Lin Feng's clones everywhere. Yang Shao and the others were astonished. They could easily see his real body still, it had wings and a powerful chi. And then he disappeared. The clones dispersed. Nobody could see Lin Feng's real body anymore. All the clones suddenly turned around and fled. Deadly deployment lights shot everywhere. Where are you going? Shouted Yang Shao icily. The crowd also chased him, but then the clones hurtled towards the deployment beasts. Lin Feng said icily, "Kill those deployment beasts and open the grave." This guy is insane, thought the crowd when they heard Lin Feng. They all pulled long faces. The deployment beasts roared their fury and countless illusions shot towards Lin Feng. However, his countless clones just kept advancing. The sky exploded as illusions and clones died together. The ancient gravestone cracked and exploded. A hole appeared in the tomb, and someone ran towards it and jumped inside. That's his real body, but he used a deployment talisman. Everybody was astonished. Mu Feng's real body had entered the grave. Yang Shao, you said you could fight against those deployment beasts, do it now. A great emperor pressed him. Someone had gone into the grave, and they all wanted to follow. Keep calm. We need to cooperate. We need more great emperors, said Yang Shao slowly, regaining his calm. Lin Feng was inside the grave. He realized that it didn't look like a grave, there were deployment mines on both sides. Those deployment mines were filled with all kinds of strange things. Many deployment stones had human shapes, who looked like they were sleeping. Are those real or statues? Wondered Lin Feng. He continued walking forwards. He didn't touch those gigantic stones. Whose tomb could it be? Mused Lin Feng. He realized that apart from those deployment stones, there were also beasts here. The path was extremely long, and then Lin Feng heard the sound of a cauldron being struck, which made him shiver. The sound wave made his soul shake. Was danger coming? What's happening? Lin Feng shuddered and gazed into the distance. However, he couldn't see very far, it was supernaturally dark. The death cauldron sounds kept penetrating into his body. It felt like something was trying to kill him. Lin Feng continued walking forwards. Since he was in the grave, he wanted to see what there was inside. A mysterious chi filled the air. After a short time, a silhouette appeared in front of Lin Feng. It was a strong cultivator from the Yuan clan. Lin Feng had turned him into a demon puppet. He wasn't very talented, so he was useless to Lin Feng. Go and have a look, Lin Feng said to the demon puppet. The demon puppet obeyed. Even if a demon puppet could die, they would obey. Lin Feng could clearly sense that the demon puppet was in danger. Even as the demon puppet relayed to Lin Feng what he saw, he collapsed and died. Cauldron, an ancient death cauldron. Lin Feng frowned, his face stiff. There was a cauldron blocking his field of vision and the path. The sound waves emitted by the cauldron could kill people. It was extremely deadly, a level 3 or more great imperial weapon. Death, I know Death Dao, can that cauldron even kill me, thought Lin Feng, walking forwards resolutely. Even if the demon puppet had died, Lin Feng wanted to see what had killed him. As Lin Feng walked forwards, the mysterious sound waves kept making his soul shiver. It was truly a deadly cauldron. Lin Feng transformed cosmic energies into life strength and protected himself. The sound waves continued making him shake, but they couldn't kill him. Very quickly, something strange happened. Lin Feng's death and life strengths revolved within him. Lin Feng arrived in front of the cauldron, noticing it was very old. It was a deadly cauldron, giving the impression nobody could control it. If Lin Feng hadn't understood life and death Dao, he wouldn't have gone there. Even great emperors didn't dare do so. Lin Feng released his godly awareness and death strength towards the cauldron. He wanted to see what it truly was. However, when his godly awareness and death strength surrounded the cauldron, a terrifying beam of light emerged from the cauldron. It contained death lights which surrounded Lin Feng. His face turned deathly pale and his faces stiffened. Then, his death strength was drained out of his body as the cauldron stole it away. No! Lin Feng interrupted his connection to the cauldron. However, its strength became even more terrifying, and even his godly awareness was sucked in by the cauldron. No, shouted Lin Feng furiously. His soul couldn't control his body anymore, it was forced out as well. The strength was terrifying. He had fearsome fighting abilities, so he rarely left his body with his soul. However, at that moment, his soul was out of his body, irresistibly drawn forth. Lin Feng could see his own physical body with his soul, his body looked stiff. The cauldron absorbed his soul. The cauldron started trembling, Lin Feng's soul trembled and rotated inside the cauldron, as if the cauldron was trying to refine Lin Feng's soul and turn into a cauldron soul. The cauldron began to rumble. It wanted to use Lin Feng's life and break the tomb open. Lin Feng's soul, inside the ancient cauldron, was dazzling to behold. Lin Feng was astonished. He had thought that only people could create great imperial weapons. He had never thought great imperial weapons could create people. Yang Xiao and the others had managed to enter the tomb and now sensed dangerous forces. They had hurried along because they didn't sense the cauldron's deadly energies. They hoped to overtake Lin Feng on the way. When they saw Lin Feng's body, they were all astonished. Why did it have no qi at all? Is that a clone? Yang Xiao slapped the body. There was a crack of impact. Lin Feng's body collapsed, but remained intact. It did not disappear. That's his body, it's not a clone. His physical body is incredibly strong. Is he dead? Their faces stiffened as they thought their work had been for nothing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2128, Innate Great Deployment Master. Chapter 2128, Innate Great Deployment Master. Let me try. Yang Xiao was stupefied. He walked over to Lin Feng, opened his third eye and inspected Lin Feng's body. After a few seconds, he looked astonished. His soul has been destroyed. He's dead. What? The others' faces stiffened. His soul had been destroyed? Mu Feng was really dead? When they thought about that, they gazed into the distance. The cauldron had already disappeared. They could see a cave in the distance though, an awesome chi filled the air there, silencing all of them. A silhouette moved like the wind, a great emperor. However, when they saw it, everyone looked astonished. A gigantic beast appeared in front of them. It wasn't a deployment beast, it was a real beast, a Maharaga. He had the head of a dragon and the body of a snake, dozens of meters long. His eyes were overbearing. How is this possible? How can there be such a terrifying beast in here? The crowd was astonished. The gigantic Maharaga curled up in the gigantic deployment mine. He looked like the guardian of the mine. If there's a gigantic beast, there's a treasure and that beast is protecting it. Someone exclaimed. What treasure was the beast protecting, though? Many more people had arrived. After entering, when they saw the Maharaga, they were stunned and their hearts started pounding. What a terrifying beast! They would have never thought there would be such a terrifying beast in here. Why did legends say the descendants of the great deployment master were buried here? Master Maharaga, where are we? Asked someone. However, the Maharaga just stared at him and didn't reply. The great emperor's faces stiffened. The Maharaga remained silent as he slowly started moving. The whole crowd withdrew, trying to hide their fear. The Maharaga moved away and deployment stones appeared in people's fields of vision. There were many jade-like deployment stones, and they all seemed alive. Innate spiritual deployment? The strong cultivators of the celestial remarkable deployment ministry were astonished, their eyes glittering. Those deployment stones looked alive. The Maharaga remained motionless, staring at the deployment stones. He looked excited. Gotcha! People's hearts were pounding. Cracks appeared in the deployment stones. After that, more crackling sounds spread in the air. There were more and more fissures in the stones. People's hearts were pounding furiously. Innate spiritual deployment, innate great deployment master, how strong was such a cultivator compared to a saint? When they thought about that, they were even more excited than capturing Lin Feng. Dazzling lights appeared. They had almost forgotten that there was a deadly Maharaga in front of them, even though the beast could devour them in one bite. All they thought about at that moment was the innate spiritual deployment, the innate great deployment master, who might be stronger than a saint. More fissures appeared and finally, the deployment mine exploded all around them. A spiritual body appeared. It had a human shape, but its features were not distinct. The Maharaga stuck out his tongue. He looked excited as he crawled towards the spiritual deployment body. At that moment, a few great emperors appeared and also shot towards the innate spiritual deployment body. The Maharaga was infuriated. He flicked his tongue and a strong wind started blowing. He immediately swallowed one of the great emperors. The man didn't even have time to shriek. Yang Xiao and Great Emperor Z were behind the others, both looking scared. That Maharaja was a Saint Imperial Maharaja. He was probably extremely old. However, he had always stayed there to protect the area and wait for the innate Great Deployment Master to be born. The Maharaja had devoured a strong cultivator, but he couldn't block all the great emperors from reaching the spiritual body. At that moment, someone stretched his hands out and grabbed the deployment spiritual body. Deployment lights appeared around him and started intertwining. They turned into a terrifying strength and attracted the strength of the 10,000 things of creation. However, a few seconds later, the great emperor was destroyed. People's hearts twitched. That Maharaja was even stronger than they had expected. Innate Great Deployment Master, that innate spiritual body is surprisingly so terrifying? Those who were still alive were terrified. They now believed half of the legends of the celestial remarkable deployment ministry about their ancestors. The innate Great Deployment Master was terrifying. His deployment spells could easily kill great emperors. However, the great emperor had been careless. The innate spiritual body looked at the crowd, and those people stepped back. They didn't dare get close, as they didn't want to die. The Maharaja didn't need to get involved, the innate spiritual body could also kill them. The spiritual body moved towards the Maharaja. The Maharaja lowered his head and the spiritual body jumped onto it. The Maharaja stuck out his tongue again happily. Then, he rose up into the air. Rumblings started all around them, the tomb was collapsing. Let's go! Great Emperor Z and Yang Xiao retreated. When they passed next to Lin Feng's body, Yang Xiao grabbed it and rose up into the air with it. Luckily, the Maharaja hadn't tried to kill them, or they would have died. The Maharaja destroyed the tomb as it exited. It was 1,000 meters long, and looked as big as a mountain. The crowd was astonished and scared when they saw him. What's that? Some people were overcome with fear. They had the impression their legs were too weak to carry their bodies. A Maharaja. It has a dragon head and a snake body. It's a gigantic one, which means he must be a Saint Emperor. It's also quite dark. He must be extremely strong as Saint Emperor. That's why he's so big. Explains someone who knew about Maharajas. People's hearts were pounding. Everybody retreated instinctively from it. There's someone on the Maharaja's head? It's not a person, it's a human form. What the hell is going on here? Yang Xiao, Great Emperor Z, you went into the tomb, what happened there? Someone asked Yang Xiao and Great Emperor Z when they came out of the hole. Innate spiritual deployment, innate Great Deployment Master, let's go, let's inform the teachers. Shouted Yang Xiao extremely loudly. Everybody shuddered with fear. An innate spiritual deployment. Were the legends true? And he was protected by a terrifying Maharaja? Such creatures were incredibly dangerous in this world. The innate spiritual body was seated on the Maharaja's head. They pierced through the clouds together and flew extremely high. He looked like a king. They moved forwards, and the emperors and great emperors all moved backwards. However, the deployment beasts looked excited as they roared. They gathered around, even the guardian spirits greeting their new king. It was indeed astonishing. Did those deployment beasts just protect their king? Is that a king? So what about the other tombs? Were they just covers? Wondered the crowd. However, it wasn't important anymore. They now wanted to know whether the elders of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry could deal with the Maharaja and the innate spiritual body, and use them for the sake of the ministry? But the Maharaja didn't attack anyone in the small world yet. The Maharaja and the deployment beasts were just worried about their king. All of that had nothing to do with Lin Feng. At that moment, the death cauldron was floating in the sky. Many strong cultivators were staring at it. There were many corpses around the cauldron, because it had killed them. But to Lin Feng, the most terrifying thing was that the ancient cauldron seemed to have a spirit, and it seemed to want to modify Lin Feng's soul to make it turn into his own. The cauldron could kill great emperors, but it seemed complicated for it to modify Lin Feng's soul. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2129, Modifying the Cauldron. Chapter 2129, Modifying the Cauldron. Lin Feng's soul was still in the cauldron. He could see everything happening outside. He could also sense that the cauldron wanted to modify his soul. The cauldron kept rotating and emitting deadly sounds. People in the distance kept retreating, they didn't dare get close. The cauldron is a terrifying great imperial weapon, it's a precious treasure. Why was it just outside of the grave, and what was in the grave? Wondered Lin Feng. He still felt safe inside. He even thought about other things. Actually, Lin Feng was really safe in there, because the ancient cauldron was extremely powerful and could easily kill emperors at the top of the Huang Qi layer and even great emperors. If the cauldron had been able to modify his soul, it would have done so already. The ancient cauldron sensed it couldn't modify Lin Feng's soul, so it was frustrated at the lack of progress. In Lin Feng's soul, a world pattern appeared, his spirit world. A cultivator's soul and spirit were one, the soul was the container. When Lin Feng's soul was absorbed by the ancient cauldron, his spirit was also absorbed. Master, said Lin Feng to Qin Shan. That ancient cauldron can't modify your soul now, but you should let it, a calm voice responded to Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned. He knew that the saint could barely talk, it was very difficult and tiring for him, usually they communicated using their souls. All right, replied Lin Feng. He knew that the saint couldn't reply. He stopped resisting the cauldron and let it modify him. Lin Feng realized that the cauldron really could modify his soul. His soul and the cauldron were slowly becoming one. No, is my soul going to become the cauldron's soul? If that's the case, will I ever manage to come out? Thought Lin Feng. However, he had no choice. His soul was in the cauldron, it had been absorbed, he couldn't escape. He had to let the cauldron modify his soul, but he didn't know what was going to happen. Time passed. In the distance, the crowd noticed that the cauldron wasn't acting as dangerously anymore, it seemed to be calming down. Lin Feng sensed his soul was being modified by the cauldron, he was turning into the cauldron's soul. He was becoming part of the ancient cauldron. After some time, the ancient cauldron settled down. Lin Feng's soul had become a part of the cauldron. Lin Feng tried to move and realized the cauldron moved when Lin Feng wanted to. If Lin Feng's physical body had been able to react, he would have cold sweats. He wasn't a human being anymore, he was a cauldron. He had become a cauldron. Was he going to be a cauldron forever? Lin Feng shivered. In the distance, the crowd was astonished, the cauldron staggered and kept shaking. What kind of cauldron was that? What was happening? But quickly, he stopped shaking and moved forwards. Lin Feng looked for the place where his physical body was, he had to find his body. He didn't want to live as a cauldron his entire life. However, when Lin Feng went back to the grave where the cauldron had absorbed his soul, he saw the grave had collapsed. The cauldron entered the hole and there was nothing left inside, his physical body had disappeared. Lin Feng had lost his physical body. He was astonished. Had someone taken it? What happened here? Thought Lin Feng. However, he couldn't talk. He was a cauldron, he wasn't a human being anymore. Yang Xiao was outside and wanted to capture me. The grave collapsed, which means that if Yang Xiao hasn't died, he must be the one who has taken my physical body, thought Lin Feng, and then he rose up into the air again. In the distance, the people were amazed. Even though the cauldron wasn't releasing death sound waves anymore, they were still wondering why it was acting so strange. It had gone back into the ruins, was it looking for something? Now it had left again. It didn't look like something a cauldron could do, it was more something a human being would do. The cauldron was acting like it was alive. Lin Feng continued flying forwards. However, he realized that people were watching him. In the paradise, there were still many people, and when they saw a cauldron traveling on its own, how could they not be interested? Especially those who hadn't seen how terrifying his death sound waves were. At that moment, a great emperor rushed over to the cauldron. Lin Feng grunted icily in his consciousness. The cauldron released sound waves in waves. The man turned black and his face stiffened. This ancient cauldron was dangerous? The death sound waves kept resonating, filling the air. Lin Feng was very annoyed, as he realized that now that he controlled the cauldron, it wasn't as powerful as before, otherwise, the man would have died already. Lin Feng didn't know that that ancient cauldron initially had its own body. It had been a terrifying cultivator who had sacrificed himself to make this terrifying great imperial weapon. After so many years, it still had a thread of consciousness left, which was why it had been so powerful. Now that Lin Feng's soul had become the cauldron's soul, it couldn't be as strong as before. The stronger the soul, the stronger the cauldron. Of course, even though that cauldron wasn't as strong as before, it could still kill great emperors. Very quickly, the people who tried to steal the cauldron all died. They became Lin Feng's first victims as a cauldron. Of course, as Lin Feng looked for his physical body, he bumped into many people who wanted to steal him. Lin Feng started killing them methodically. When people got close to him, he slaughtered them in a flash. That way, the people who chased him kept their distance after seeing that. That cauldron is alive and cunning, they hissed in fear. Back in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, the members of the 81 ministries were astonished, including some people of the Supreme Ministries. The news of the innate spiritual body and the Maharaja had reached them. A group of strong cultivators surrounded the Maharaja and the innate spiritual body and the group of deployment beasts. It was spectacular to see them in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. "Your Excellency, who are you?" demanded a strong cultivator of the Maharaja. "My king needs a physical body," replied the Maharaja uncaringly. Everybody knew that his king was the innate spiritual body. Only the spiritual body could be his king. However, people didn't understand why the terrifyingly strong Maharaja was calling that spiritual body his king. That guy did it on purpose, he wants to choose a physical body, thought the crowd. The spiritual body wants to use body capture? I don't like that word. Let's say my king is the future king of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. He will also be a great deployment master of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. You should be happy about having a king, said the Maharaja icily. The crowd frowned. That strong cultivator retorted, "What you mean is that after using the body capture, the spiritual body will join the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry and become our disciple?" "He won't be your disciple, he will be the king of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry," said the Maharaja, staring at that strong cultivator icily. The strong cultivators of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry looked pensive. An innate great deployment master? It was rare. If that guy could really become a great deployment master and became their king, why not? The Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry would rise at the speed of light. However, they were worried that he would also make them submit. They didn't want to lose control or become his slaves. The strong cultivators talked to one another, and after a short time, the same strong cultivator asked, "What body do you want?" At that moment, the Maharaja suddenly looked determined, as if he had been getting ready for the question. Many strong cultivators released chi when they saw that, but they heard the Maharaja shout furiously, "Who wants to stop me? Do you want my king to join another group?" Many people were astonished. The Maharaja grabbed someone. That person shouted, "Teacher, save me." Oh no. He surprisingly chose him, how sad. Yang Xiao, who was in the crowd, frowned. Surprisingly, they had chosen him. That guy was as famous as he was. It was the cultivator who had the spiritual deployment body, his deployment spells were terrifying and he was extremely talented. You can't choose him. Change the body, please. Humph. Why would my king want someone who has no talent and who isn't extremely strong? It would be useless. He's lucky to have been chosen, said the Maharaja, refusing to release the person. The spiritual body immediately penetrated into the hapless man. The crowd was astonished. They were all terrified and didn't want to stay near him anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2130, Another Saint-like Cultivator. Chapter 2130, Another Saint-like Cultivator. After that, the spiritual body finally had a real body, with ears, feet, hands. However, he looked evil and terrifying. He looked extremely clever, too. He glanced at the crowd and smiled icily. I've transmitted everything to him. He's me now and I'm him. Of course, the difference is that I am now your king. Remember that. He looked dignified and majestic like a king. He was still on the Maharaja's head and looked at the crowd in a disdainfully. Then he slowly turned around and looked at Yang Shao. Where's the cauldron? Yang Shao didn't understand. The cauldron. When Yang Shao had entered the tomb, the cauldron and Lin Feng had already disappeared. He had just found Lin Feng's body. My king, he doesn't have the cauldron. The cauldron absorbed a soul and left. I don't know where he is, said the Maharaja icily. The spiritual body frowned. The Maharaja looked at Yang Shao and said, Show me that person's body. Yang Shao was astonished, his face twitched. Initially, that person had the same position as him in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, and now he had turned into their king. A great deployment master had stolen his body. He was also annoyingly proud and arrogant. But Yang Shao had no choice but to obey. He took out Lin Feng's body. The spiritual body looked at Lin Feng's body calmly. The Maharaja surrounded Lin Feng and said to the spiritual body, My king, that's the one. His soul was absorbed by the cauldron. That's his physical body. All right, nodded the spiritual body, nodding. Then, a strong wind moved to the body to destroy it. However, Lin Feng's body seemed unaffected, the power just rang off it. The spiritual body was stupefied and frowned. What an incredibly strong physical body. What a pity, I could have used it. But I guess an innate spiritual deployment body is not bad either. At that moment, the cauldron emitted whistling sounds in the far distance. The spiritual body was stupefied and looked at the cauldron. His eyes twinkled, he smiled, and thought, What a guy, you've been following me for so many years, you can always find me. Lin Feng didn't know what the spiritual body was thinking. At that moment, he was staring at his own body, but he was annoyed, as there were so many strong cultivators around once again. He could only float in the air since he was a cauldron. 10,000 evolutions cauldron, come back! Shouted the spiritual body. Lin Feng was startled. That person was talking to the cauldron. Was he the owner of the cauldron before? Lin Feng slowly flew over next to the spiritual body. The spiritual body smiled, turned around and said to the crowd, Even though I am an innate spiritual deployment body, I've already transmitted my knowledge to this body and I'm your king. Don't worry, I will make the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry rise and become really strong. Innate? Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry's king, thought Lin Feng. He tried to understand what was going on. All right, everybody can disperse, I will choose a palace, said the spiritual body. The Maharaja left and the crowd dispersed. Only a few strong cultivators from the Supreme Ministries followed him. The worst thing is that the spiritual body chose a king's palace from the Gone Ministry. Had he absorbed the body's memories as well? Lin Feng followed the spiritual body as well. Even though his body was still there, he couldn't take it away easily. The Maharaja was too strong. Once at the palace, the spiritual body glanced around and bellowed. Deployment lights started intertwining. He had cast a deployment spell on the whole palace. He slowly turned around and looked at the deployment beasts. This is my palace now, so protect it. The deployment beasts obeyed and surrounded the palace. Only the Maharaja stayed, taking Lin Feng's body and throwing it on the ground. Lin Feng was very annoyed. Good boy, we haven't seen each other for tens of thousands of years, and you've always been protecting me, thank you, said the spiritual body, tapping the Maharaja's head and smiling patiently. The Maharaja stuck out his tongue and looked happy, he said, sounding like a human being, Master, that's my duty. I've been waiting for so long and now my king has come back. When Lin Feng heard them, he was stupefied. That innate great deployment master had really been born in the depths of the earth and sky. He heard some little secrets. Yes, back then, I couldn't break free and I fell. Now that I have come back to life through a deployment spell, I will break free from the limits of the past and I will become much stronger, said the spiritual body, his eyes twinkling. He looked like a king. Tens of thousands of years before, he had also been a king. A great deployment master? Lin Feng was stunned. Another monstrously strong cultivator. Saint Tianhan was a saint, but he had been badly injured. The person in front of him at that moment had been reborn through a deployment spell and now had an innate deployment body. That was really ominous. He had cast a terrifying deployment spell in front of Lin Feng in the blink of an eye, covering the whole palace. At that moment, the spiritual body looked at the ancient cauldron and smiled. So many years have passed, the 10,000 evolutions cauldron has always been my favorite weapon. Now you look less dazzling than in the past. He stretched out his hands and touched the cauldron. Deployment marks started intertwining. The 10,000 evolutions cauldron started shining, a formidable chi rising from it. Lin Feng's soul trembled. That chi was indeed impressive. The atmosphere became oppressive. Great deployment masters use great imperial weapons? Lin Feng didn't understand. His current body seemed to be a terrifying weapon, but Lin Feng didn't even know how to use it, perhaps because he had let the cauldron modify his soul. Lin Feng felt powerless now. He didn't even understand what the cauldron was. He wanted his physical body back. However, when he heard the spiritual body, he understood this duo was tens of thousands of years old. Dragon Maharaja, do you have any great imperial weapons? The spiritual body asked the Maharaja. The Maharaja nodded and spat out a few. They were all great imperial weapons, but the Maharaja didn't seem to treat them like treasures, he simply spat them out. The spiritual body put those weapons in the cauldron and smiled. So many years, you don't even have a thread of my consciousness anymore. What a tragedy. Since you forgot your own powers, I'll help you. The spiritual body, who still had his hand on the cauldron, started carved deployment marks on the cauldron in glittering strokes. Lin Feng was trembling, and his soul was twitching. Surprisingly, the spiritual body was transforming the great imperial weapons. Lin Feng could barely stand it, the cauldron kept trembling. The spiritual body frowned and said, I need to modify you again. You're so weak now. You don't look like an imposing and awe-inspiring king's cauldron anymore. The lights shone again. Lin Feng was terrified, his soul strength was running out. The process didn't last too long, however. The great imperial weapons finally transformed and fused together with the cauldron. Lin Feng was speechless. The cauldron was now a terrifying great imperial weapon. It was probably a level 8 or 9 great imperial weapon. Lin Feng had to study his current body and see how strong it was. He knew about the death sound waves and the soul-absorbing power. The spiritual body tapped the cauldron and smiled. Wait, and I'll make you shine again. I need to stabilize a little in this new physical body, then I'll bring you back to life. Then, we'll fuse together and try to become the first cultivator of the continent of the 9 clouds. the spiritual body burst into laughter and left the palace. However, the Maharaja didn't leave. It was on the ground and Lin Feng's physical body was left on the ground, too. Lin Feng was furious. If the Maharaja didn't leave, Lin Feng couldn't do anything at all. Lin Feng didn't know whether he could leave that cauldron or not, even if he used his full strength. How could he get back into his real body? Besides, the spiritual body had said he was going to modify him and make him come back to life. What was that supposed to mean? Lin Feng had to leave as soon as possible, before he came back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2131, Evasion. Chapter 2131, Evasion. Lin Feng landed on the ground calmly. The Maharaja was still there, not intending to leave. Lin Feng was angry, but he didn't hurry. He started studying the 10,000 evolutions cauldron. He had turned into a cauldron, but he wasn't familiar with it. He realized that there were millions of ancient, complex marks in the 10,000 evolutions cauldron. He could only sigh when he saw how complex this cauldron was. He also realized that a few terrifying great deployment marks were interconnected. The deployment marks the spiritual body had carved a moment before were probably evolving deployment marks. This terrifying cauldron could even modify great imperial weapons. Lin Feng was scared because he needed to use lots of soul strength. He understood he had replaced the consciousness of the cauldron, so he needed to help it and use his own strength when deploying energies. If he tried to make such a cauldron, it would be impossible. This cauldron could even absorb his soul freely. With his strength, he couldn't possibly modify the cauldron. Apart from evolution strength, there's also death strength in this cauldron, and it must also have some soul-absorbing evolution strength, thought Lin Feng. He had sensed the death strength when he found the cauldron. It was much more powerful than his own. He already knew how to release death sound waves with the cauldron, but now he needed to learn how to use the other types of strength the cauldron possessed. Lin Feng slowly started studying the complex deployment spells. The Maharaja's eyes were closed, but sometimes he opened them and glanced at the ancient cauldron neutrally. He said, "So many years have passed, and now you seem to look new. What that?" Lin Feng rose up into the air and rotating around the Maharaja to show off his strength. He had seen that the spiritual body thought highly of the cauldron. The cauldron had a high social position in their small group. This cauldron used to be the old man's treasure in the past. The air whistled as Lin Feng moved out. The Maharaja didn't pay attention. The cauldron had a soul, he would come back. The Maharaja wasn't worried about that. It had been stuck in a tomb for so many years, so it wanted to go outside. That was perfectly normal. Lin Feng moved out and traveled around the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry freely and without a goal. Many people noticed him. However, the cauldron belonged to the proud and arrogant spiritual body. Nobody dared try to steal it. Even though Lin Feng sensed that many people wanted to steal the cauldron, nobody actually dared to. The spiritual body had shown them how strong he was. The Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry's members had been astonished. An innate great deployment master, the future king of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. If he had been alone, the elders of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry wouldn't have treated him like that, but he also had a terrifying Maharaja with him. The members of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry really had the impression that he had the potential to become a king. Great Emperor Z is there. Lin Feng noticed Great Emperor Z. The cauldron moved towards him. Great Emperor Z frowned. He was curious about the cauldron, but he had to be vigilant. He had heard that many people had been killed by the cauldron as people were coming out of the gone ministry's paradise. He had to be careful. Therefore, when the cauldron drew closer and closer to him, he retreated quickly. Lin Feng was annoyed. Great Emperor Z was extremely strong and he was vigilant. The cauldron rotated at full speed and rang out. Death sound waves reached Great Emperor Z and his face suddenly turned gray. He suddenly flickered and used a deployment spell to move away at full speed. The cauldron was furious and chased Great Emperor Z at full speed. At the same time, the cauldron's lights illuminated the atmosphere and absorbed strength filled the air. Great Emperor Z was stupefied. The cauldron wanted to absorb him? What's going on? Why is that cauldron chasing me? Great Emperor Z continued flying away, but the cauldron continued chasing him too. Great Emperor Z pulled a long face. After a long time, he entered the Li Palace. The cauldron continued chasing him in there, too. Lin Feng thought that he had guessed right. He needed lots of soul strength to control the cauldron, so if he released lots of soul strength, he could kill Great Emperor Z. The members of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry were astonished when they saw that. Nobody dared get close to the cauldron, everyone moving away. Lin Feng was annoyed. The members of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry were all irritating. Lin Feng turned around after some time. He didn't look for Yang Xiao, he went back to the spiritual body's palace. The Maharaja was still there and looked extremely calm and was used to remaining quiet. I need an opportunity to find my physical body and leave, thought Lin Feng. However, he didn't hurry. He just calmly stayed there for some time. It became dark outside. Lin Feng wanted to leave more than anything, but he was patient. One day passed, and then on the day after, at the same time as he had left on the day before, he rose up into the air, a hum spreading out. He swooped down, grabbed his body and put it into the cauldron quickly. The Maharaja opened his eyes, looking a bit surprised. But the Maharaja didn't doubt the cauldron, saying indifferently, that physical body is really good. Our master might use it someday, don't lose it. He closed his eyes again, as if nothing had happened. Lin Feng moved away rapidly, the air whistling past him. By now, everybody knew how evil the cauldron was. When the disciples of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry saw the cauldron, they moved away as if their pants were on fire. Lin Feng headed towards the only exit from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry as quickly as he could. Lin Feng finally arrived at the door of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. When the guards saw the cauldron, they were shocked, but they got out of the way. The cauldron crossed the door and left the ministry behind. When Lin Feng left the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, he suddenly felt extremely much better, as if a great load had been removed from his shoulders. He shouted in relief, but no sound came out of the cauldron. However, Lin Feng knew that he wasn't safe yet. The Maharaja was extremely strong, and the stronger cultivators of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry were dangerous, too. He had to leave this place, or they might be able to find him. When Lin Feng thought about that, he gained altitude and departed with all haste. He didn't want the people outside to notice him. He was a cauldron, after all, and if strong cultivators saw him, they might try to steal him. Way up in the sky above the clouds, Lin Feng moved along at top speed. He bumped into a few strong cultivators who wanted to steal the cauldron, but Lin Feng killed them quickly. 3 days later, back in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, the spiritual body stopped meditating in seclusion and came out. When he saw the Maharaja, he asked, "Little Maharaja, where's the cauldron?" The Maharaja opened his eyes, which glittered for a moment. "It left a few days ago, I don't know where it went." "Have you gone and checked?" "The first day, it left and came back quickly. It has mental abilities and is cunning. Therefore, I'm not too worried," replied the Maharaja. The spiritual body nodded, having no doubts, but he whispered, "What about the physical body?" "The cauldron took it," replied the Maharaja. "Let's go out and see," said the spiritual body calmly. They left the palace. Quickly, they learned that the cauldron had left the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry a few days before. The spiritual body and the Maharaja started having doubts. Maybe the soul of that body was absorbed by the cauldron. That would explain why that body didn't have a soul, deduced the spiritual body, seated on the Maharaja's head. Yes, his soul must have been modified by the cauldron. The spiritual body frowned. According to that principle, the cauldron should have easily modified that boy's soul, especially since he was just an emperor. Now that the ancient cauldron had disappeared, he really started thinking something was wrong. As more time passed, the spiritual body found it extremely strange and grew angry. He left the celestial remarkable deployment ministry, trying to find the cauldron. He also wanted to go to Godly Cloud City for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. That same day, a voice coming from the sky of the celestial remarkable deployment ministry also said it was time to leave for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. In the Gone ministry, the leader of the group dispatched some strong cultivators to go with Yang Xiao to the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. The 9 supreme ministries did the same. Other than people who wanted to participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, some were also going along just to watch. Feng had turned into a passing traveler. Far away from the celestial remarkable deployment ministry, in a desolate mountain range, some bestial chi was filling the air. There was a cauldron in the clouds with a body inside. The cauldron descended, piercing through the clouds. The mountain range was more than far enough away that people from the celestial remarkable deployment ministry couldn't find him there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2132, Coming Back. Chapter 2132, Coming Back. The cauldron slowly descended from the sky. Feng could see many beasts in the mountain range below. As a cauldron, Feng had an all-around field of vision. Some of the beasts were extremely strong. When the ancient cauldron descended from the sky and landed on the mountain, many beasts looked at him coldly. In the mountains, spiritual beasts usually liked keeping their animal forms, they didn't mind having a beast form. However, they were still sentient and enlightened. When they saw the cauldron, they immediately understood that it was a precious treasure. The beasts started roaring greedily. Many beasts raced over to the cauldron, snarling and eager. However, Feng merely smiled icily. He let the beasts get near and did nothing. The beasts were vigilant. When they saw that cauldron was alone and nobody around, they drew closer. When they did, deadly lights appeared around the cauldron and filled the air. The beasts couldn't control their souls anymore. The cauldron had been trying to absorb their souls. Dead beasts appeared at the top of the mountain, their souls sucked in by the ancient cauldron. The 10,000 evolutions cauldron released some evolution strength, which filled the air. The beasts' souls started shaking violently, trying to resist, but it was useless. Very quickly, their souls were destroyed and modified. What powerful evolution strength! Praised Feng. He was astonished. The beasts weren't too strong, but still, absorbing their souls and modifying them was something exceptional, and he realized it was different than when he modified weapons or other things. The 10,000 evolutions cauldron was a better pilot than he was and could easily modify souls. He had turned into the cauldron's soul, but he hadn't become a cauldron, he could just act as the cauldron. He didn't fuse together with the souls he absorbed them, however, he just wanted to use them to drive the cauldron. Those souls can help me drive the 10,000 evolutions cauldron. So can my soul leave it now? He wondered. He tried to bring his soul out of the cauldron. How painful! It's my soul is being flayed. He grimaced when he felt the pain. He stopped and thought, that ancient cauldron needs my soul to deploy its explosive strength. If my soul leaves the cauldron, the other souls will disperse. Becoming an ancient cauldron isn't easy. The best way is to absorb many beast souls and turn them into the cauldron's strength. When Feng realized that, he stopped moving aimlessly and brought his body away. He needed to kill some beasts. Very quickly, a gigantic tiger appeared and ran towards the cauldron, brandishing his claws. Of course, when he touched the cauldron, a fearsome strength instantly absorbed his soul, and he died. I need to modify the cauldron's strength with my own soul. Using the beast's soul to drive the cauldron requires too much strength, thought Feng. His soul was the cauldron's soul, he could recover his own soul strength but not that of the beasts, but it didn't matter. His own soul strength was enough for now. Lin Feng didn't need to hunt for beasts, they came to him automatically. Lin Feng just welcomed them and absorbed their souls. If he encountered powerful and extremely strong cultivators, he didn't need Qin Shan's help anymore, he just used the cauldron to attack them. Lin Feng sensed that the ancient cauldron's souls were becoming more and more powerful, and felt more confident. He even became excited to hunt beasts. When beasts took a human form, he didn't want to hunt them, but if they had an animal form, he didn't mind, it was open season. He moved rather quickly, crossing a forest and making sure he drew nobody's attention. After all, there were some truly dangerous beasts in the continent, so he had to be careful. He emerged from the forest and arrived above a beautiful river, the sounds of splashing water filling the air. Lin Feng was amazed. The river was quite beautiful, and a silhouette appeared indistinctly on its shores. She had wet jet-black hair, looked quite meek and mild, very pretty with extremely white skin, and her chi was incredible, too. She was wearing simple white clothes, and looked extremely desirable. When the beautiful woman saw the cauldron, she looked interested. That ancient cauldron looked powerful, it was probably a high-tier great imperial weapon. When the cauldron saw her, it stopped. How strange. The woman came out of the water, she had a perfect body, absolutely flawless, and her clothes were transparent. Luckily, Lin Feng was a cauldron, so he had thoughts, but his body didn't react since he was a cauldron at the moment. What a beautiful seal, he thought when he saw the necklace with a seal between her breasts. It looked extremely lifelike. The woman suddenly laughed, a robe appeared around her and she released hot chi, drying her clothes instantly. She looked at the cauldron and smiled, "You're a perverted cauldron. Do you have the same mental abilities as a human?" Lin Feng almost had cold sweats. What would the woman have thought if she had known he was a man? "You're a cauldron without a master?" the woman asked Lin Feng gently. Her smile was magnificent. Lin Feng just rotated twice as if he was trying to shake his head, and the woman looked disappointed. "Interesting cauldron, you are self-aware, but unfortunately, you have a master. Otherwise, I would have taken you and we would have explored the world together." Lin Feng was speechless, mostly because he couldn't talk. However, at that moment, a hurricane started howling, bestial chi filled the air and rose to the skies. The woman frowned as she released an ice-cold chi. She didn't look so nice and gentle anymore. Lin Feng was surprised at how fast her demeanor changed. It was good that he was a cauldron. If he had been a man, he wouldn't have seen her smile, he would have just seen her furious. Powerful beasts were rushing over. The leader of the group of beasts had a human form and he was staring at the woman. He looked at her coldly and his bestial chi was impressive. "Capture her," ordered that man coldly. The beasts started running at her, making the earth and sky tremble. The force of the stampede even made Lin Feng tremble. They looked fierce and powerful. However, the woman just took out a soft sword in response. She was extremely fast, invisible and intangible chi filling the air. Lin Feng just saw blood splash, and in the blink of an eye, all the beasts were dead. She put her soft sword on the leader's throat, blood dripping from it. How fast! Her attacks are so precise. She killed those beasts in one sword strike each time. Praised Lin Feng. The woman put her sword away and recalled her chi. Her silhouette flickered. She landed in front of the cauldron and caressed it. Lin Feng moved back in surprise. You're shy?" asked the woman, giggling at him. Her beautiful eyes kept twinkling, she looked particularly interested in the cauldron. She continued caressing it and smiled. You have a physical body and many deployment marks. Who's your master?" "Unfortunately, I can't take you with me, it would have been fun. See you." Then, the woman turned into a beam of light and disappeared. How fast, who is she? Lin Feng was amazed. She had the same cultivation level as him, and was so strong. Lin Feng sighed, there were so many geniuses in godly clouds. Feng didn't dwell on it too much. He absorbed more beast souls and finally stopped after reaching a certain point. The cauldron contained a great many more souls now. Feng sensed that it would be much easier for his soul to leave the cauldron now. Even though it was painful, Feng finally managed to leave the cauldron and move back into his body, which was still inside the cauldron. His physical body in the cauldron slowly stood up. His muscles were definitely sore after being dead for several days. He took a deep breath and enjoyed being back in his body again. He whispered, "I'm finally back." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2133, Arriving in Town. Chapter 2133, Arriving in Town. Godly Clouds was the center of the continent of the 9 clouds, and had borders with the 8 other regions. It was extremely vast. It was difficult to imagine how vast it was, and impossible to know how many inhabitants lived there. Godly Cloud City was in the center of the region. It was a famous place. Many strong cultivators gathered there, especially for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. People from the 12 districts of Godly Cloud City were there to greet them. East of Godly Cloud City and up in the sky were groups of cultivators. Some of them were on beasts, some of them were flying in the clouds, some of them were on the ground, some of them were even walking slowly. Some of them were alone, some of them were in groups, but the people didn't stop. At the same time, from under a lake, someone raised their head and saw the numerous people all around and above them. It had started a while ago. It was like that every day, during the day, at night, at any time of the day. The number of people from the 12 cities who had arrived was incredible. The cities of Godly Clouds had therefore made a public announcement. People who weren't emperors couldn't go to the 12 cities of Godly Cloud City. At the same time, they had to take a small exam to enter the city. Godly Clouds wanted to eliminate some people. Otherwise, the city wouldn't be able to accommodate everyone. Every 100 years, it was the same thing there. Many people went there, determined to succeed. Every 100 years, many geniuses gathered in Godly Clouds. "How lively!" whispered an old man at that moment, up in the sky. He was at the top of the Huangqi layer, but he felt tiny there. All the cultivators in the sky were all emperors of the top of the Huangqi layer or great emperors. They were all extremely strong. "Grandpa, so many extremely strong cultivators!" exclaimed a young woman of the Huangqi layer in a weak voice. In her village, she was considered extremely strong. People said she was a genius. It had taken them a year to arrive here. She had realized that everybody was extremely strong here, but... Yes, my little girl, our small village is not the only place where you can find extremely strong cultivators. In Godly Clouds, there are millions of geniuses. "We have to be discreet and avoid fighting anyone," replied the old man. This kind of place was dangerous. It was better not to offend anyone. One could never know. Some people could be extremely strong and kill you. "Don't worry, Grandpa. Why would I offend anyone?" whispered the young woman. "People like you came to Godly Cloud City to lose face," said someone not far from them. It was a group of 5 young men, making fun of them. The old man and the young woman turned around. They were startled. They had just said they wouldn't offend anyone and suddenly, someone tried to provoke them. She just gulped it down, though. "Little girl, let's go," said the old man to the young woman, ignoring those people. "Go? That girl is beautiful, let me help to protect her," said a smiling young man. The 4 others surrounded the old man, all of them staring at the young woman. They had overheard the old man and the young woman's conversation, so they knew that those 2 were from a small place. They had decided to capture her. Of course, this was only a small thing which happened to some people who had come to the city. Many people remained discreet and didn't want to offend anyone. Many others tried to cause trouble for no reason. There were all sorts of people, and sometimes things were unavoidable. Where there are many people, there is always chaos. Of course, many people plotted against others as well. A sword streaked across the sky and shot towards one of the young men. The air was filled with sword intent. The evil young men were stunned when they saw that. They turned around and saw a young man, like them, mounted on a beast. He slowly came towards them. His sword intent filled the air. He had just carried out that sword attack a moment before. Sword lights glittered, it was like time had stopped. The young men all disappeared into the sword lights. They were unlucky. They had bumped into a young man who didn't understand what it meant to remain discreet, but even though he killed people in a cold and detached way, he seemed to have at least a little sense of justice and righteousness. Lin Feng had the feeling his sense of justice and righteousness wasn't very developed, because he had killed so many people. The cultivation world was cruel. To become strong, it was necessary to kill people. Lin Feng was no exception. But just a moment before, for justice and righteousness, he had killed a few more people again. The old man and the young woman only saw a handsome young man. He looked enigmatic and unfathomable. He was mounted on a fire lion, which looked particularly ferocious. The fire lion looked like Shang-Chi, so Lin Feng had captured it in the mountain range. The old man was scared when he sensed the fire lion's chi. What level is that beast, thought the old man. He looked up at Lin Feng and bowed. Thank you very much for saving us, master, but... In his eyes, this young man had to be a disciple from a wealthy and powerful clan. He was very strong, talented, had a powerful beast, and with only a few sword attacks he had instantly killed a few young men of the same age. They belonged to two different worlds. The young woman's eyes twinkled. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "How strong?" "It's nothing, really," Lin Feng smiled. He looked quite impressive. The old man sighed. No wonder this young man was extremely strong. He had a completely different personality from the people he had just killed. He still thought Lin Feng was an extremely strong genius from a wealthy and powerful clan. Thanks to your slight effort, you saved my granddaughter and me, said the old man humbly. He knew that if this young man hadn't helped them, his granddaughter would have been kidnapped and he would have been killed. I can't tolerate anything like that happening in front of me, Lin Feng assured him. In front of us is the eastern entrance of the 12 cities, right? Indeed, we're almost there, said the old man. Nodded. Come, Lin Feng smiled. He was in a good mood. The old man was surprised and the young woman looked excited. She jumped onto the beast and smiled cutely. Thank you, brother. Thank you very much, master. Please forgive my granddaughter, she's stubborn and obstreperous. Don't blame her, said the old man respectfully. Even though Lin Feng's cultivation level was similar to his, he knew he couldn't compete with Lin Feng's sword. Therefore, he didn't dare let his granddaughter call him brother. He had to remain vigilant. It's all right. Just call me Lin Feng, mister. This young girl is nice, and I am young, too. She can call me brother, said Lin Feng politely. The young woman made a face and the old man laughed, also jumping onto the fire lion. He wasn't worried that Lin Feng would do anything to them or request anything. Lin Feng was too strong. He didn't need to make them mount his lion to attract them. He found he trusted the young man. He was definitely honest and kind-hearted. The fire lion sped forwards, his bestial chi filling the air around them. In the sky, many people watched the beast strangely, wondering at its strength. Just like the old man, everybody thought the young man had to be from a wealthy and powerful family, or he wouldn't have had such a powerful beast even though he was still a cultivator of the Huang Qi layer. The fire lion was a great imperial beast. When Lin Feng captured it, it took great efforts. Finally, the lion had submitted. It was no wonder the crowd had the same thoughts as the old man. Brother, you come from a city near Godly Cloud City? Asked the young woman. No. I'm from the Dark Night region, replied Lin Feng. The young woman's beautiful eyes twinkled. How far? You actually come from another region. Is the Dark Night region the same as Godly Clouds? The same goal can be reached using different routes. The Dark Night region is less complex. There aren't millions of clans fighting and competing all the time. The average strength is also lower than in Godly Clouds. Godly Clouds is in the center of the continent, so of course it's the most powerful region. But you come from the Dark Night region, and you're extremely strong, brother. You must be an incredible public figure, smiled the young woman. The three people chatted freely before they arrived at the eastern gate. The people who were flying all landed there. People had to pass through the gate. Entering the city while flying was prohibited. We're at the eastern gate, the most important one. Once you cross the gate, you're really in town. I hope we're not too late, said the old man, looking at the gate. There was an empty space gate there, and he naturally understood what it meant. Many people had gathered there. Some people managed to cross the gate, while many others were refused entry. Go, you can go, Lin Feng smiled. The old man nodded. My granddaughter is quite talented. I'll try first, and if I can go in, she'll definitely be authorized entry, too. Then, the old man walked to the gate, but unfortunately, he was refused access. He came back disappointed and said, "We've been traveling for a year, and unfortunately, I was refused entry." Never mind. Let's walk around the city and enjoy the landscapes, said the young woman to cheer him up. She didn't want to go into the city without her grandfather. I'll take you in, said Lin Feng, releasing chi around the two people. He had them enter his spirit world. He walked up to the gate with the lion. They crossed over and entered the central city of the continent of the 9 clouds. The old man and the young woman reappeared, now inside the city. As they stood there, Lin Feng and the fire lion were already far away. They hadn't even had time to react to what had happened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2134, Skill. Chapter 2134, Skill. Eastern Town was in the eastern part of Godly Cloud City, hence the name. It was just a district within the city, but it was still gigantic. There were millions of clans and other kinds of influential groups. It was also divided into many sub-districts. The political situation was complex. Of course, there were a few groups at the top who looked down on the rest of the city. The strongest groups were probably backed up by the shrines, so they were essential for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. After all, the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds was in the inner part of Godly Cloud City. Not everybody could go there, and not everybody could participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. There would have been billions of people if so, and the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds would have been much less interesting. Precisely for that reason, each time a shrine organized the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, the strongest groups of the 12 cities had to be strict and check the potential participants. Of course, most people didn't know what was going on behind the scenes. However, when people came to Godly Cloud City, they always realized it was a mysterious place, a holy place for cultivation. Godly Cloud City had to be an incredible place because the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds took place there. It was easier to keep up to date with the news there. Lin Feng had already released the old man and his granddaughter in town. By doing so, some people had probably noticed him, so he had to leave quickly. He departed quickly and was now walking on the main road. There were people all around. Lin Feng kept glancing around, having millions of thoughts. How many years had he been practicing cultivation? From the beginning, he would have never thought he'd be walking in the central city of the continent of the 9 clouds someday, Godly Cloud City. The very center of the continent, how incredible. Lin Feng glanced around, noting many people looked enigmatic and unfathomable. Emperors looked like insects here, extremely weak. Most children were emperors already here, which made Lin Feng speechless. But when he saw the shops on both sides of the street, he also understood that they had more resources than anywhere else in the world. He was at the top of the Huang Qi layer, and for that cultivation level, there were many useful items in the shops around him. There were also many auction houses. The powerful clans in those cities also had incredible items. Lin Feng looked at the people around him. Many of them were also observing him. Of course, more people actually looked at his gigantic fire lion. To many people, that lion looked even more incredible than Lin Feng. The beast was a great imperial beast and Lin Feng was just an emperor. But people remained discreet. Nobody tried to offend anyone. They were in Godly Cloud City, not outside. Without knowing someone's background, the best choice was not to offend them. What should you do if you want to participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, wondered Lin Feng. Even though he didn't know the exact details, he knew that it was impossible to go to the meeting and participate directly. There had to be a selection process, otherwise the meeting would have lasted forever. A filtering had to be done. Lin Feng continued walking through the city, enjoying the landscapes. An open-air restaurant appeared in his field of vision, with many people chatting on the terrace. Lin Feng smiled and walked over. Restaurants were perfect places to learn the news. Lin Feng went to a table and listened to what people were talking about. He learned some important news in Godly Cloud City. For example, an extremely strong young person from a clan of alchemists had fought against some foreigners. They had bet on pellets and the foreigners had surprisingly won. Many people were startled. The clan was famous in Godly Cloud City, and their young people were extremely strong, but surprisingly, their young clansmen had lost. It was said that they intended to fight again to regain face. After that, he heard people talk more about those young people who had challenged the young alchemist from Godly Cloud City. They were actually from a very powerful clan of alchemists from Red Clouds. They were extremely strong, ambitious, and proud, and dared challenge extremely strong cultivators from Godly Cloud City. They made Red Clouds seem even more prestigious. The news spread quickly everywhere in Godly Cloud City, and many people were talking about it. Of course, people talked about it because both sides were extremely strong. Actually, many foreigners challenged people from Godly Cloud City. People from Godly Cloud City were inherently proud and arrogant. Their clans had existed for a long time in Godly Cloud City. Most foreigners didn't dare challenge people from Godly Cloud City. However, it couldn't be denied that the people who came to Godly Cloud City were extremely strong and talented, and some of them were extraordinary. Their clans were all extraordinary in the other regions of the continent. Lin Feng understood those things perfectly. If anyone tried to provoke Wu Ju, the 13 young beast masters from the animal district, Shu Chunxiu, or Saint Tianhan in Godly Cloud City, would they submit to humiliation? The best thing to do was to protect oneself, but not to kill the young people from the powerful clans of Godly Cloud City. If their young people didn't die, then their clans could say anything either. In the restaurant, Lin Feng regretted that he hadn't made Yu come out. Yu was in his spirit world with his family relaxing sometimes. She practiced cultivation to stabilize her foundation. After all, she hadn't reached such a cultivation level relying on her own abilities, she had been granted it with powers. A terrifyingly strong cultivator had sacrificed themselves for her. She had to work on her cultivation constantly to stabilize it. This time, the Destiny Shrine is in charge of organizing the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. The 20 towns chose 4 groups of influence as entranced. Selected people have the competency to participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. There will be many geniuses from ancient holy clans. Of course. There are so many strong cultivators in Godly Cloud City, you can't underestimate any of them. If only one group had selected candidates, it wouldn't have worked. If you go to the different groups, they can either recommend you or not. Many people will be eliminated. Yes, but those who aren't chosen by shrines aren't happy. Someone smiled. Are you talking about the Devamara Thunder Clan? Asked someone. Of course. The Devamara Thunder Clan is really strong. They've always been a powerful group of the eastern town. They're incredibly strong. However, they weren't chosen by the shrine, so they are disappointed. A clan which relies on physical strength can't succeed. They were not taken into consideration. That's normal, someone said coldly. Many people giggled, but they didn't contradict him. People from the Devamara Thunder Clan had a terrifying physical strength. There was a crunching sound, startling everyone. They turned around and saw someone wearing a black cloak. He looked furious and released a mighty chi which filled the air. Really insolent, said that person coldly. The Destiny Shrine chose people as they wished. It doesn't mean clans they haven't chosen aren't strong enough. If you dare talk nonsense here again, don't blame me for not being polite. His bones and muscles emitted crackling sounds. He kicked a table, which instantly exploded into dust. He's from the Devamara Thunder Clan. The crowd frowned. Those who had just talked up felt chills. They didn't dare say anything anymore. The Devamara Thunder Clan was too powerful. What? It's forbidden to talk here? Said someone else at that moment. He looked bestial and ice-cold, and still had his glass in his hand. It's the one who just criticized the Devamara Thunder Clan, thought the crowd. The person from the Devamara Thunder Clan looked at him and said coldly, which animal clan has such insolent little beasts? Beast? The crowd looked at the young person. The man put his glass down. He actually did look like a beast. Show me how physically strong the members of the Devamara Thunder Clan are, said that man as he stood up. The young person of the Devamara Thunder Clan jumped forward. The air thickened as he shouted loudly. Terrifying Culpa lights shone out. Black arcs of electricity moved towards the animal at full speed, like millions of snakes. What a powerful chi, that's an aggressive skill. An armor made of scales appeared around the bestial young man. He looked ferocious, and his physical strength was incredible. He was a dragon rhinoceros. The two fighters collided, their energies blotting out the sky. People were talking about battles just before. They hadn't thought they'd see one so quickly. Feng was quietly astonished. He looked up at the sky and saw dazzling Culpa lights. Culpa indestructible Devamara skill. Feng's eyes twinkled. The Devamara Thunder Clan practiced the same skill as him, or more precisely, the skill he was studying probably came from that clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2135, Agitation. Chapter 2135, Agitation. Feng watched the battle. He realized that the cultivator of the Devamara Thunder Clan practiced the Culpa indestructible Devamara skill and had mastered it better than him. Even though he practiced the skill, he only had a part of it. At the D-Chi layer, he wouldn't be able to practice it anymore. He also rarely relied on skills to fight. He relied on skills to level up, and to improve his strength and soul strength. But the cultivator of the Devamara Thunder Clan was different. He had an advanced knowledge and understanding of the Culpa indestructible Devamara skill. There were many details Feng didn't know about. That guy also used several special powers and special sorts of strength from the skill. After all, the Devamara Thunder Clan was the clan who had created the Culpa indestructible Devamara, and Feng couldn't compete with them. Of course, Feng didn't rely on skills that much. The bestial-looking young man was also terrifying. His physical strength was also great, so he didn't fear his opponent. Their battle made the earth and sky tremble. It drew many people's attention, who rushed over to spectate. It's a member of the Devamara Thunder Clan against a member of the Rhinoceros Head Clan. Many people recognized the two fighters. The Devamara Thunder Clan was a clan from the eastern town in Godly Cloud City. They were very famous here. The Rhinoceros Head Clan's members were mixed. they had human and animal characteristics. They were brutal and extremely strong. Everybody says that the members of the Devamara Thunder clan have an incredible physical strength, but I don't think they're as strong as people think, whispered someone. Many people turned their heads and looked at the one who had just talked. He was young and wearing fine clothes. It's them. They like to talk idly about important matters, someone snorted in amusement. Everybody recognized that young man. Pellet King's clan, those people are extremely strong alchemists, but a short time ago, one of their members lost. Now they want to regain face, thought the crowd. Many people were talking about them in the eastern town of Godly Cloud City. The Pellet King's clan was a king clan and didn't like losing face. So they had to provoke, battle, and regain face. The Pellet King's clan's leaders might not even care about young people's battles, but their young people were proud and couldn't accept their defeat. When Lin Feng heard those people, he understood those young people from the Pellet King's clan. He immediately had one thought. Mu Chen's soul wasn't completely healed. Saint Qin Shan also needed an incredible remedy to recover. Perhaps that clan could help him. However, to obtain medicine from the Pellet King's clan wouldn't be easy. If an ordinary person tried to get close to them, they would probably think that person was trying to take advantage of them and their resources. The battle was getting more and more explosive. The cultivator of the Devamara Thunder clan was surrounded by Devamara Culpa lights. Terrifying Culpa lights descended from the sky unceasingly and invigorated him. He borrowed the strength of the Culpa lights to fight. He seemed to be becoming stronger and stronger. That's how terrifying the Culpa indestructible Devamara skill can get when you have the full set, thought Lin Feng. He didn't have the full set, he just had a part of it. But he had still benefited a lot from it. The young man of the Rhinoceros Head clan was extremely strong, but in the end he lost. He was smashed away and coughed up blood. He looked at his opponent and said, "Next time, we'll have the opportunity to fight again." Furious, he left the place. The crowd looked at the young man of the Devamara Thunder clan, many people's eyes filled with admiration. He was extremely strong. No wonder everybody admired their clan. Their demon skills were impressive. At that moment, the young man looked at the members of the Pellet King's clan and smiled icily. "Losers dare talk about me? Ridiculous. Is that so? You have a powerful physical body, so what? You don't know spells," said a young man of the Pellet King's clan, stepping forwards. Everybody was excited. This young man from the Pellet King's clan had the strength of the top of the Huang Qi layer and was considered extremely strong within his own clan. His name was Wang Shang. "Wang Shang, you want to fight against me to regain your face? Why don't you go and find Lei Dong Tian?" said the young man of the Devamara Thunder clan. He knew that this cultivator was extremely strong. He was one of the best young people of the Pellet King's clan. Even his physical strength was impressive. "I will when I have the opportunity. Regarding the defeat last time, it was just an accident. If I had been there, we wouldn't have lost, especially against someone from Red Clouds," said Wang Sheng indifferently. Then, he waved his hand and fire appeared. The air around him turned scorching hot, his arm turned into flames, and there were fissures on his skin. He looked quite daunting. "Besides, I will use physical strength, not fire or pellet techniques, so for someone like you, fighting against me using physical strength should be easy." Wang Sheng smiled. Now that he had said that, the young man of the Devamara Thunder clan couldn't refuse anymore. He said coldly, "All right, we'll try." He chopped down and Devamara Culpa strength descended from the sky and struck his arm. His arm became black, filled with demon lights. Some Devamara Culpa lightnings also struck him unceasingly. Crackling and sizzling sounds spread in the air. "I'm going to attack." Wang Sheng turned into a beam of light, looking like a shooting star. Some people felt like they were hallucinating. Fireballs crashed onto the strong cultivator from the Devamara Thunder clan, and he punched them away. The cultivator of the Devamara Thunder clan was forced away and pulled a long face. His arm, and especially his fist, felt extremely sore. Some strength had even penetrated into his arm. "That's not physical strength, that's just trickery," said someone at that moment. Lin Feng turned around and saw 2 men and 2 women. They looked furious. "Why?" Lin Feng smiled and asked those people. He said he'd use physical strength, but he secretly used fire energy. Alchemists control fire Dao, it's extremely strong. Using physical strength against them is dangerous, and it's easy to get injured, explained a young man coldly. He didn't whisper, everybody could hear him. The group's white clothes fluttered in the wind. They looked extremely strong and extraordinary, inherently noble. They didn't look like ordinary people at all. They wouldn't dare talk that way if it were the case, anyway. As expected, Wang Shang looked at them and said, "It's them." The young people of the Pellet King's clan stepped forwards at the same time and released an ice-cold energy. "So what? You want to try again and compare our medical competences? Last time, you lost, and now you challenged someone and said you'd use physical strength, but in the end you didn't." The 4 of them stepped forwards fearlessly and chi filled the air. They were probably from the same clan as the one who had defeated the young man of the Pellet King's clan the previous time. "Since you like to resort to trickery, let's resort to trickery. We can compare ourselves in terms of medical concoctions, but before that, let's compare our strength. You can also resort to trickery," sneered Wang Shang, proud and arrogant. Flames suddenly appeared all around him, they looked like dazzling dragons. "If you want to fight, then fight." All of the people looked proud and arrogant. They all released fire. There's a different kind of chi in their fire. Wang Shang's fire contains absorbing and piercing strength. Those people's fire is explosive, brutal, and soft at the same time. The cultivation world can be very strange sometimes. Even alchemists have different types of fire, their fire is condensed and contains hidden strength, murmured Lin Feng. Wang Sheng frowned and looked at those 4 people, then smiled and said, "No rush. Let's agree on a time, same place as last time, and then we can fight, what do you think?" The 4 people smiled coldly. One of them said indifferently, "You want to fight and get your revenge? We accept. We'll see how strong the Pellet King's clan is." "You'll see. Since I chose the location, you can choose the time," said Wang Shang. "In 3 days," replied the people from Red Clouds directly. "All right, I'll wait for you there," Wang Shang said icily. His jade green eyes looked at Lin Feng, or more precisely, at Lin Feng's fire lion. "Your Excellency, what would you like to trade for your fire beast?" Wang Shang asked calmly. That fire lion was a great imperial beast, a fire-type beast. The fire lion roared angrily, looking at Lin Feng. He was a great imperial beast, he understood what those people wanted. "He's my friend. He doesn't want to leave me," said Lin Feng smiled. "Think about it, any price," said Wang Shang. "No need." "I don't want to exchange him," said Lin Feng, petting his fire lion's head. He didn't want to trade away the lion. "Are you sure?" asked Wang Shang insistently. Flames appeared in his hands and he started playing with them. Lin Feng realized that Wang Shang wasn't very friendly. He said indifferently, "You talk a lot, don't you?" Wang Shang was stunned and then smiled coolly. "Sorry for annoying you, Your Excellency." He smiled at Lin Feng again, waved and left with his friends. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2136, Traveling Together. Chapter 2136, Traveling Together. Lin Feng watched those people leave and smiled indifferently. The members of the Pellet King's clan weren't easy to talk to, especially since they were furious because of that previous defeat. But most people were probably like that in Godly Cloud City. The strong cultivators from Red Clouds were also proud and arrogant, but they didn't provoke people first. They weren't at home, after all. The strong cultivator of the Devamara Thunder clan hadn't left yet. A young man from Red Clouds looked at him and said, "Your Excellency, don't worry, that guy resorted to trickery and used hidden fire. It's normal if you're injured. In terms of pure physical strength, you are much better." "Yes, I understand. But be careful too. Wang Sheng is sly." "It won't be easy in 3 days," replied the cultivator of the Devamara Thunder clan. The young people from Red Clouds nodded. The one who had just talked smiled happily and said, "Even though the Pellet King's clan is based in godly Cloud City, we are also descendants of medical kings. We don't fear them. Since we won against them once, we can win twice." The Thunder Clan cultivator nodded and looked at Lin Feng. "You just refused to trade your beast with Wang Sheng. Even though he said nothing, you have to be careful. He will probably dispatch people to steal it from you. He loves fire beasts. After all, he could use a fire-type Great Imperial Beast to modify its fire and use it himself." "Thank you for warning me," Lin Feng replied politely. Those people from Red Clouds looked at Lin Feng and smiled. "Your Excellency, are you a foreigner, too?" Lin Feng nodded. "I'm from the Dark Night region." "Great, we've already been recommended to an ancient holy clan. If you want to take part in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, you can come with us," said the leader of the group with an open smile. When Lin Feng heard that, he understood what the other meant and smiled too. He didn't refuse. Finding a place to stay was a good thing. He could also inform his fellow disciples. Being recommended to a place was great too. And these people seemed nice. Staying with other people was a good idea considering some people could attack him anytime. "Great, I'd love to," Lin Feng agreed. "Alright, let's go then." That man grinned. The 5 of them left together. "My name is Ru Feng, what's your name?" the leader of the group asked. "Lin Feng." "My name is Ru Yun." "Ziling." "My name is Yao Yao." The youngest woman of the group kept staring at Lin Feng and grinning. Actually, she kept looking at Lin Feng's fire lion. Her beautiful eyes were twinkling as she said, "I want to steal your fire lion too. His fire makes the atmosphere so cozy." "Brother Lin Feng, your clan is so nice to you, they gave you a cute Great Imperial Beast." Lin Feng realized how nice and easygoing these people were. "If you like him, you can have him, no problem." Lin Feng smiled. He had captured this Great Imperial Beast to travel. Wang Sheng wanted him to kill him and use his fire. Yao Yao was different, so Lin Feng didn't mind giving him to her. Yao Yao's eyes twinkled. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "Nah, it's alright. Wang Sheng wanted to trade for him, but you refused, why could I have him?" "Ha, what a nice little girl," Lin Feng grinned. "Am I little?" shot back Yao Yao, sticking her tongue out. Lin Feng laughed. Ru Feng and Ru Yun smiled wryly. Their little female fellow disciple had a good temper, and they all liked her. She was their teacher's only daughter, too. She was nice and well educated, otherwise, their teacher wouldn't have let her come to godly Cloud City. "Who's watching us?" "No need to hide," said Ru Feng at that moment. In the sky, a few people had appeared. They had been watching Lin Feng and the others with their godly awareness, therefore Lin Feng and the others quickly noticed their presence. Of course, those people initially didn't intend to hide. Things happen quickly in godly Cloud City. "Who are you? Which clans are you from?" asked Ru Yun. He grunted coldly and stepped forwards. His robe fluttered even though there was no wind. However, those people were looking at Lin Feng. They glanced at Ru Feng and Ru Yun in a cold and detached way and said, "This has nothing to do with you. Don't forget the challenge in 3 days." "People from the Pellet King's clan. You want to steal people's possessions that much?" When Ru Feng heard that person, he understood what he wanted. That person grunted coldly but didn't even look at Ru Feng. He stared at Lin Feng and said, "We'll give you a level 3 great imperial weapon, and you give us the fire lion. That's easy and fair, what do you think?" Lin Feng frowned. The young man from the Devamara Thunder clan was right. Wang Sheng wanted to cause trouble. "Does Wang Sheng not understand our language?" said Lin Feng indifferently. Those people looked at him with murder in their eyes. Qi filled the air. Those people were all great emperors. The people from Red Clouds were extremely strong, and the fire lion was a great imperial beast. The Pellet King's clan couldn't possibly send emperors to do this. Really insolent. Since it's that way, let's take it ourselves. The man speaking smiled coldly. Ru Feng and Ru Yun released fire energies towards those people. Their fire was daunting. "Brother Lin Feng, get behind me," said Yao Yao, jumping forwards. She also released fire into the air. Her fire was strange and magnificent. "How could I let a little girl protect me?" Lin Feng shrugged and stepped forwards. He landed next to Ru Feng and Ru Yun and said, "If you attack them with your fire, can you destroy them?" Ru Feng and Ru Yun were surprised. If their fire did reach those great emperors, they were going to die indeed. They were from a clan of alchemists, their fire strength was terrifying, and they also had a fire-type Dao. Naturally. Ru Feng nodded, "If our attack reaches them, they'll die, yes." "Alright, I'll release wind cosmic energies," whispered Lin Feng. Ru Feng and Ru Yun didn't mind. A terrifying hurricane started roaring. Their robes were flapping in the wind, and their speed accelerated. Empty space wind strength and their energies fused together. They frowned. What a powerful wind cosmic energy! Even the great emperors were surprised. At the same time, golden empty space wind energies appeared up in the sky. The great emperors were startled and glanced at one another. Two great emperors shot forwards at the same time, and as they did, an invisible and intangible Dao strength filled the air and moved towards Lin Feng. "Get ready to attack!" shouted Lin Feng. Then, his godly awareness glittered. At the same time, golden cosmic energies started intertwining. At the same time, Ru Feng and Ru Yun moved faster than the eye. "Constriction!" shouted Lin Feng loudly. In a flash, an empty space hurricane surrounded the two great emperors and constricted them. They both raised their hands to break the deployment spell. At the same time, they started forwards and dazzling firelights glittered. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng coldly. The two cultivators' faces stiffened. A terrifying sword strength lunged towards them from behind at that moment. No, two gigantic golden swords. Their expressions changed. Ru Feng and Ru Yun jumped forwards and broke their attacks, and at the same time, the two cultivators accelerated and drew closer to them. "Explode!" shouted the two cultivators loudly. Their fireballs exploded, and the two golden swords broke apart. However, more whistling sounds spread in the sky. Deployment spell. The two cultivators' faces stiffened. That deployment spell wasn't extremely powerful, and couldn't pose a threat to them, but Ru Feng and Ru Yun oppressed them. Their fireballs could destroy them. One of them pointed at Ru Feng and a fireball shot towards him. At the same time, the other stretched out his arm and the atmosphere started burning. "Die!" Lin Feng smiled coldly. In a flash, a death sword moved towards the two great emperors. It was his Nihility sword, a deadly sword. At the same time, empty space deployment lights appeared and evolved. Behind them in the sky, deployment lights started intertwining and blocked their way. "Help!" shouted one of them. In a flash, the other two great emperors frowned and darted forwards to help. "Die!" An invisible and intangible death soundwave strength moved towards the first two great emperors and pierced through their eardrums. At the same time, Feng and Yun also arrived, their fireballs shooting towards the great emperor's heads at full speed. Piss off! The two cultivators' faces had changed drastically. However, their enemies were faster, especially with the deployment spell and the death sword. They could only fight back, they couldn't escape. The two fireballs turned into two terrifying dragons and destroyed their attacks. The fireballs even absorbed their souls as they burned away in a flash. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2137, Groups of Different Levels. Chapter 2137, Groups of Different Levels. What a powerful fire, I wonder what they used to obtain such a fire. Thought Lin Feng when he saw Feng and Yun's fire, he was impressed. They could easily burn two great emperors to death. However, their fire didn't look aggressive and brutal, it was just deadly. Many cultivators had their own secrets, the celestial remarkable deployment ministry was like that, too. They had their own deployment spells, and the strong cultivators from Red Clouds were like that, also. The two other great emperors stopped moving. Their faces had turned deathly pale. Two great emperors had just been burned to death. Even though they were guards in the Pellet King's clan, they weren't related to the clan by blood. They weren't as strong and talented as the direct descendants of the clan, but they were still great emperors from Godly Cloud City, so they were really strong, and now two great emperors had been killed so quickly. Go back and inform Wang Shang that if he has more sly methods to deal with people, he can wait 3 days and use them then. I can't believe he sent assassins to steal things, that's so pitiful. Sneered Feng coldly. The two great emperors glanced at one another, turned around, and left. They had underestimated their enemy's strength. Two great emperors had been killed, and if they continued fighting, they'd die too. Many people had noticed that battle inside. Those people from Red Clouds were real geniuses, no wonder they dared fight against people from the Pellet King's clan. They weren't only strong in terms of medicine, but they were also terrifyingly strong fighters. Feng and Yun turned around and looked at Lin Feng, not hiding their surprise. Lin Feng, your deployment spells are so powerful. You can condense cosmic energies to cast deployment spells so quickly, you're already a great scholar. Lin Feng's deployment spells were as advanced as their medical skills. They were already quite strong at their level. Lin Feng wasn't just from a wealthy and powerful clan, he was also extremely talented. A bright future awaited him as a deployment spellcaster. Your fire is also very aggressive, Lin Feng returned the compliment. He knew he was already a great scholar in terms of deployment spells, but it was nothing exceptional in his eyes. I wouldn't have thought your deployment spells would be so powerful, brother Lin Feng. Yao Yao grinned. It seems that we're going to succeed in the Yi clan, but... Yes, brother Lin Feng's deployment spells are incredible, he's a great scholar already. He's also very talented. We can all join hands. However, if we want to become genuine participants of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, we still need to practice. The meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds takes place every 100 years, there will be many geniuses. Some of them are beasts, but won't be qualified, Yun told them. They all needed to make efforts. Many people didn't have the opportunity to participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, including some people who were considered incredible geniuses. It was normal though. There were geniuses among geniuses. Besides, Wang Shang, these 4 people, the strong cultivators of the Devamara Thunder clan, all those people were geniuses, but in Godly Cloud City, were they the best? Not necessarily. Even if they didn't manage to stand at the top of the flight of stairs, they could stand on the second. But there were strong cultivators from all regions in Godly Cloud City these days, so many people could stand at the top. Geniuses from the other regions were also the best geniuses in their regions, so how strong were they in comparison to other geniuses in Godly Cloud City? Yun was confident he was a great alchemist and a great fighter, but he didn't overestimate himself. He was sure he didn't have the potential to stand at the very top of the flight of stairs in Red Clouds, so he had even less chances in the other regions of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Their group left the area quickly. The Yi clan was an ancient holy clan in godly Cloud City. They were a level 3 influential group. The shrines had already told everyone who the level 1 influential groups were, the 4 major groups of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. They were at the very top of the eastern town, and the shrines acknowledged them. It meant that those 4 groups, when they joined hands, were dangerous powers in godly Cloud City. The shrines didn't try to favor anyone, they did things properly. Those 4 clans could send some people to the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. They had allocated positions. They could also go to the inner city to spectate. However, numerous people had come to godly Cloud City from abroad. They couldn't rely solely on strength to select them, it was too difficult and almost impossible to evaluate. They needed to collaborate with smaller clans to choose people. People who were strong enough could then be evaluated by the 4 biggest clans. Those smaller clans were the so-called level 3 groups. The level 2 groups were strong, but the shrines hadn't acknowledged them. They didn't want to belittle themselves and make concessions. The Devamara Thunder clan and the Pellet Kings clan belonged to the category of the so-called level 2 groups. The Yi clan had many strong cultivators, but many of them had a cultivation level which belonged to the 3rd level. They had few high-level emperors, great emperors, and celestial emperors. But why did they need level 3 people and not other emperors? Because if you hadn't reached that level, 100 years from now, you couldn't possibly have the opportunity to join, even geniuses. If someone hadn't become a high-level emperor at the time of the meeting, then 100 years later, they had to be celestial emperors. Few people became celestial emperors, and if anyone managed to become a saint emperor within 100 years, they could just go directly to a shrine. How lively! I'm sure the other ancient holy clans are also as lively, thought Lin Feng when he entered the Yi clan. There were many strong cultivators present, and their chi was extraordinary. Among the people who wanted to join the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, none were weaklings. "Brother Ru Feng, you came back!" exclaimed a young man at that moment. Ru Feng and the others smiled happily to see him. They all looked close. "Brother Yi, let me introduce you, it's my new friend Lin Feng. He's like us, he came here to participate in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. We recommended him to the Yi clan," said Ru Feng, smiling at the young man. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and said, "This is Yining from the Yi clan, Since Brother Ru Feng wants to recommend him, I'm sure Brother Lin Feng is trustworthy. But we need to explain a few things to him. No matter who comes to the Yi clan, they must go through an application process so that we can recommend them to the 4 biggest groups. We have to be responsible, the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds is very important. Don't feel offended, Brother Lin Feng. Please abide by the rules, Brother Yi, replied Lin Feng with a polite smile. He couldn't get offended because of the rules. The Yi clan would be the first step, so he had to go through the application process. Then, he'd have to take the exam of the 4 clans, and if he succeeded, he'd be authorized to participate in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Thank you very much for your understanding, Brother Lin, said Yining, shaking hands with Lin Feng. He grinned and said, "Come, there are more and more geniuses in the Yi clan these days. They can all gather and talk freely about cultivation. There are people from every region of the continent of the Nine Clouds, they all have a different understanding of cultivation. Exchanging and learning from one another is very beneficial for all. Alright, let's go." Ru Feng nodded. Yining took them to a vast place with a martial arts stage. Many people were seated cross-legged in front of it. Yining smiled and told them, "The atmosphere is spectacular when so many geniuses gather around a stage like this." Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He studied all those people seated cross-legged. They all looked extraordinary. Seeing so many strong cultivators around a stage was only possible in godly Cloud City. There were hundreds of geniuses here. They were talking about cultivation, some of them about things they didn't agree on. Some people were also standing on the battle stage and fighting. Those who lost naturally left. Lin Feng, when the Yi clan tells us to exchange views on cultivation with others, it means that if we fail, we are eliminated and we can leave, said Ru Feng to Lin Feng telepathically. Lin Feng understood that. So many geniuses were here, all of them ambitious and proud. If they disagreed on something, they could compare themselves, and the losers could leave. Ru Feng and the others were foreigners. They sat down. Ru Feng talked about fire and medicine. Lin Feng talked about deployment spells. How could they not want to compare themselves? Brother Lin Feng, it's your first day here, have a seat, said Yining smiled. Lin Feng nodded, nature would take its course. Lin Feng sat down somewhere with Ru Feng and the others. Lin Feng's great imperial beast was seated behind him, calmly and peacefully. Cultivators' 3 energies determine their temper. If their 3 energies are powerful, they are talented. Such people can practice cultivation free from inhibitions and happily. Such people can progress without hindrance. Breaking through is easy for them. If a cultivator's 3 energies are not harmonious, if they are distracted, how can they progress? Only people who are talented can fight properly, said someone at that moment slowly. He didn't talk loudly, but everybody heard him. It was his own view of cultivation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2138, First Master. Chapter 2138, First Master. After that, many people smiled. They understood what he meant. Everything was important on the path of cultivation. The 3 energies he spoke of were blood strength, physical strength, and Tao strength. They couldn't lack any of it, but it was normal that cultivators had to focus on one of them sometimes. Everybody progressed differently. Many people liked to focus on one and considered it the most important. Maybe some people just tried to convince themselves, too. Without good physical strength, how can you have the body of a saint? How can you transcend worldliness and attain holiness? Spoke up someone else, smiling indifferently and not sparing a glance for the person who had just talked. The one who had just talked said nothing, but stared at him. He was waiting. Cultivators seek enlightenment. The kiliocosm of the great Tao contains the 10,000 things of creation. Only people who break free from the kiliocosm of the great Tao can transcend worldliness and attain holiness, said that person calmly. He was talking about Tao and principles. He sounded emotionless. He was saying something completely different from the first one who had just talked. The first one sounded free and unrestrained. He looked like a person like that. The other one was handsome and had no expression, looking cold and emotionless. So what you mean is that your Tao is more powerful than mine? Said the first person, looking at the one who looked emotionless. He sounded indifferent. Stronger than yours, at least. Replied the second in the same tone. He sounded confident and sure. So let's try and we'll see, smiled the first one coldly. He knew the other really wanted to try. In the Yi clan, you can't kill people. We are guests here. I'll give the Yi clan face, because when I fight, I'm emotionless, said the second one. He was saying that he didn't want to fight because he wanted to give the Yi clan face. When he fought, it was to kill. The other one was surprised and pulled a long face. He looked at Yining and said, Yining, can we battle to death, please? Yining pulled a long face. He looked at them, smiled wryly and nodded. Since you are both so determined, please do. But the best would still be not to kill anyone. The crowd understood that Yining was saying that to be polite. Actually, he didn't really care about those people's death. He was there to select fighters. Losers were eliminated. For him, whether those people died or were eliminated, there was no difference. He was just the leader of the eastern part. The Yi clan prohibited battles to death just to avoid ending up in a chaotic situation. If both sides agreed, they had no objection. That cultivator suddenly stood up when he heard that, and suddenly, his three energies surged explosively towards the other young man. He jumped forwards and a terrifying energy moved towards his opponent. He wanted to attack his enemy's heart and soul. His energies were explosive. That guy is extremely strong. He must be as strong as the strong cultivator of the Devamara Thunder Clan's cultivator. He's a real genius, observed Ru Feng calmly. However, Yao Yao laughed and said, "Brother Ru Feng, you're definitely stronger than him." Ru Feng laughed, giving a non-committal reply. The emotionless cultivator finally stood up and released his chi calmly. There was no terrifying chi. However, at that moment, he took a step forwards and emotionless energies started humming. How cold! The emotionless fighter's energies were icy cold. Everybody felt chilled. People had the impression they were becoming heartless. Emotionlessness Dao. Ru Feng and the others looked startled. This guy was extremely strong. He was stronger than his opponent, who thus had to be extremely vigilant. The emotionless fighter's energies had fused together with the earth and sky, resonating with the cosmos. On the path of cultivation, Tao is the most important thing. Being emotionless is a perfect way to achieve enlightenment, said that person calmly. His energies continued resonating with the earth and sky. He took another step forwards, emotionless intent emerging from his body and piercing through his opponent's body, sapping away his emotions. The one who attached more importance to the three energies was oppressed, his face turned deathly pale. The emotionless intent surrounded him. On the path of cultivation, Tao is the most important thing. Being emotionless is a perfect way to achieve enlightenment. That was arrogant, wild, and violent. It resonated all around the stage. Die! The first one shouted explosively, his three energies surging out as his rage spiked. He wanted to destroy the emotionless energies, but the emotionless cultivator took another step, millions of threads of emotionless energies piercing through his body. Emotionlessness Tao is unstoppable. Not even the earth and sky can stop it, said the emotionless cultivator flatly. His energies still resonated with the earth and sky. He took another step. The opponent's three energies and Tao power were instantly destroyed. Finally, he was left standing there without any chi. How strong! When the crowd saw that, they were astonished and frowned. This guy was terrifying. They were all geniuses, they came from everywhere in the continent of the Nine Clouds. But they all thought this guy was a real genius. He had just killed another genius easily, nothing could stop emotionless Tao. The emotionless energies disappeared. Lin Feng finally understood why Empress Shi had made Xiu Xian practice emotionless cultivation. Xiu Xian hadn't managed to become that strong, but emotionlessness cultivation was extremely powerful and terrifying. This guy had just proved it. 3,000 threads of emotionless strength, the 3,000 deadly technique, Prince Wu Qing, you're Prince Wu Qing! Exclaimed someone at that moment, looking rather stunned. Everybody's expression changed, and were staring at him. Those people came from the Dark Night region, so they recognized him, but people from other regions didn't. Was Prince Wu Qing very famous? In the continent of the Nine Clouds, there were 9 regions, with little communication between them. Therefore, even though Prince Wu Qing was famous in the continent of the Nine Clouds, few people knew him in other regions. Wu Qing glanced at the speaker indifferently and went back to where he was seated before. He looked calm and aloof. Even though he didn't confirm it, everybody understood who he was. Prince Wu Qing was the first master of the Dark Night region. No wonder he was extremely strong. That young man stood at the top of the Dark Night region among emperors. Even on the stage of the Yi clan, he had displayed his strength. Prince Wu Qing is very famous? Yao Yao's eyes twinkled. Lin Feng said, Prince Wu Qing is the first master of the Dark Night region, so he's famous, yes. First master of the Dark Night region? No wonder he's so strong. He killed a genius with Dao power. Ru Feng looked stunned. That guy's strength was really impressive. Brother Lin Feng, you're also from the Dark Night region, who is stronger between you and Prince Wu Qing? Asked Yao Yao, smiling. Yao Yao, rebuked Ziling, rolling his eyes. She didn't think before talking. Since Wu Qing was the first master of the Dark Night region, how could there be anyone stronger than him at the same cultivation level? We've never fought, so I don't know, replied Lin Feng with a smile. Yao Yao grinned and gave Ziling a mocking look. Many people remained silent because of Prince Wu Qing. Yining had already asked someone to dispose of the corpse. However, nobody said anything. They hadn't thought the first master of a region would be there, in the Yi clan. Don't feel awkward, continue talking about cultivation. If you don't feel like talking, please tell me about the first masters of each region, I'd be happy to know more. Said Yining, breaking the silence and smiling. Brother Yining, who's the first master of godly clouds? Asked someone. Right, godly clouds is the central region, geniuses mostly come from here. There are many geniuses here. I also want to know about the first master of godly clouds. Said someone else. They all wanted to know more about the geniuses of godly clouds. After all, so many strong cultivators of the Huangqi layer had gathered there, people of other cultivation levels were together. Godly clouds was the central part of the continent of the 9 clouds, so of course, there were more geniuses there. Were the strongest cultivators of godly clouds stronger there? For example, who was the strongest master of the 9 regions? The first master of godly clouds? Yining smiled and gazed into the distance in a solemn and respectful way. One could see he admired the first master of godly clouds as well. The first master of godly clouds comes from Holy Mountain. Almost everyone who comes from there is a genius. Most of our apex geniuses also come from there, said Yining, smiling thinly. Everybody looked solemn and respectful at his words. Holy Mountain, some people had heard about it before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2139, Wu Qing's Words. Chapter 2139, Wu Qing's Words. Holy Mountain was a legendary place for godly clouds. The name itself showed how incredible they were. Holy. The ultimate goal of Holy Mountain's people was to become a saint. Even some people from other regions of the continent of the 9 clouds had heard of Holy Mountain. The first master of godly clouds was from Holy Mountain. Their saints, Buddhist monks, Confucianist monks, sword cultivators, and so forth, are all famous. People from Holy Mountain who are not extraordinarily strong can't come down the mountain, and if they do, they're not allowed to say they're from Holy Mountain. Therefore, when people from Holy Mountain show up, they are all incredibly strong and talented. The first master of godly clouds is not just a Confucianist or a sword cultivator, he's a Confucianist sword cultivator, explained Yining solemnly. People were startled. A Confucianist, that was extremely rare in the continent. Their strength was particular, and their spirit was rare. Confucianist monks mostly had book spirits and studied Confucian scriptures. They strictly enforced the principles they learned in the Holy Scriptures, and they studied the origin of the 10,000 things of creation. Confucianist monks were even rarer than Buddhist monks. The 3 most famous types of cultivators in Holy Mountain were Buddhist monks, Confucianist monks, and sword cultivators. The first master of godly clouds was both a Confucianist monk and a sword cultivator. Hua Changfeng practices both Confucianism and sword cultivation. At the same time, he also understands 2 types of Dao strength. The first one is celestial sound Dao. One word can turn into the 10,000 things of creation, one word can kill thousands of people. His voice is his Tao. The second one is deadly, his sword obeys, his speech protects his sword. He's a killer, he can make anything change in the world. King Ningri doesn't even dare offend Hua Changfeng. People think he's going to be a saint, but when the crowd heard about Hua Changfeng, they frowned. How formidable! King Ningri didn't even dare offend Hua Changfeng, a future saint. Many people looked at Prince Wu Qing. He was the first master of the Dark Night region. Was he weaker than Hua Changfeng? Many people started thinking they were weak. They had the impression they would never be able to compete with people like those first masters. Actually, they were right, none of them could compete with the first masters. Two types of Tao. The first master of godly clouds must be terrifyingly strong, considered Lin Feng thoughtfully. He thought about his opponents. This time, at the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, he would see the 9 first masters of the continent of the Nine Clouds, and he would also see the first ladies, although he didn't know whether they could compete with the first masters though. There would also be those strange creatures who would come back to life, like the one with the spiritual deployment body or Saint Tianhu. Those people were also terrifying. And then there were also the 13 young beast masters, and Chu Chun Xiu. Lin Feng felt more determined when thinking about them. He was rising alongside such people. Those people were going to fight, and their battles would be magnificent and spectacular. Of course, even though the first masters are extremely strong, many geniuses will come and participate in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, and some people might defeat them. Every time, some masters are defeated. The best showing for the masters was one time when 4 of them ended up in the top 10, which is less than half of them. Maybe a potential first master is among us today, said Jining, smiling happily when he saw that everyone remained silent. Everybody came back to their senses and stopped daydreaming. For masters in the top 10, that was their best performance? There must be terrifying cultivators at the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, thought many people. But they didn't take Yi Ning's words seriously either. Even if the 10 masters didn't manage to all end up in the top 10, they probably all ended up in the top 20 or 30, which was already incredible. Many of them couldn't even imagine achieving that. After all, even though they were strong, they didn't consider themselves the strongest cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds. The first master of Red Clouds is a genius. Naturally, he's also an alchemist. He's a great fighter and a great alchemist, Jiu Ling Huang. He has studied 9 sorts of spirits and 9 sorts of fires. He can make the skies burn, and when his 9 fires fuse together, his spirits change. His powers are explosive. He can burn many ordinary great emperors to death, said Ru Yun. Many people were startled. Alchemists understood fire really well. Everybody knew that, as without a powerful fire, people couldn't become alchemists. Since those people were from powerful clans of alchemists, they couldn't be weak. The first master of Red Clouds was probably terrifying strong. Hi, Jiu Ling Huang's medicine techniques are also incredible. Many alchemists of the Di Qi layer often ask him for pieces of advice, said Yao Yao, giggling next to Lin Feng. Lin Feng laughed when he heard her. These people were king's descendants. They probably knew the first master of Red Clouds quite well. They all seemed to have the greatest esteem for Jiu Ling Huang. And from Yao Yao's facial expression, it was easy to guess she liked him. I'm from Supreme Clouds, the first holy Taoist temple. We train terrifying cultivators there. The first master also comes from there, said someone solemnly next. He looked at Prince Wu Qing and said, the first master of Supreme Clouds, Wu Yazi, is sly and evil. He practices supreme skills and techniques, such as the supreme emotion destroying technique. He destroys people's 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures. In other words, he destroys their personalities and turns them into puppets. Supreme emotion destroying technique. The crowd frowned. Another terrifying cultivator who could destroy people's 7 emotions, 6 sensory pleasures, and personalities. A cultivator from the first holy Taoist temple? so his cultivation was similar to Wu Qing's. No wonder he was looking at Prince Wu Qing. It's alright, let's stop talking about those things. We'll see those people on the stage of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, said someone at that moment calmly. Everybody looked at him, but Yining smiled and said, "Good, I'm sure everybody has the potential to pass the exam, you'll see the first masters. Maybe some people here can even defeat them. There are many geniuses in the 9 regions of the continent of the 9 clouds. The first masters aren't the only ones. For example, I come from the Dark Night region before I came to Godly Clouds. In Shitian Holy Town, the Animal District, an ancient holy clan, showed how strong they were. They have 7 people who are at the top of the Huang Qi layer, and they're terrifyingly strong, spoke up someone. People from the Dark Night region all nodded. Indeed, it was said that apart from Woju and some others who could compete with the young beast masters, all the geniuses of Shitian Holy Town couldn't, which proved how terrifyingly strong those young beast masters were. Don't forget the 2 geniuses from the Holy City, Chu Chunxiu and Lin Feng. They both stepped onto the Holy Spirit Dynasty's Holy Way stage. They're terrifyingly talented. When the young beast masters showed up last time, Lin Feng fought against one of them in a furious battle. Yes, Lin Feng is really terrifying. Back then, even Ji Chang and 7 other geniuses didn't manage to kill him. He's almost invincible, said the people of the Dark Night region. People from the other regions didn't know him, they only knew geniuses from their own regions. The Dark Night region wasn't the only place which had such geniuses. The geniuses of the Dark Night region are famous in the Dark Night region only. In the continent of the 9 clouds, maybe they won't be considered geniuses anymore, rebutted someone indifferently. Some people didn't care about other people's regions. However, Ru Feng and the 3 others were staring at Lin Feng. Everybody was talking about him. Yining was peering at Lin Feng. That was the Lin Feng those people were talking about? Brother Lin Feng, are they talking about you? Asked Yao Yao, smiling and giggling. When the members of the Dark Night region heard her, they all looked surprised and looked over at Lin Feng. They looked at Lin Feng's face and cold lights appeared in some people's eyes. Lin Feng, that's you. That person had already seen Lin Feng during a battle back in the days. He was surprised to see both Lin Feng and Prince Wu Qing there. Indeed, I'm Lin Feng, said Lin Feng nodding. He didn't lie. At that moment, Prince Wu Qing looked over at Lin Feng. Everybody knew Lin Feng in the Dark Night region, he was famous. Lin Feng, said Prince Wu Qing suddenly. Everybody was surprised. Prince Wu Qing was cold, and surprisingly he took the initiative to talk. Lin Feng looked over at Prince Wu Qing. Prince Wu Qing said indifferently, Lin Feng, after you became famous, I heard that some people said you were probably as strong as Wu Ju. They also compare you and Wu Ju with me. They say you both have the potential to replace me as the first master of the Dark Night region. Then, he smiled indifferently and suddenly burst into laughter. He didn't look nice at all though, he looked cruel and sly. Lin Feng laughed. He couldn't prevent people from talking. Some people had compared Wu Ju with Wu Qing in front of him in the past. Even though I think they're ridiculous. I hope that people like Wu Ju and you won't disappoint me. At least, I won't be the only one from the Dark Night region to stand at the top. I hope other people from the Dark Night region will stand by my side at the top, said Prince Wu Qing unconcernedly. Then, he stood up and walked away. He said calmly, Yining, if there's nothing important, don't disturb me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2140, Exchanging About Swords. Chapter 2140, Exchanging About Swords. After Prince Wu Qing left, the crowd broke up in discord again. Some people left on their own. The Yi clan was in charge of the eastern town, so they had obviously prepared some places for Lin Feng and the others. Since Ru Feng, Ru Yun, and the others were close to the Yi clan prepared a nice courtyard for Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't leave, he stayed there, practiced cultivation calmly and talked to his fellow disciples at the same time. Ho Cheng Lin and the others had arrived in Godly Cloud City, but they were in different towns. They decided not to gather yet, after careful consideration. They would meet on the stage of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. If any of their group failed to be accepted as a participant, they would wait in Godly Cloud City. Regarding Mu Chen and Jing Xiaoyu, Lin Feng closely monitored their movements because the saint was with them. They were the only ones who hadn't arrived in Godly Cloud City yet. Mu Chen didn't intend to join the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, he just wanted to come to Godly Cloud City to enjoy the city, and his time with Jing Xiaoyu. Lin Feng was seated on a stone chair in his courtyard, watching Ru Feng and Ru Yun concoct potions, medicine, pellets. Lin Feng had studied medicine before, but he had quickly given up for various reasons. He wanted to focus on cultivation and had nobody to teach him, and he didn't have good ingredients either, so he had eventually stopped. But now, seeing those people, Lin Feng realized that medicine could be impressive too. What these people were doing was completely different from what he had studied back then. "Brother Lin Feng, you think concocting pellets is fun?" asked Yao Yao, coming over to Lin Feng while laughing. "I wonder how strong you are at concocting potions and pellets. Ru Feng, Ru Yun, and Zi Ling are all studying and you're being lazy," retorted Lin Feng cheerfully. Yao Yao stuck out her tongue and pouted, then sat down next to Lin Feng and said smiling, "They all say I'm lazy." "Brother Lin Feng, in the Dark Night region, you're quite famous. I guess you're extremely strong, right? Prince Wu Qing is arrogant, can you beat him or not?" Lin Feng was surprised this little girl was so curious. "I don't know how strong Prince Wu Qing is. I don't know if I could defeat him or not," replied Lin Feng shrugging. "You're right," said Yao Yao, nodding, then smiled and said, "But I'm sure my brother can beat him." "Your brother?" Lin Feng looked at Yao Yao. She had faith in her brother. Prince Wu Qing was the first master of the Dark Night region, he was definitely extremely strong. He practiced emotionless cultivation, his 3,000 threads of emotionlessness strength constituted the basics of his 3,000 deadly technique. He was extremely strong. But this little girl said, with deep and profound kindness, that her brother was extremely strong. "Yes, my brother is extremely strong," said Yao Yao with a broad smile. Lin Feng just nodded, giving a non-committal reply, "All right, I hope I'll meet him someday." Someone strode abruptly into the courtyard. Lin Feng was surprised and cold lights appeared in his eyes. When that person sensed Lin Feng's cold gaze, he stopped and stood there. He said to Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, we're not in the Dark Night region. I knew you were here, so I came to see you and have a chat." "What do you want?" asked Lin Feng indifferently. "I want to see how strong you are. I know I can move on to the next step for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds," said that person calmly. He had an ancient sword on his back, he was probably a sword cultivator. "You came to challenge brother Lin Feng?" said Yao Yao, her eyes were twinkling as she said, "All right, brother Lin Feng, teach him a good lesson." Lin Feng was speechless. This girl was too enthusiastic. Lin Feng didn't refuse and said, "Come in, then, but..." The man entered the courtyard and shook hands with Lin Feng. "I'm from Tian Yuan Ancient City, Wanjiangu MOU. Let's exchange views on cultivation please, Your Excellency." A terrifying sword intent filled the air, as if millions of swords had been unsheathed at the same time. "Be careful," said MOU. Yao Yao moved quickly away to give them space to fight. MOU shifted and his sword energies emitted furious humming sounds. An invisible and intangible sword intent filled the air. It was like millions of swords were cutting into the air. Sword lights glittered and the man unsheathed his sword. It was an ordinary sword, but when it appeared in front of MOU, Lin Feng realized it was extraordinary, a king of swords. An endless amount of sword intent emerged from the sword, forming a vortex around it. A terrifying strength pierced right through Lin Feng's skin. That was true sword intent. Even though the man said he wanted to chat and exchange views on cultivation, actually he had come to challenge Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't mind, though. He just smiled and moved too. He released a towering chi, which condensed into a holy spirit sword. Stars appeared in his hands. His fingers turned into sharp swords, containing an incredible sword Dao. Sword cultivators? Ru Feng and Ru Yun stopped concocting pellets and looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Die! Shouted Mou loudly. Millions of swords seemed to be condensing before him. His sword seemed like it could cut through space and time. It shot towards Lin Feng. At the same time, Lin Feng's sword also thrust forwards. Lin Feng looked confident and at ease. Then, sharp and clear breaking and snapping sounds spread in the air. In the twinkling of an eye, the sword intent stopped humming. Mou's sword was broken. Lin Feng's sword disappeared as well. However, Lin Feng appeared in front of Mou. He had a sword in his hand, and could easily kill him. The difference between them was too big. How did you do that? Mou asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and put his sword away. His sword became invisible and intangible. Do you understand? He said to Mou. Mou frowned. He had been practicing sword cultivation for such a long time. However, Lin Feng had just made some simple moves, and had won quickly. I don't really understand, said Mou. He understood a little bit but not everything. Lin Feng hadn't used a sword technique. He hadn't summoned a sword. However, he didn't understand how Lin Feng had moved so fast. The difference between them was too big, and he had suffered a crushing defeat. I've been practicing sword cultivation for so many years. But I'm confused. How do you carry out the best sword attacks? Do you need to use the most powerful sword techniques? Do you need to summon powerful swords? Recently, I suddenly understood that swords have no abstruse energies, no cosmic energies, no Tao. Swords might form a faction in themselves. Sword cultivation is something empty, natural. You just follow your inclinations to practice sword cultivation. I wonder if that's how you transcend worldliness as a sword cultivator. Swords seem to be invisible and intangible, murmured Lin Feng softly. He seemed to be talking to Mou, but at the same time it was like he was talking to himself. However, Mou was astounded by what Lin Feng was saying. His heart started pounding. Were swords supposed to be invisible and intangible? What was his Tao? His own mind? His own inclinations? When you are determined, there's a sword, whispered Mou, as if he couldn't believe it. Indeed, when you are determined, there's a sword, laughed Lin Feng. That's what I think. I don't know if it's useful to you. Mou remained silent. He looked pensive. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and bowed very low. Then, he raised his head, looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Someday, when I understand swords, you will be my teacher. Mou bowed again and walked backwards slowly. He turned around only when he reached the door and departed. Interesting guy, commented Lin Feng. Lin Feng, what you said was beautiful. You're so kind to share your knowledge with other people, said Ru Feng, walking up to Lin Feng. I don't know if I'm right or not. It's just a personal opinion. I haven't had time to check those things. But whether he will succeed or not depends on his fate, said Lin Feng smiling, but that guy is a good sword cultivator. I hope he will reach the clouds. I'd be happy for him. Strange guy, said Yao Yao, pursing her lips. He came to challenge you, and you helped him, but. Haha, it depends on people. If Wang Sheng challenges me, it's for other reasons, said Lin Feng breezily. Ru Feng and the others nodded. It was almost time for their challenge. We're not very close to the place where we fought last time. Let's go, said Ru Feng calmly. Everybody nodded and headed out. Wang Shang, a strong cultivator of the Pellet King's clan, had challenged these people from Red Clouds. Many people knew that, and so today there were even more people there to watch than expected. They wanted to watch this battle between geniuses from two different regions who were all from clans of alchemists. Who would win the second battle? These people from Red Clouds, or the Pellet King's clan? Would the kings regain their face? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2141, Bet. Chapter 2141, Bet. There were 9 towers, lofty and reaching for the clouds. At the top of each tower was a huge empty place. When people concocted potions and remedies there, people could stand around and watch. The previous time, a young man from Red Cloud had defeated a young man from the Pellet King's clan using alchemical techniques. This time, Wang Shang wanted to fight. Two great families of alchemists, how beautiful would the battle be? They're here. At that moment, people turned around and gazed off into the distance. Ru Feng, Ru Yun, and the others arrived under many eyes. The cultivators from Red Clouds were king's descendants, and didn't flinch. After all, the previous time, they had one. Who's that guy? He's not a descendant of Red Cloud's kings, is he? Asked many people when they saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng noticed that many people were looking at him, but he remained composed. His fire lion was following him calmly. It was funny to see a brutal beast looking so calm. Great Imperial Beast, it's a great Imperial Beast. That guy is definitely a descendant of Red Cloud's kings, he has a great Imperial Beast. Wrong. He's just a random guy hanging out with them. Last time, Wang Shang wanted to steal his fire lion, but he failed. People from Red Clouds made friends with him and they stayed together, said various other people when they saw Lin Feng. The crowd nodded approval. On the other side, a strong wind started blowing and waves of energies rolled by. Wang Shang and some people from the Pellet King's clan had arrived. He smiled and said, "Good, you are really king's descendants, you're brave. You dared come. You talk a lot for a loser. Sometimes, it's better not to have a tongue," rebutted Ziling in icy anger. "Ha, I like it when beautiful women get angry. If we win this time, you'll come back to the Pellet King's clan with me." "You won't go back to Red Clouds," said Wang Shang loudly. His group of friends all burst into laughter. "Don't provoke me. Alchemists should avoid being flighty and impetuous. People like you stand no chance to win," spat Ziling coldly. Wang Shang frowned and smiled icily. "Good, since you're so confident, let's bet, alright? We're in Godly Cloud City, I don't trust you. Therefore, comparing ourselves in terms of alchemical skills is better," replied Ru Yun indifferently. The strong cultivators of the Pellet King's clan all looked angry. Those people dared doubt about them? What was that supposed to mean? Since it's that way, get ready. Same rules as last time, 3 rounds. We'll see who can make the best pellet, alright? Said Wang Shang smiling coldly. Alright. Nodded Ru Feng. The previous time, they had also competed 3 times, the members of Godly Clouds had won once and lost twice. Last time, you lost. This time, we gave you another opportunity to contest, you have to select alchemists first for each round, said Ru Feng indifferently. Wang Xiao replied, alright, no problem. You like to talk nonsense, don't you? If we hadn't given you another opportunity, you wouldn't have had the chance to try again. Be grateful, said Ziling sharply. Humph. Wang Shang grunted coldly. Someone jumped up from behind him and landed on an alchemical tower. A strong wind started blowing. Ru Feng shot up into the sky like a great rock and landed next to that person on the alchemical tower. Wang Sheng frowned and said coldly, "You're starting?" "Why can't I?" said Ru Feng, smiling coldly. "Alright, you can, no problem. Even if we lose this round, we'll see how you intend to win the next ones," Wang Sheng said coldly. The previous time, they had dueled 3 rounds, and everybody learned that Ru Feng was the strongest alchemist. Wang Sheng wanted to compete with Ru Feng, but he hadn't thought these people would make Ru Feng go first. Ridiculous. Even if Ru Feng won the first round, so what? They had 2 more rounds to oppress them. Cauldrons appeared. The 2 contestants released special fires, which surrounded the cauldrons. The 2 contestants were both kings' descendants. They had access to as many cauldrons and ingredients as they wished, so naturally they could use the best ones. If they were skilled enough, they could concoct the best remedies. Of course, they had agreed on 3 rounds. If they failed to make a pellet, then they lost. Therefore, few people tried to make pellets they weren't used to making. What incredible fire control, thought Lin Feng, watching the 2 contestants. They had already started. Ru Feng's fire turned into 81 flames and surrounded the cauldron. Ru Feng controlled the fire perfectly. His soul was in the cauldron. He wanted to make the best pellet, which required focus. He couldn't be careless if he didn't want to fail. "You're here, too." Wang Sheng smiled at Lin Feng. "Last time, I told you I wanted to trade something for your fire lion. Have you thought about it?" Lin Feng raised his hand and glanced at Wang Sheng, then turned his head away, ignoring him as if he didn't exist. Wang Sheng was infuriated. The crowd watched Wang Sheng and Lin Feng and looked amused. Wang Sheng looked quite pissed. Wang Sheng glanced at some people, who noticed that and instantly left. Wang Sheng said, "Today, we're going to have 3 rounds. You have 5 people. We could embellish our private cultivation with a cultivation battle, too. We've already agreed to duel in terms of alchemical skills. But if you want to fight, no problem," answered Ru Yun. He stepped forwards and chi surged around him. Empty space fire filled the air. "Get ready for the next round. You won't fight, we could lose if you don't make a pellet. You don't need to worry. Since it's that way, after you." "Wang Zhan, you go," Wang Sheng told someone. The guy looked like a terrifying and brutal fighter. His chi was swift and explosive, humming around him. Dying or getting injured is inevitable. "Let's bet on the fire lion," said Wang Sheng, staring at Lin Feng's beast. He had failed to steal it last time. He hadn't thought that Ru Feng and Ru Yun were such strong fighters as well. Besides, that little boy could cast deployment spells. Wang Sheng had been very surprised. 2 great emperors had been killed. But Wang Zhan's fighting abilities were incredible, so Wang Sheng had no doubts about him. He didn't like making pellets, he loved fighting. He even scared Wang Sheng. "If you lose, what do we get?" said Lin Feng calmly, looking at Wang Sheng. He didn't like offending people, but if people wanted to cause trouble, Lin Feng wasn't scared. "A great imperial pellet, level 3, what do you think?" replied Wang Sheng indifferently. Lin Feng looked at Ru Feng and asked, "Are you sure you're going to win the alchemical competition?" "We are," said Ru Feng, nodding confidently. "Brother Lin Feng, don't worry, we'll win," said Yao Yao, clenching her small fists and smiling. "Good. I'll put my fire lion at stake then." "And a fire lion for a level 3 great imperial pellet, what do you think? Is it worth it?" said Lin Feng. "No problem. We're just worried that these guys could resort to sly methods. They'd just humiliate themselves and it would quickly spread in Godly Cloud City. In the worst case, we won't get the pellet," Lin Feng smiled. He then looked at Wang Sheng and asked, "You heard me, right? What do you think? Betting a pellet for a fire lion, no problem. You don't dare bet on cultivation though, it seems?" observed Wang Sheng, smiling coldly. "No rush. One thing after the other, said Lin Feng calmly. I need a level 3 grade Imperial pellet which helps a cultivator recover when their soul is injured. Do you have one? Wang Shang frowned. A level 3 grade Imperial soul recovering pellet? Even for him it was a precious pellet. He had only one. That kind of pellet was extremely difficult to make and required a very high level. The success rate was very, very low, so he didn't waste time trying to make such pellets. Will you bet or not? Asked Lin Feng. All right. As you wish. Agreed Wang Shang coldly. What about the bet for the cultivation battle? You probably have something I want. This cauldron and this fire, are you interested? Asked Lin Feng calmly, as a gigantic cauldron with dragon patterns appeared. In his right hand, a perfect fire appeared. It contained different kinds of qi. If I lose, you can have these. A heaven dragon cauldron. Wang Shang was astonished and staring at the cauldron and the fire. He looked enthusiastic and said, I wouldn't have thought you'd have such good things. If I lose, I'll give you a second level 3 grade Imperial pellet. No, that's not enough, said Ru Feng coldly. You can add something. You'll slap your face 3 times in front of everybody, said Lin Feng calmly. Wang Shang was shocked and his eyes glittered with cold lights. This fool wanted him to slap his own face in front of everybody? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2142, Crushing Defeat. Chapter 2142, Crushing Defeat. What a filthy mouth, thought Wang Shang when he heard Lin Feng. He was infuriated again. Who will fight on your side? Wang Shang asked Lin Feng. Since both of us bet, I'll fight. You can also fight if you want, replied Lin Feng calmly. Wang Shang's eyes glittered and he smiled. If you get injured or killed during the battle, nobody can blame the Pellet King's clan and say that we bully foreigners like you. If I lose and die, of course nobody will blame you. The same applies for all of you, said Lin Feng indifferently. You haven't told me if you accept the bet yet. Wang Shang stared at Lin Feng. After remaining silent for a few seconds, he smiled indifferently and said, Since you really want to fight, no problem. Shall the fight start now? No rush, said Lin Feng smiling. He looked up at the alchemical tower. Ru Yun was very self-confident. They were sure they were going to win. He first wanted to obtain the soul pellet for Mu Chen, and then he'd see. Wang Shang was watching the two contestants at the top of the alchemical tower. Ru Feng was still concocting a pellet. He wanted to concoct a great imperial pellet, which wasn't easy. The recipe was complex, the ingredients had to be perfectly mixed, and then the fire needed to be at the perfect temperature. The alchemist also had to stir the concoction perfectly. Strong alchemists had all sorts of methods to improve their concoctions. It also took some time to concoct a great imperial pellet. And the result was never certain. There was an explosion on the other tower. He failed for the second time. Ru Feng is going to win. The members of the Pellet King's competitor had just failed for the second time. He was under great pressure now. After all, Ru Feng was extremely strong. The previous time, 3 people had contested on each side. They needed to make the best pellets possible. At that moment, Wang Shang heard someone say, All right, you lost the round. His face twitched. They had failed. Wang Shang thought it didn't really matter, as they initially didn't intend to win the first round. His clansmen on the tower left in defeat. Wang Shang jumped up and landed on the alchemical tower. He looked at Ru Yun and smiled. Second round, who's coming? They just lost. Wang Shang wants to regain face. Those people from Red Clouds are King's descendants. Ru Yun was the strongest one. They're going to lose this round, murmured the crowd. They couldn't wait to see the last round. Ru Feng smiled at Wang Sheng broadly and said indifferently, "This time, you won't even have the opportunity to move on to the third round." Ru Feng left the alchemical tower and descended from the sky. Wang Sheng looked furious. Ru Feng came up next to Lin Feng and the others. They all smiled. Then, Yao Yao looked at Lin Feng and smiled. "Brother Lin Feng, I am also an alchemist. I'll help you win a pellet." When Yao Yao rose up into the air and landed on the alchemical tower, the crowd was astonished. A young girl? What's going on? The previous time, Ru Feng, Ru Yun, and Zi Ling had participated, Yao Yao had just watched. And now, surprisingly, they sent a little girl to compete with Wang Sheng? The crowd didn't understand. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He glanced at Ru Feng and the others. Ru Feng smiled and said, "Lin Feng, Yao Yao is our teacher's only daughter. Yao Yao's brother takes good care of her. She's more skilled than any of us." "I see." Lin Feng smiled. Age and skills were two different things. Those people were Red Cloud King's descendants. Lin Feng didn't understand what that meant. After all, he had never been to Red Clouds. However, if Yao Yao was a king's descendant, she was probably extremely talented. Wang Sheng couldn't afford to be careless. On the contrary, he was quite vigilant. He had just heard Ru Feng. That little girl smiled confidently. It made him panic a little. Of course, it was only for a few seconds. Wang Sheng kept calm and got ready. "Hee, the Pellet King's clan is going to lose face now," Yao Yao giggled. A cauldron appeared in front of her. It was small and red. A magnificent red fire appeared and entered into the cauldron. She did some hand seals and started her alchemical technique. She looked confident and quite at ease. It was rare to see young people looking so calm and confident. Wang Sheng glanced at her and pulled a long face. "That's an alchemical king technique. Only people who are king's descendants practice those techniques in Red Clouds. That little girl is definitely a king's direct descendant." "The Pellet King's clan's strategy wasn't that good," murmured some people when they saw that. They were definitely amused. "It's an art, she does things in a beautiful way," sighed Lin Feng when he saw Yao Yao at the top of the alchemical tower. Her movements were graceful. She was dancing around the cauldron. Yao Yao put ingredients in the cauldron and chopped them down. Then she burned the ingredients slowly, and after a short time, a sweet fragrance filled the air. Many people took deep breaths. It smelled so good. How fast! The pellet has already started appearing. The watchers were astonished. Bright lights flashed in the cauldron. 9 colors appeared and intertwined there. People's hearts started pounding. They were amazed and speechless. That little girl was skilled, even more skilled than Ru Feng. And her fire was even better. She had probably refined it with many sorts of flames. Wang Sheng didn't look as calm and easy as before. He looked nervous and angry. It was difficult to keep steady. He still had to make the best pellet possible. "Silly boy. Your technique is too pure. You're only using hand techniques to control your fire. You're not even using your consciousness. You can't control fire that way. Are you really an alchemist?" spoke up Yao Yao, looking at Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng coughed, trying to hide his anger. The members of the Pellet King's clan looked angry, too. A little girl was telling Wang Sheng he didn't understand alchemy. How humiliating. The members of the Pellet King's clan were all grimacing by now. They had the impression Wang Sheng was going to lose. If he lost, they'd lose the whole competition for the second time. How horrible. They couldn't lose, they were the Pellet Kings. And your fire is SOSO as well. It's explosive, but you can't control it. That kind of fire is good for fighting, but not to make pellets. Brother Wang Sheng, you should come to Red Clouds with me and I'll teach you how to make pellets, Yao Yao giggled. Wang Sheng's face turned deathly pale. That little girl was pointing out all his weaknesses in front of everyone. He didn't say anything as he had nothing to say. Even if she was making fun of him, he had to focus on the pellet. I'm almost done. Take your time, said Yao Yao, laughing softly. She continued controlling her fire. It smelled extremely good. Lights shone around her. Such bright lights. And it smells so good. Some extremely strong alchemists closed their eyes and took deep breaths, trying to guess the level of the pellet that way. Level 3 Great Imperial Pellet, almost level 4. That little girl is extremely strong. Even some great emperors can't make such pellets. It even seemed easy for her, that's the most terrifying part. When Lin Feng heard the people, he was a bit surprised and asked, Yao Yao is that good at making pellets? Lin Feng, you think that we don't deserve our reputation? It's our specialty. Ziling said gravely. Lin Feng nodded. He had underestimated these people. A pellet suddenly rose up into the air, Yao Yao's fire blossomed around her. She chopped down, and there was a rumble of power. Wang Shang's cauldron exploded, and his face went dark. He had lost. He wanted to make the best pellet possible, and in the end he had lost and broke his cauldron. The Pellet King's clan lost twice, and this time it was a crushing defeat, someone sighed. The faces of the Pellet King's clan's members paled, and they grimaced in humiliation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2143, Insisting. Chapter 2143, Insisting. You lost, said Yao Yao smiling at Wang Shang. It's not over yet. I just failed once, said Wang Shang unhappily. He could try 2 more times. That's what people usually agreed on. Brother, with your level, you won't be able to make a better pellet than me. Or maybe you could, but it'd take you a very long time. It'd be boring to wait, said Yao Yao giggled at him. Ru Feng and Ru Yun burst into laughter. That little girl is going to piss him off even more. Ru Yun kept laughing while looking at Wang Shang's face. He was really good, better than Ru Feng, and therefore, when he saw the pellet Yao Yao had made, he understood that making such a great pellet was extremely difficult. If he wanted to make one of the same level, the success rate would very low. He stood no chance at all. You lost and that's all. You can't win. The Pellet King's clan lost, stated Ru Feng neutrally. Wang Shang pulled a long face. He flipped his hand and took out a yellowish pellet. It could help people recover when their soul was injured. Grab it! Snarled Wang Shang, throwing it at Yao Yao. A magnificent light shone as a yellow light beam moved towards Yao Yao. Hi! Yao Yao spat out some fire which surrounded the pellet, her silhouette flickered and she left the tower. She landed next to Lin Feng, smiled and said, Brother Lin Feng, it's for you. It's a level 3 soul recovering Great Imperial Pellet, I can help you make it even better with my fire. Her fire dispersed and the pellet landed in Lin Feng's hand. Thank you for your hard work, little girl, said Lin Feng, caressing Yao Yao's hair and putting the pellet away. He'd be able to heal Mu Chen with it. Mu Chen was just a high-level emperor, after all. At that moment, someone stared at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng noticed it was Wang Zhan, standing behind Wang Shang. He was looking at Lin Feng and really wanted to kill him. Second bet. You can start, said Wang Shang coldly. Lin Feng raised his head and looked over at Wang Shang. He smiled coldly. That guy had lost the alchemical competition again, it was a crushing defeat. He was furious and wanted to regain face. You remember the bet? Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He could sense that Wang Shang wanted to kill him. It's not that important because everything you own will be mine, including the Heaven Dragon Cauldron and the fire, said Wang Shang coldly. Wang Zhan, you know what to do. I do. Wang Zhan nodded. He jumped towards Lin Feng and released deadly bestial energies, which surrounded Lin Feng. From what Wang Shang had just said, he wanted Wang Zhan to kill Lin Feng. If Lin Feng died, he would obtain Lin Feng's possessions. Even though the cultivators from Red Clouds were powerful alchemists, they couldn't prevent him from killing Lin Feng. Brother Lin Feng, be careful. His Tao is extremely powerful. His attacks must be terrifying. Don't collide with him, Yao Yao warned Lin Feng. Ru Feng and Ru Yun had seen Lin Feng in the Yi clan. People from the Dark Night region held the greatest esteem for Lin Feng. He seemed famous there. He was also very strong. They were soon going to see how strong he could be. Wang Zhan's chi was formidable, and he was a deadly fighter. At least, he definitely had the potential to be selected for the next step of the procedure for the meeting of 9 clouds. Lin Feng slowly rose up into the air and stopped at the same level as Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan's chi was growing more and more powerful. He looked as strong as a mountain, and extremely focused. He didn't intend to let Lin Feng win. Wang Zhan's strength is terrifying. He practices bestial skills and techniques. He learned them from an ancient beast. Now he's furious because Wang Shang lost. He'll want to kill Lin Feng even more. Yes, Wang Shang is already a symbol of the Pallet King's clan, and he's very influential. Since they just lost, the members of the Pellet King's clan are all furious. They want to kill that guy to regain face. Everybody was talking. They could already imagine Lin Feng dead. Today, the Pellet King's clan is going to be humiliated for the 3rd time, said someone else. He had an ancient sword in his back, and looked steady and composed. Many people looked over at him. You think Wang Zhan will lose? Of course, and it will be a crushing defeat, worse than the one they just had, said Mou calmly. He was convinced that Lin Feng could easily defeat and kill Wang Zhan. He remembered everything Lin Feng had told him. After the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds which he wanted to watch ended, he wanted to meditate in seclusion and sword cultivation. He didn't care about participating in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. After talking to Lin Feng, he had the impression he wasn't strong enough to be on the battle stage. Well, I can't wait to see the result. Someone smiled. He didn't sound as confident as Mou, he just smiled mockingly. Why was that guy convinced Lin Feng would win? Wang Zhan's chi was becoming more and more powerful. However, he didn't attack yet. He wanted to condense as much chi as he could before attacking, and then he wanted to kill Lin Feng in one strike. At that moment, Lin Feng moved his hand, making a short chop. Sword holy spirits emerged from his arm and condensed into a sword. Lin Feng closed his eyes and focused. He visualized everything. He didn't want to be influenced by the outside world. Back in Chi Tian Holy Town, he had seen the saints battle. He had also sensed the saint's sword intent, the Kasayapa sword. That sword seemed like it could even cut through time. That sword was like a dream. That kind of sword didn't exist. Who could cut apart time and space? Sword intent. Sword attacks had to be carried out naturally. A sword wasn't a sword, it was consciousness. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to try and see whether he could achieve that state of mind or not. Someday, his intent would be like a sword beyond deadly. Die! Shouted Wang Zhan explosively. Even though his attack was explosive, Lin Feng didn't move. The sun shone upon his sword. He brought his hand down, his eyes still closed. Lin Feng wasn't too satisfied. His sword contained empty space and death strength, all golden and black. That sword made Wang Zhan stop halfway up in the air. He didn't look as determined anymore. Abruptly, wounds appeared everywhere on his body, and he turned gray and fell limply down from the sky. One sword, one corpse. That's real sword intent? Whispered Mou. At his level, he had thought he understood what a sword cultivator was. After Lin Feng's explanation though, he had understood a lot more. A real sword didn't exist, and Lin Feng already understood the rudiments. The members of the Pellet King's clan all grimaced. They had lost again, in front of everybody. They were furious. Brother Lin Feng's sword techniques are incredible, thought Yao Yao with a sigh, her beautiful eyes twinkling. She had seen very strong cultivators, but Lin Feng was extremely strong. That was the deadliest sword attack she had ever seen. Lin Feng didn't care about what the crowd thought. He had killed someone insignificant. He didn't feel proud. He hadn't achieved anything. At the very least, he made Wang Sheng shut up. One more humiliation. Therefore, Lin Feng looked at Wang Sheng and said indifferently, "You lost the bet." Wang Shen's face twisted. Nobody knew what he was thinking, but his eyes were gleaming. He took out another pellet and threw it at Lin Feng. Level 3 Great Imperial Pellet, take it. Then, he turned around and started to leave, humiliation hanging over him like a cloud. "Wait," said Lin Feng grimly. Wang Sheng's legs were suddenly stiffened. He turned around and glared at Lin Feng, saying coldly, "Beware if you want to avoid trouble. Godly Cloud City is not your region. The water is deep here." Lin Feng looked at him strangely. Wang Sheng had lost. He didn't do what Lin Feng had asked him to do in case he lost, and now he was threatening him? "Slap your own face 3 times, said Lin Feng calmly. Wang Sheng frowned and glared at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. "Are you sure? You insist?" Lin Feng jumped forwards and condensed an invisible and intangible sword intent which surged towards Wang Sheng. He looked deathly as he repeated, "Slap your own face 3 times. Wang Sheng frowned and glared at Lin Feng in an evil way. The members of the Pellet King's clan looked just as angry. They had lost the alchemical competition. Now Lin Feng had defeated their cultivator, and he wanted to humiliate Wang Sheng even more, as if he were little more than a buffoon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2144, Pellet King's clan's first young man. Chapter 2144, Pellet King's clan's first young man. The members of the Pellet King's clan looked tense. They had lost face, and Lin Feng was acting aggressive. They hadn't expected such a thing to happen. They had thought that Wang Sheng would manage to kill Lin Feng, but in the end, they had failed again. Lin Feng was insistent. He wanted Wang Sheng to slap his own face 3 times. How audacious! After all, Wang Sheng was right. They were in Godly Cloud City, the Pellet King's clan's territory. There were many strong cultivators here. Red Clouds was another region. "Let's go," said Ru Feng, stepping up next to Lin Feng. They were worried about him. "Brother Wang Sheng, you accepted the bet, now you regret it and you want the Pellet King's clan to oppress us. But if you do that, you won't be the only one to lose face, all your friends will, and the whole Pellet King's clan," Yao Yao pointed out honestly. The members of the Pellet King's clan shuddered and trembled. He had accepted Lin Feng's bet and now he wanted to take back his words. It truly was shameless. What a humiliation caused by crushing defeats. "Wang Sheng!" Someone called out in the distance. Wang Sheng was trembling too. People turned around and gazed into the distance. They saw someone. He looked slim and slender. He was wearing an alchemist's robe. When the crowd saw him, many people frowned. Wang Sheng looked petrified. "Wang Shi. He came. What's going to happen?" Wang Shi was in the air, his robe fluttering in the wind. He looked down at Wang Sheng calmly. He said neutrally, "Wang Sheng, since you bet with him and lost, you can't take back your words." Wang Sheng was astonished when he heard that, and shook with anger. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. That guy is an emperor of the top of the Huang Qi layer, but his position must be higher than Wang Sheng's in the hierarchy. He sounds detached, but he's actually giving an order to Wang Sheng, thought Lin Feng when he saw the young man. He could sense that the newcomer was strong. Wang Sheng couldn't compete with him. "Very well," said Wang Sheng. H didn't dare say anything else. he just turned, looked at Lin Feng and the others with murder in his eyes. Whap! Wang Shang slapped his own face, and his cheek turned red. Was it because he slapped his cheek violently, or because of the humiliation? Wang Shang was still slapping himself in front of everybody. A first time, a second, and then a third. After that, he glanced at Lin Feng coldly, then turned to Wang Shi, angry and ashamed. You hate me? Asked Wang Shi indifferently. Wang Shang replied, You're the first emperor of our clan. How could I harbor a grudge against you? I have no choice but to accept. You bet with him, you lost, you're a disgrace for the Pellet King's clan. If you hadn't slapped yourself 3 times, it would have been even worse for the clan, replied Wang Shi, smiling indifferently yet coldly. When Wang Sheng saw that smile, he felt even more humiliated. He couldn't say anything in reply. At that moment, Wang Sheng's heart was pounding. He was waiting. The young man in front of him looked calm and nice, but Wang Sheng knew that he was cold and detached, and even bloodthirsty. He had killed his own uncle with his own hands. From now on, you're not a member of the Pellet King's clan anymore. I will destroy your clan plate. If someday you surpass me, you'll be able to come back and replace me. I'll even destroy my own clan plate, stated Wang Shi calmly. Wang Sheng's heart was pounding violently. It was painful, he felt like he was going to collapse. His muscles had all seized up. You agree, right? Said Wang Shi emotionlessly. Wang Sheng was motionless, as if paralyzed. His legs were shaking violently. He raised his head and looked at Wang Shi, his eyes red. However, he said, I agree. All right. Wang Shi nodded, he looked as composed as if he had just done something totally ordinary. However, the crowd around them was speechless. Wang Sheng was famous in Godly Cloud City, he was considered a strong young man. He was even among the best young people of the city. But because of one sentence from Wang Shi, Wang Sheng had slapped his own face 3 times and been expelled from the clan. However, none of the members of the Pellet King's clan thought Wang Shi was wrong. He had too much power and influence in their clan. Wang Shi slowly turned around and looked at Lin Feng and the others. He first looked at Lin Feng. You killed Wang Zhan? Lin Feng looked back at Wang Shi. Wang Shi looked calm and aloof. He didn't seem overly proud. People around them were whispering, so Lin Feng knew that this young man was the best young emperor of the Pellet King's clan, both in terms of alchemy and cultivation. He sounded quite self-confident too. He had said that if Wang Sheng surpassed him someday, he would be able to come back and Wang Shi himself would leave the clan. Lin Feng nodded. Wang Shi disappeared and turned into a shadow. A deadly energy filled the air. Lin Feng raised his fist, a silhouette appeared in front of him and a fist crashed against Lin Feng's. Lin Feng was propelled backwards violently, not because his attacker was extremely strong, but because fire strength had penetrated into his fist. His whole arm felt sore. His clothes even burned away instantly, and his whole arm was red. Lin Feng's arm kept shaking violently. He instantly released potent life cosmic energies, his blood boiled away the intruding power, and after a few seconds, he recovered. He sighed, acknowledging that fire chi was impressive, but he surprisingly is safe and sound after Wang Shi's attack? The crowd was astonished. The Pellet King's clan was a level 2 influential group in Godly Cloud City. They were quite strong. Wang Shi was the first emperor of the Pellet King's clan. He was extremely dangerous, although few people knew how strong he was exactly. They did know he could definitely appear at the top of the rankings after the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. However, not only didn't Wang Shi manage to kill Lin Feng in one strike, but he didn't even injure him. That was astonishing and amazing. Wang Shi moved back and looked at Lin Feng strangely. He had sensed an aggressive strength confronting his fist when he had attacked. His fire had penetrated into Lin Feng's fist, but he hadn't managed to injure the other. He suddenly thought highly of Lin Feng. "You're quite strong. No wonder you killed Wang Zhan," said Wang Shi calmly. Then, he looked at Yao Yao next to Lin Feng and asked, "You're a descendant of one of Red Cloud's kings? Mind your own business, will you?" said Yao Yao, lifting her head and looking at Wang Shi angrily. "I have the blood of an alchemist king, I should be your opponent. Do you want to try and fight against me? We could bet on our own personal fire, what do you think?" asked Wang Shi calmly. Lin Feng smiled icily and stared at Wang Shi. He said indifferently, "You attacked me by surprise and now you want to duel a girl who's younger than you? The descendant of a king alchemist? The first member of the Pellet King's clan is most amusing." When Wang Shi heard Lin Feng, he looked amused and smiled. "You don't know when to stop, it seems. My first attack wasn't enough." "I see, there's no difference between Wang Shang and you, it looks like," replied Lin Feng calmly. He looked back at Wang Shi indifferently. Wang Shi smiled icily. "If I killed you, people would say the Pellet King's clan is shameless." Then, he looked at Yao Yao again and said, "You're younger than me. I can give you more time. That way, people won't say the Pellet King's clan bullies young king's descendants from Red Clouds." Lin Feng grunted coldly. This guy was even prouder than Wang Shang. Lin Feng stared at him coldly. He wanted to jump and attack the prick, but at that moment, someone appeared in the distance and said quite loudly, "The members of the Pellet King's clan are all ridiculous." Eh? When the members of the Pellet King's clan heard that, they were startled and all turned to look into the distance. They saw someone appear behind the crowd. He was walking ahead slowly. He had long black hair and his eyes were pitch black, but it was like they could see stars in those pitch black eyes. "What is ridiculous?" asked Wang Shi calmly. He could sense that this person had something in common with him. The newcomer smiled and looked at Wang Shi easily. "Let ordinary people talk about how ridiculous you are. You want to compete with someone in terms of alchemy or cultivation? I'll play with you." That person sounded calm and composed, but the crowd was astonished. There were so many strong cultivators in Godly Cloud City, nobody dared say they were stronger than Wang Shi. People even dared compare the first master of Godly Clouds with Wang Shi. Who dared talk that way to him? Wang Shi was stupefied. He looked at his interlocutor in a sharp way. "Who are you?" "You should be able to guess," answered that person calmly. When Wang Shi heard that, he looked astonished, and even smiled and whispered, "Red Cloud's first master, Jiuling Huang." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2145, All the Strong Cultivators. Chapter 2145, All the Strong Cultivators. Wang Shi was the first emperor of the Pellet King's clan, the only person who could dare say he could compete with this person both in terms of alchemy and cultivation had to be him, someone who knew alchemy and cultivation and who was strong enough. Red Cloud's first master, Jiuling Huang. He was the only one who would dare talk to him that way. Red Cloud's first master, Jiuling Huang. Is he Red Cloud's first master? It's the first time I've seen one of the continent of the Nine Clouds' first masters. His chi is extraordinary. First masters are very famous, more famous than the best emperor of the Pellet King's clan. Can Wang Shi compete with him? Could he compete with Godly Cloud's first master, wondered many people. Godly Cloud City was the central part of the continent of the Nine Clouds, and Godly Cloud City was the central part of Godly Clouds. There were many strong cultivators here. The Pellet King's clan was a level 2 group in Godly Cloud City, few clans could compete with them. But in Red Clouds, King's descendants were cultivators of the first category. The Pellet King's clan wasn't weak, they just had different positions in the hierarchy. One was from Red Clouds, and the other one was from the powerful region of Godly Clouds. Therefore, the first master of Red Clouds dared talk to the first emperor of the Pellet King's clan that way. Jiuling Huang seemed to have a better reputation, however. Lin Feng glanced over Jiu Ling Huang. He had heard his name a short time before, as the first master of red clouds. He had 9 spirits, 9 flames, and each flame was explosive. He was incredibly strong in terms of both alchemy and cultivation. He had a similar temper to Prince Wu Qing. They were both cold and proud. However, they were also different, because Prince Wu Qing was emotionless. Nothing could have an impact on his mood. He cared about nothing. He didn't care about the 10,000 things of creation. Nothing made him happy or sad. However, Jiu Ling Huang was proud and cold, but he looked like a nobleman. It probably had something to do with his social status. Lin Feng didn't totally understand what Jiu Ling Huang's social status was. At that moment, Yao Yao's eyes were twinkling. She was staring at Jiu Ling Huang. She didn't say anything for a moment, but then, "Brother!" shouted Yao Yao suddenly. Lin Feng was astonished. "Brother?" His heart started pounding. He understood something then, and smiled. Yao Yao was extremely talented. She was a king's descendant in Red Clouds. She was also Jiu Ling Huang's sister, the first master's sister. It all seemed logical all of a sudden, nothing surprising about it. Lin Feng didn't know much about Red Clouds. The people from Red Clouds around him looked totally unsurprised. They knew this was going to happen. "Little girl, I told you to wait for me to leave, and in the end, Ru Feng and Ru Yun harassed you to take you out, right?" Jiu Ling Huang said to Yao Yao. However, he looked at her gently. Yao Yao made a face, and then Ru Feng and Ru Yun both shouted, "Fellow disciple." "That's how you call me, fellow disciple," said Jiu Ling Huang indifferently. They smiled wryly and said, "Please forgive us, brother." "Bro, I asked them to take me with the dash," began Yao Yao. "I knew it was you," said Jiu Ling Huang, interrupting her. He looked at Ru Feng and Ru Yun again and said, "Good that nothing happened this time. However, this can't happen again. Otherwise, what will you do if you bump into shameless people like this again?" Wang Shi frowned. Shameless? This newcomer was clearly talking about him. But he couldn't say anything. After all, he was the first young man of the Pellet King's clan, and he had challenged a little girl. It certainly wasn't fair. "Yes, fellow disciple, we understand," agreed Ru Feng and Ru Yun. They knew he didn't mean to blame them. He knew how to behave. They had brought Yao Yao from so far away to Godly Cloud City. It was indeed a bit dangerous and unreasonable. But Yao Yao didn't know when Jiu Ling Huang would come out back then, and she couldn't wait to start traveling. Their teacher often had headaches because of her. Jiu Ling Huang didn't say much. He looked around at the crowd. Challenging a little girl proves that people from the Pellet King's clan are not that strong. Now, I'm here. If you want to compete in terms of alchemy or cultivation, as you wish. If you're too weak, you can call some people from your clan and have them come, said Jiu Ling Huang coldly. If he hadn't been there, they would have bullied his little sister and possibly stolen her fire. For an alchemical expert, fire was precious. It was part of their life. If someone took it from them, they didn't just lose their fire, it had a huge impact on their cultivation. They became weaker and it took them years to recover. Wang Shi glittered with cold lights. Jiu Ling Huang was the first master of Red Clouds. He had already heard about him. He had always wanted to compete with him, but now he was facing him and he didn't know what to say or do. He didn't want to take risks, especially just before the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Even though he had always wanted to compete with Jiu Ling Huang, if he did and lost, it could have an impact on his participation in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. More and more people gathered around them. One of them was wearing a black cloak, his body pitch black and his eyes were filled with demon lights. He had his hands on his back. He stood there in the sky and looked at Wang Shi calmly. It's going to be a great battle, the first emperor of the Pellet King's clan against the first master of Red Clouds, both kings' descendants. I can't wait. Lei Dong Tian, Devamara Thunder Clan. He's also the first emperor of the Devamara Thunder Clan. The Devamara Thunder Clan and the Pellet Kings Clan are both powerful and influential clans in Godly Cloud City. They don't have cordial relations, however. Interesting. Mentions some people. Someone said, last time, Wang Sheng humiliated the members of the Devamara Thunder Clan, now Lei Dongtian is here. He probably hopes Wang Sheng and Jiu Linghuang will fight. Wang Shi looked over at Lei Dongtian, his eyes glittering with cold lights. That guy hoped he'd lose against Jiu Linghuang. Lei Dongtian, don't worry, as you can't talk to me about alchemy. Regarding strength, you'll have the opportunity to fight against me during the meeting, I suppose, said Wang Shi coldly. Is that so? So you won't fight against me today? Lei Dongtian said to Wang Shi. Humph. Wang Shi grunted coldly. He looked around and was astonished. There were suddenly so many famous strong cultivators from the eastern town around. Everybody looks enthusiastic. You're all here, said Wang Shi smiling indifferently. One of them smiled and said, we all wanted to see the Pellet Kings clan compete with the geniuses of Red Clouds. We learned that the Pellet Kings clan had lost. And now you're here, it's time for you to dazzle, Wang Shi. Everyone seemed amused. All those people wanted Wang Shi and Jiu Linghuang to fight. Many people had seen the alchemical competition. Initially Wang Sheng was the protagonist, but now they wanted to watch Wang Shi fight. The news was spreading quickly, and more people gathered there, hoping the atmosphere would be more lively. Two alchemist kings' descendants from Godly Clouds and Red Clouds, that was going to be a great duel. Very quickly, Wang Shi looked at someone else coldly. That person just looked back at him, unimpressed. Who are you, Your Excellency? Asked Wang Shi grimly. That's Prince Wu Qing, he's here too, surprisingly. Many people were startled when they recognized Prince Wu Qing. They had seen him in the Yi clan. Dark Cloud's first master, Prince Wu Qing. Wang Shi's eyes glittered as he asked, are all the first masters here today? My fellow disciple is still meditating in seclusion. He didn't have time to come. I, Xianrun, came alone because I had nothing to do when I heard about the battle of the king's descendants, someone else spoke up at that moment. The crowd looked over at that person, he looked well educated, like a scholar, calm and composed. A wanderer. Wang Shi stared at him. A wanderer from Holy Mountain. Today is lively. Surprisingly, there are so many incredible people, and there are two first masters of the continent of the Nine Clouds. The crowd was shaking. Xianren was a Confucian monk from Holy Mountain. His fellow disciple was the first master of Godly Clouds. He was also one of the strongest emperors of Godly Clouds. Even Lei Dongtian and Wang Shi knew his name. So many strong cultivators had shown up. Everyone was surprised. Of course, people were also excited. The meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds was approaching, so there were many strong cultivators here. They were all geniuses. Was a small-scale meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds going to happen here? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2146, Another Bet. Chapter 2146, Another Bet. Wang Shi, since everybody is so excited, you should do something. Show us how strong you are. Who's better between the alchemists of Godly Clouds and the alchemists of Red Clouds who are also king's descendants? Said Lei Dongtian insistently. He really wanted these two to duel. Now that so many strong cultivators were there, he couldn't flinch. It wasn't between two groups of people anymore, it was about two king's descendants from Godly Clouds and Red Clouds. It was about alchemy and cultivation. The geniuses of the top of the Huangqi layer had gathered there, something had to happen. Jiu Linghuang looked as calm and composed as before, as if nothing had been happening. He was the first master of Red Clouds, how could he fear Wang Shi? He didn't fear fighting against people stronger than him, anyway. I also want to see alchemical techniques. I'd love to see you have an alchemical battle, said Xianren, smiling as if it was certain that these two were going to have an alchemical battle. Those guys are funny, Wang Shi and Jiu Ling Huang have to fight, murmured the gossips when they heard that. Wang Shi looked at Jiu Ling Huang, his eyes kept glittering. He hated this kind of feeling, he liked to decide for himself whether he wanted to fight or not. He didn't like it when people forced him to do anything, he hated it more than anything. Since he didn't like it, nobody could force him to do anything. Therefore, he looked at Jiu Ling Huang and said, "You're the first master of red clouds, you have 9 spirits and 9 flames, I really want to fight against you, but I don't like it when people force me to do something. We'll fight during the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, are you alright with that?" When the crowd heard Wang Shi, they were surprised. That guy surprisingly decided to flinch. Wang Shi wasn't worried that people would make fun of him. Lei Dongtian and Xianren all hoped he would duel, that's why they so insistent, but Wang Shi didn't bow to their pressure. People wondered why. You wanted to fight against my sister and now you're here and telling me you don't like it when people force you to do something, do you mean you only like fighting against weaker people? Said Jiu Ling Huang, unwilling to give up. Before he arrived, Wang Shi wanted to fight against Yao Yao and bet on their respective fires. He had tried to force her, as if Yao Yao couldn't refuse. Jiu Ling Huang wouldn't give up. Wang Shi had nothing to say. You have a sister, and I have a brother. They are also king's descendants, said Wang Shi. People remembered someone else, a monstrous cultivator, Wang Jia. However, everybody knew that Wang Jia didn't like making pellets, he was a fighting monster. He was crazy. Wang Jia and Wang Shi had completely different personalities. Therefore, Wang Shi was talking about his brother, which made many people doubt his intentions. If Wang Jia and Yao Yao had an alchemical battle, Wang Jia couldn't win, he hated making pellets. And then? Asked Jiu Ling Huang. My brother isn't good in alchemy, however, he likes to fight, said Wang Shi slowly. Everybody knew that, he didn't lie about it. If Wang Jia and Yao Yao fought properly, Yao Yao wouldn't stand a chance. And even if he won, so what? It would be no surprise and thus nothing glorious. Jiu Ling Huang didn't say anything, he just waited for Wang Shi to continue. My brother is really bad in alchemy, but he's an amazing fighter. He can't fight against your sister. Therefore, it would be stupid to compare them. However, since we're in such a situation today and I don't want to fight, I can ask my brother to get involved. He's 4 years younger than me, he must be younger than some of your people from Red Clouds. Therefore, your people who are king's descendants can fight against him. Of course, you're the first master of Red Clouds, you can't fight him. You aren't the only people from Red Clouds who are king's descendants, there must be some others. As long as they are emperors, they can fight against my brother. If my brother loses, I am willing to make a bet with my fire at stake. Flames appeared in Wang Shi's hand, pure white as they danced there. It wasn't scorching hot, but it was extraordinary. How brave! Wang Shi is surprisingly willing to give up his fire. However, the crazy cultivator of the Pellet King's clan can't lose unless the first master of Red Clouds, Jiu Ling Huang, fights him personally. Nobody dares offend him. People who knew Wang Jia knew this wasn't a fair proposition. Everybody understood that such a battle would be beneficial for Wang Shi. He didn't want to fight against Jiu Ling Huang because he knew he couldn't win. Jiu Ling Huang had never heard about Wang Shi's younger brother and he didn't know how strong he was. However, he knew that if Wang Shi was willing to bet on his fire, it meant that his younger brother's fighting abilities were terrifying. Wang Shi knew they'd definitely win, so he dared bet on his fire. A powerful fire was priceless for alchemists, they all practiced fire cultivation. Without fire, they couldn't concoct remedies, just like weapon makers couldn't do anything without deployment spells. Extremely valuable remedies could be made in certain conditions only, requiring a terrifying temperature and an incredible cauldron. What if your brother wins? Asked Yao Yao. Wang Shi smiled and said, since I refuse to fight, I can't ask for anything. My only requirement is that the one who killed a member of my clan should die. When Wang Shi said that, everybody looked at Lin Feng, who was next to Yao Yao. He had killed Wang Zhan. However, Wang Shi had said he had no requirement before that, which meant that in his eyes, Lin Feng's life wasn't a requirement, it was comparable to his fire. For him, Lin Feng's life was actually even less precious than his fire because he had said he wanted nothing. Zhou Linghuan looked at Lin Feng, Yao Yao looked at him and said, Bro? He's not from our clan. Said Emperor Yu calmly. And since I can't capture him, we can bet. Therefore, if you don't get involved, that's fine, I will take care of the rest, Wang Shi smiled. Interesting. Said Prince Wu Cheng. The crowd looked over at him. He looked cold and detached. He looked a little bit amused too. Lin Feng was from Dark Clouds, he was famous there, no less famous than himself. However, they were somewhere else now and someone wanted to bet his fire for his life. It was interesting. Indeed, interesting. Said Mou, smiling coldly. He looked angry, actually. We're in Godly Cloud City, you can attack him as you wish, we can't stop you, so why such a request? Said Zhou Linghuan looking at Wang Shi. I just hope he can win to stay alive, simple, right? Said Wang Shi smiling. Bastard, brother, you can't accept. Yao Yao said, looking at Zhou Linghuan. Lin Feng remained silent. He had killed Wang Shang, it obviously wasn't enough. Couldn't he have a rest before the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds? Except, he said to Zhou Linghuan. Zhou Linghuan looked amused and said to Lin Feng, are you sure? I'm not sure we can win. Actually, we're probably going to lose. I won't let you decide of anything when it comes to my life. I will fight myself, said Lin Feng calmly. Zhou Linghuan was surprised. He remained silent for a few seconds and then nodded and smiled, since you don't mind, I won't refuse. Yao Yao won a pellet for me. If I win, that fire will be for Yao Yao. Said Lin Feng. Zhou Linghuan looked even more amused and nodded, alright, if you win, give the fire to Yao Yao. Wang Shi smiled. Could Lin Feng even win? Wang Shi knew that his brother Wang Jie was astonishingly strong. He was famous in Godly Cloud City. In their clan, in terms of strength and alchemy, Wang Shi was first, but in terms of talent, Wang Jie was first. Actually, they were both first. Who do you want me to kill? Someone asked loudly in the distance. It was another young man. However, he wasn't as calm as Wang Shi. He looked aggressive and wild. As Wang Jie arrived, he stopped in the air and released a scorching hot chi. He glanced over at the crowd. Lin Feng stepped forwards. However, he didn't hurry to attack, he also looked at the crowd and smiled, if I kill him, what will happen? When Lin Feng said that, everybody looked astonished. What would happen if Lin Feng killed Wang Jie? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2147, Who's Insane? Chapter 2147, Who's Insane? Wang Jie was Wang Shi's biological brother. They were both direct descendants of the Pellet King's clan's king. They were both incredibly talented. Even though he didn't like to make pellets, he was an incredible genius. If he died, what would the Pellet King's clan do? The problem was that Wang Jie was allowed to kill Lin Feng, but what would happen if Lin Feng killed him? Lin Feng wasn't from Godly Cloud City, the Pellet King's clan was from Godly Cloud City. Foreigners couldn't do what they wished here. Even if Zhou Linghuang and the others wanted to protect him, they wouldn't be able to. This battle wasn't that fair. Of course, Lin Feng was quite brave to say that. Ridiculous, said Wang Shi, bursting into laughter when he heard Lin Feng. If you can kill Wang Jia, the Pellet King's clan will definitely not chase you. Can I trust you, though? Asked Lin Feng indifferently, smiling icily. If I kill Wang Jia, you will send more elders to kill me. They'll tell me what? I kill young people from the Pellet King's clan so they can kill me and I have to die. I learn from my mistakes. You're joking. What do you want, then? Asked Wang Shi coldly with murder in his eyes. First, make all the great emperors next to you leave. I don't want great emperors to shamelessly attack me by surprise during a battle, said Lin Feng calmly. Wang Shi looked at him coldly and waved his hand. He said, all great emperors, go back. Humph. The great emperors of his clan grunted coldly and left. Is it good now? Asked Wang Shi, playing with the fire he in his hand. Does anyone from Godly Cloud City accept acting as a referee during the battle? Asked Lin Feng, glancing around calmly. He hoped nobody would attack him by surprise before the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Let me ask you again, are you sure that what you just said represents your entire clan's, the Pellet King's clan's, opinion? Repeated Lei Dong Tian coldly. He was staring at Wang Shi with his demon eyes. Of course, said Wang Shi, pulling a long face. He was getting angry. Why were these people wasting so much time for a simple battle? Excellent. Since Wang Shi said it, the Devamara Thunder clan is willing to act as a referee. If you kill Wang Jia, you can come to the Devamara Thunder clan. We'll protect you and you'll immediately be qualified for the next round in the four main clans without going through any sort of test, said Lei Dong Tian solemnly. When you go to one of the four clans, it means that you can participate in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Then, even if the Pellet King's clan is shameless, they won't dare attack you, because it's against the rules. People knew the rules of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Those who had been chosen couldn't be attacked anymore. It was so the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds remained fair. Nobody could influence the meeting. Otherwise, powerful clans from Godly Cloud City could send terrifyingly strong cultivators to kill powerful foreign fighters and prevent them from participating. That way, clans from Godly Cloud City would have more chances to rank higher. Nobody dared violate the rules in Godly Cloud City because the shrines had law enforcement officers. Some people had tried to violate the rules to help some of their kin, they had disappeared on the same day. Nobody dared violate the rules again. Since it's that way, leave some space for the battle, thank you. People from the Pellet King's clan must stay away, they can't get involved, Lin Feng said calmly. Wang Shi looked at him coldly and said, how insolent. What kind of people do you think we are? You know perfectly well what kind of people you are. I don't need to say anything about that, replied Lin Feng coldly. Interesting, said Wang Shi icily. He took a step forwards next to the members of the Pellet King's clan. Indeed, interesting, said Xianrun, looking as unruffled as before. He shifted and landed next to Prince Wu Qing. They both stood before Wang Shi and the others members of his clan to prevent them from getting involved, just in case. After that, many people moved away to give Lin Feng and Wang Jia some space to fight. They wanted to see how powerful Wang Jia was. Unfortunately, Wang Shi had refused to fight as well, or it would have been even more interesting. But he probably made his brother fight for his clan to regain face, first by winning, and second by killing Lin Feng, who had killed one of their people. Wang Shi didn't think the battle was fair. Lin Feng's life was far less important than his fire, in his opinion. He just wanted to regain face, but Lin Feng was still amusing him. Therefore, he was happy to watch the battle. Only Lin Feng and Wang Jia were left in the middle. Wang Jia released his qi furiously. He looked wild and crazy as his qi exploded. You're really talkative, said Wang Jia. He didn't look that mature, so when he looked angry it was funny. but his chi was still impressive as it made the ground shake. He looked like he was going berserk as his chi kept increasing in intensity. People's hearts started pounding when they looked at him. How strong, he's insanely strong. Nobody dares challenge him, I've heard, whispered someone. At that moment, Wang Jia was surrounded by terrifying flames. He looked like a fire god. Roar! He shouted furiously, fireballs shooting towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed all the flames moving towards him. He condensed a terrifying sword intent in his fingers. Bright lights shone and turned into light beams, crashing into the fireballs. At the same time, Wang Jia advanced, rumbles starting as their auras clashed. He was surrounded by fire, the air around him was burning. It was like a fire god had been throwing himself at Lin Feng, and his energies could destroy everything in his way. Lin Feng continued condensing sword intent into his fingers. At the same time, he condensed fire cosmic energies in his fist. Lin Feng's fire became explosive, it contained thunders and demon lights. It gathered into a weird ball which contained all sorts of oppressive chi. What a guy! He wants to collide with Wang Jia, and he knows several sorts of cosmic energies, people murmured when they saw Lin Feng's move. A gigantic fire giant moved towards Lin Feng, roaring as it burned. Wang Jia's fist hadn't even reached Lin Feng yet, but it seemed it could already absorb him. Die! Wang Jia shouted furiously, his strength erupting. The air kept exploding around him. Lin Feng also started moving forwards. With his Black Thunder Fire Sword fist coupled with his physical strength, Lin Feng was convinced that he could definitely collide frontally with Wang Jia. When the two fighters met, a terrifying mushroom-shaped flame dashed to the skies. At the same time, a light beam shot up to the sky. The temperature instantly increased drastically, and the watchers suddenly started sweating. They used their strength to block the heat. Wang Jia was smashed away. Lin Feng continued chasing him. What? His strength is even more terrifying than Wang Jia's? How is that possible? The members of the Pellet King's clan were all astonished, their faces freezing in ugly expressions. Their crazy little cultivator with a terrifying physical strength was being oppressed. Wang Shi looked very unsightly. He couldn't believe it his eyes. Lin Feng was surrounded by 9 dazzling dragon lights that were vibrating intensely. He moved like the wind and released sword intent at the same time. He looked like a furious death god. He looked even more crazy than their crazy little boy. Die! Said Lin Feng. He landed before Wang Jia and a terrifying ancient desolate strength came down on Wang Jia, who roared defiantly. He raised his fist, heavy with fire strength, but crackling sounds sounded, as if his bones had been crushed. Wang Jia shouted furiously, his chi rising to the skies. Many people in the crowd realized he was burning and looked more and more like a fire giant. He was releasing Dao power. Some burns also appeared on Lin Feng's body. What a strange Dao power. That Dao has been created using fire. The earth and the sky shook around Lin Feng. However, no matter what his opponent's Dao power was, Lin Feng wanted to oppress him. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. Wang Jia used Dao power on his own body to turn into an all-conquering, firmly solid fire giant. Lin Feng continued punching him without stopping. The impacts kept making the earth and the sky tremble. Wang Jia's fire-earth body kept breaking. Finally, his arms hung loose, and he felt powerless. The atmosphere became even heavier. People were staring blankly at the scene. What kind of explosive strength was that? Who was actually the crazy one there? Ah! Finally, Wang Jia roared out furiously a final time. The members of the Pellet King's clan were trembling. No! Wang Jia's face turned deathly pale. Lin Feng hammered Wang Jia and threw him to the ground, then drove down into him and punched him violently again, not giving him time to stand up. More and more wounds and blood appeared on Wang Jia. He seemed to be waiting for death. Stop! shouted Wang Shi explosively. His face was deathly pale. He hadn't thought such a thing would happen. He had thought he wouldn't need to get involved, he had thought his brother would win easily. I've told you, you know perfectly well what kind of people you are, you will show everyone what kind of people you are, said Lin Feng grimly after turning around, staring at Wang Shi. Then, he turned back and punched Wang Jie again. Huge wounds appeared on Wang Jie's body, and blood gushed out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2148, Absorbing. Chapter 2148, Absorbing. Insolent! Shouted Wang Jie when he saw the result. His face was ghastly. He was desperate and crushed. His muscles twitched with his anger. He was about to burst out. Wang Shi would have never thought such a thing was possible. His brother, the little crazy cultivator of his clan, was being pummeled to death by Lin Feng. Wang Shi had refused to fight, he had bet on his own fire, because he had thought nobody could defeat his little brother, he hadn't thought a defeat was possible. He initially thought his brother was going to humiliate all these people, and that they'd regain face. However, the result was different. His brother was being crushed. Wang Jie hadn't thought such a thing could happen to him. Nobody had. Wang Jie had thought nobody could compete with him in terms of physical strength here. He had even thought Lin Feng would be much weaker than him. I'm insolent? You looked proud and arrogant a moment ago, when you considered everybody and everything beneath notice, you changed quickly, said Lin Feng heartlessly. He punched Wang Jie again. Wang Jie's heart was pounding violently. Let him go and you won't die, said Wang Shi coldly. However, Lin Feng just smiled mockingly and said calmly, that's why I didn't kill immediately, I wanted to wait and see how your faces would change. You see the difference between now and a few minutes ago? You're a shameless moron. Wang Shi released an explosive flame. However, Prince Wu Qing took a step forwards and prevented him from passing. He released 3,000 threads of emotionlessness strength, which turned into a deadly technique. Each thread of emotionlessness strength could kill someone. Wang Shi abruptly stopped and stared at Prince Wu Qing. He was helpless. You don't care about your promises, we all know that. But you can't ignore us witnesses, said Prince Wu Qing coldly. He's right, we saw something wrong, said Lei Dongtian, his arms crossed before his chest. He was staring at the members of the Pellet King's clan and smiled coldly. I'm also a witness, a referee. If Lin Feng wins, he can kill Wang Jie. Wang Jie's face was distorted with hatred, and his eyes went dark. When he saw how calm and serene Lin Feng looked, he was even more furious. He understood how Lin Feng had killed the great emperors he had sent now. He had even been getting ready to kill Wang Jie. In Wang Shi's opinion, Lin Feng had planned all this, including Wang Jie's death. Remember, you buried your little brother, you killed him. But you should have died, Wang Shi, said Lin Feng coldly. His voice resonated in Wang Jie's brain like a demon's voice. Wang Shi had killed his little brother. It made the two brothers' hearts pound violently. When Wang Shi had proposed this battle, Lin Feng had already planned he'd kill him. So Wang Shi had indirectly killed his brother by refusing to fight. Wang Shi looked at the 9 dragons roaring furiously, his face deathly pale. No. His eyes were bloodshot. A dragon behind Lin Feng opened his mouth and suddenly ate Wang Jie alive. Wang Shi's face was ghastly, his heart pounding in his ears. The most talented emperor of the Pellet King's clan, because of a little bet, had been killed. In other words, he had been killed because of Wang Shi's pride and arrogance. He could only regret now. Wang Shi was desperate, but it was too late and Wang Jie had disappeared before his eyes. You will die, shouted Wang Shi shrilly. However, Prince Wu Qing smiled coldly and looked at Wang Shi. You're pathetic and ridiculous. Wang Shi slowly turned around and stared at Prince Wu Qing. He was rippling with fury. At the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, there will be many geniuses from everywhere in the continent of the 9 clouds. Apart from the first master of godly clouds, how many geniuses have you ever heard of? How can you act so arrogantly? You don't even know who your opponents should be. You dare act so arrogantly. Do you think you will become the first master of godly clouds? Prince Wu Qing mocked him. Then, he turned around and looked at Lin Feng. He smiled coldly and said, "Imagine if you were the first master of dark clouds, and if you were that arrogant when facing someone stronger than him?" Said Wu Qing coldly, his words piercing through Wang Shi's eardrums like sharp swords. The first emperor of the Pellet King's clan believed that Jiu Ling Huan was the only person who could fight against him. When Lin Feng had joined hands with Jiu Ling Huang and the other people from Red Clouds, he didn't matter initially, but did he really know how strong Lin Feng was at the beginning? Did he know what kind of relationship Lin Feng and Jiu Ling Huang had? He knew nothing at all. He had only relied on his opinions to make a decision. And the result was tragic. He had bet, putting his young brother's life at stake. He had neglected the enemy's strength. How stupid, how ignorant. However, it wasn't over. Jiu Ling Huang rose up into the air, faced him and said simply, "Fire." He sounded calm and neutral, but that voice made Wang Shi tremble with fear and remorse. How stupid, how humiliating. However, he wasn't allowed to forget he had promised to give up his fire. What a tragedy. His brother was dead, the most talented young man of their clan. And now the enemy was stretching out his hand and waiting for the loot. How cruel. However, he had made a bet with Jiu Ling Huang. Jiu Ling Huang didn't need to take his mood into consideration. Jiu Ling Huang couldn't have compassion, he wasn't sad or furious like Wang Shi. Therefore, Jiu Ling Huang went to him without hesitation. He wanted the fire. Wang Shi felt as if he had been wounded and someone had poured salt into the wound. Before Jiu Ling Huang had arrived, Wang Shi had challenged Yao Yao, so Jiu Ling Huang wasn't going to be merciful. Wang Shi's mouth twitched. His face was distorted with ferocity and hatred. The members of the Pellet King's clan landed next to him, all of them furious. But their enemies didn't care. To them, the members of the Pellet King's clan were just losers. If the members of the Pellet King's clan had won, they would have killed Lin Feng equally heartlessly. "Since you bet, don't act like that, you're just making a fool of yourself now," said Xianren indifferently. Since Wang Shi had proposed the bet, he had to control himself, he should have anticipated the consequences. Wang Shi raised his hand and released his fire. He was even more furious now. He looked at Jiu Ling Huang with murder in his eyes. Jiu Ling Huang smiled icily and took the fire. His silhouette flickered and he went over to Yao Yao. He gave it to her and said, "Since your friend wants to give you the fire, take it." He. Yao Yao nodded and looked at Lin Feng. "Thank you, brother Lin Feng." "Little girl, you helped me obtain a pellet," said Lin Feng smiling. His 9 dragons were still showing behind him, looking particularly ferocious. "We should go," said Lei Dong Tian in the distance. Then, he jumped and landed next to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. The battle had been very short, but there were still some extremely strong cultivators from the Pellet King's clan around. They had to leave as soon as possible, especially since the great emperors who had left just before could come back any time. Lin Feng had saved much in his spirit world, he had never believed in rules and promises. Strength was a rule. They had agreed on something, but if they killed Lin Feng, so what? If Lin Feng died, nothing else would be important for him. Therefore, Lin Feng always made decisions considering strength and power first. A strong wind started blowing. The 2 cultivators disappeared in claps of thunder and reappeared far away. Lei Dong Tian had promised Lin Feng that if he won, he'd take him back to his clan and would qualify him to move on to the next step, which involved going to one of the 4 most powerful clans. "Chase him," said Wang Shi ferociously. He looked after Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. The crowd gazed into the distance. As Lin Feng had thought, they didn't care about their word. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2149, Devamara Thunder Clan. Chapter 2149, Devamara Thunder Clan. After Lin Feng left, the crowd was all astonished. Then, they took deep breaths and looked at Prince Wu Qing. Prince Wu Qing was the first master of the Dark Night region. Lin Feng didn't seem to be unknown there. He was probably considered a terrifying genius there. Only a few people knew about him in Godly Cloud City. Like Prince Wu Qing had said, there were many geniuses in Godly Cloud City and many of them were going to participate in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. It was important to know one's enemies before acting arrogantly. When people thought about that, they took deep breaths. Staying discreet was still the best thing to do. What if they offended someone, and ended up like Wang Jie? Brother Lin Feng is extremely strong, he could probably compete with you, said Yao Yao, looking at Jiu Ling Huang and sighing. Even though she knew that Lin Feng was famous in the Dark Night region, she had not thought Lin Feng would be so strong. He's really strong, indeed. I don't know how strong he would be if he used his full strength, said Jiu Ling Huang, watching Lin Feng disappear in the distance. He sounded unruffled by the idea. Jiu Ling Huang turned around and gazed over. There were two people looking at him, their chi filled the air. The first master of Red Clouds, Jiu Ling Huang, the first master of Dark Clouds, Prince Wu Qing. They glanced at one another. They were probably going to fight on the battle stage of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. It would be an incredible battle. Interesting. Xian Rin smiled. His chi also rose. They were on the same side a moment before, but they knew that they might be enemies on the battle stage of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Almost everybody they met in Godly Cloud City these days could become their opponent on the battle stage of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, even if many of them weren't going to be qualified. The Pellet King's clan has been badly humiliated. He even killed Wang Shi's younger brother, Wang Jie. How deserving, thought many people, sighing or amused as they saw fit. Who would have thought that the alchemical battle between Wang Shang and those people from Red Clouds would end up astonishing the whole eastern town? At that moment, Lei Dong Tian and Lin Feng arrived in Demon Town. They called it Demon Town, but actually it was just the Devamara Thunder Clan. It was a dark city, all the buildings were black and spectacular. Devamara Thunder Clan. Lin Feng glanced around and saw black towers all around. Devamara Culpa strength kept glittering everywhere. It was like Devamara Culpa strength could descend from the sky anytime. What's that? Asked Lin Feng. He frowned and looked at a castle with a fearsome chi. That's a protected area where my clan keeps all our treasures, saints' weapons, Devamara pearls, and Devamara thunder culpa. Its strength envelopes the whole clan. At the same time, if anyone from outside enters our clan, it'll activate the Devamara pearls and attack their soul, replied Lei Dong Tian with a smile. At the moment, he had a gigantic pair of black wings in his back, which he recalled into his body. Lin Feng was curious about all that. Lei Dong Tian's wings allowed him to move as fast as lightning. He was extremely fast. As a member of the Devamara Thunder clan, he probably knew some terrifying attacks. Saints' weapons? How powerful and influential. I wonder what kind of cultivator can make saints' weapons. Such a person should be at least a great deployment master, thought Lin Feng. Saints had transcended worldliness. They didn't care about cosmic energies, they had their own terrifying destructive strength. But they could also have weapons, and those weapons had to be useful and have the same strength as they did. It was difficult to imagine for Lin Feng to picture, however. The Devamara Thunder clan has saints' weapons and Devamara skills and techniques, they must be very powerful, observed Lin Feng. Lei Dong Tian nodded and smiled, of course. Lin Feng, come in. In the Devamara Thunder clan, there aren't as many strong cultivators as in ancient holy clans, but people who join the Devamara Thunder clan are all genuine heroes. Many people want to join us, but they can't. Why? Asked Lin Feng. The Devamara Thunder clan just doesn't choose them? Even though level 2 groups aren't like the 4 most influential and powerful groups, and we can't choose people for the meeting, we still have a special position in town. Only special people who have a certain reputation can join us, and then they don't even need to take the exam to go to the 4 groups for the meeting. Lei Dongtian smiled. So you mean that level 2 groups also have to be selected? Lin Feng inquired. It's different. We don't choose. Only people whom we acknowledge can come in, so we don't need to prepare an exam or anything like that. We can just take them to the 4 groups. If you want, we can bring you to the 4 groups. You'll receive a protection necklace and nobody will dare touch you in Godly Cloud City because you'll already be a selected candidate for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, explained Lei Dongtian, which made Lin Feng smile. He understood. The level 2 groups were different from the other groups. They could send their own people, but they didn't need to send strangers to the 4 groups. If anyone managed to join a level 2 group, then they could directly go to the 4 groups without taking an exam. Of course, for geniuses, it's only a little help, because geniuses can also pass the exam easily in the smaller ancient holy clans. Lei Dongtian smiled knowingly. The 2 of them walked around the territory of the Devamara Thunder clan. It was a gigantic clan, and there was a demon strength all around. In the distance was a great dark fortress surrounded by Devamara Kulpa strength. If I use my Kulpa indestructible Devamara skill there, I wonder how powerful the Devamara Kulpa strength would be, thought Lin Feng. The Devamara Thunder clan was the creator of the Kulpa indestructible Devamara skill. They also had the full skill set and many of their people had mastered it. They had received it from their ancestors. Would they kill him if they knew he had studied it? Lei Dongtian led the way so they could proceed without hindrance. Lei Dongtian was the first emperor of his generation, and had a high social status. Very quickly, they arrived in front of the vast dark fortress. Brother Lei, you're back, someone called out happily for Lei Dongtian. Indeed, replied Lei Dongtian cheerfully. The 2 of them kept walking. Many people looked at Lin Feng with their black eyes, which made Lin Feng shiver once. Most people in the Devamara Thunder clan were demon cultivators. They were all brutal, cold, and detached. Lei Dongtian, who's that? How come he came to the Devamara Thunder clan? He must be quite strong, exclaimed a tall and sturdy person, staring at Lin Feng with his gigantic demon eyes. He looked quite fearsome. What a powerful demon intent, thought Lin Feng. His eyes also became dark, and he looked at that man. Cursing demon lights turned into holy spirits and penetrated into the other's eyes. The tall and sturdy man was surprised. Energies crackled with rumbles and crackling between them. Fissures appeared on the ground. The guy stared at Lin Feng and shouted loudly, "Interesting, Lei Dongtian, this guy is fun." More thunder shook the air as he threw himself at Lin Feng. Each of his steps made the ground shake violently, as if the world was about to collapse. A gigantic hand moved towards Lin Feng and threatened him. The terrifying demon power could crush Lin Feng and turn to dust. Lei Dongtian jumped aside and smiled patiently. What a guy, it wasn't going to be easy for him. He had seen Lin Feng's strength, it had crushed the little insane cultivator of the Pellet King's clan. Lin Feng condensed terrifying demon lights in his fist and punched out. Staccato breaking and snapping sounds spread out, and the gigantic man was propelled backwards. The thick and strong arms of the cultivator trembled. He had the sensation his bones had just been crushed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.